Good morning and welcome to the MCA Grounds, that is the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. Semi-final game in the IMC Over-50s World Cup for 2025. Sri Lanka taking on Australia. Should be a cracker game, this game between Sri Lanka and Australia, because no quarter asked, no quarter given. And the conditions here at the MCA ground, absolutely fantastic. Blue skies, good conditions for cricket. And perhaps we'll see all the main players in action today. So you also say good morning to Ashley as well.
A very good morning to Eric and to all our viewers. Yes, the two teams lining up here in front of the pavilion, and very soon we will have the national anthems being played. The introductions are being made to the umpires, officials out there in the middle, and then of course we have the Sri Lankan captain Shane Fernando, and then of course the Australian captain Tony Clark doing the introductions at the moment.
So a few words from the president of the IMC as well. He's been here since day one. And there we are, the two teams now lining up for the national anthem. The caps come off. And the two squads along with the umpires also on the grounds. This is all good well, in fact, for this tournament.
Well, Eric, certainly these teams have been playing back-to-back cricket for the last 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks. And most of them, though they are over-50s, they have been maintaining themselves extremely well. And in these harsh conditions, the sun has been coming down very strongly on most of the players. But every single player from virtually all the teams, 14 teams are taking part in this fourth edition of this IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka. Well, they have been giving it all, throwing themselves all around the field, and then of course the bowling and batting has been absolutely brilliant as well.
That's right. We've seen some fantastic performances with the bat and the ball as well. So this is something that augurs well. Even though you're over 50 years of age, you can still give your best, you can still be fit. And that's what these players have done. They kept themselves fit and they've trained hard as well. So which means that certainly they're ready for every single game. The gaps between games, very little sometimes back-to-back games as well. And now the Sri Lankan team with the national anthem. So this is something that augurs well when you see the national anthems being played, and well, pretty sure that that also spurs them on to do better in every single game. And of course, the other day, the Sri Lanka team came through some anxious moments when they won their match the other day at the NCC Grounds. That was against South Africa. Right, so as we talk to you about all these games and all the things going on, time to check what the pitch is like. Let's go in the middle and join Rishman Pereira with the pitch report.
It's a bright and sunny morning once again here in Colombo, and we're here at the MCA for the semi-final of the IMC Over-50s, and it's the all-important pitch report against Sri Lanka and Australia. And this wicket is a rock-solid one, as you can hear. It absolutely will favour the batsman as the day progresses, and if the team, the bowling first, wants to restrict the side batting first to around 220. That will be a favourable amount to chase around. But if you are batting first in this wicket, you need to get 250 plus to try and have a chance at defending the total. So the captain winning the toss will have no hesitation to bowl first.
Right, there we are. Thank you so much to a young man, that is Rishman Pereira, for the pitch report. And let's see what will really happen on the toss that will take place in a short while from now. And both captains perhaps will want to win this toss, and what they'll really want to do, we'll have to wait and see. Because the conditions here at the MCA looks fantastic for batting as well. Looks a good batting track. And look at the clock on the MCA pavilion, 10 to 10 it says. So this clock really works at this ground. Right, so time for the toss, and let's go to the middle and join ThePapare with the two captains and the umpires for the toss.
We are here for the toss. We've got our officiating umpires, Saravanakumar Venkateshan and Shantikumar Kanakaratnam. The Sri Lanka Over-50s skipper Shane Fernando is there with the coin, and the call from the Australian Over-50s skipper Tony Clark. Gentlemen. Call is the bat. Tony, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl. We've bowled first in every game bar one. We're going to back our bowlers first up on this wicket and try and chase this afternoon.
You have had a tremendous build-up. You have performed very well with bat and ball and inspired your team. They have done well too. How has been the tournament so far for you?
Oh, it's been outstanding. I think every team has turned up every day to play. The wickets have been great. The whole structure of the tournament's been outstanding. I think we'll all be very sad when it's over and we've got to go home and back to work.
What do you read from the wicket here today?
I think all the wickets have played quite well. I think it will turn a little bit more this afternoon, and we've got to make sure that we do the job early this morning and we're not chasing a big total if we can.
You have played so well, entertained all of us. Thank you and enjoy the game.
Thank you so much.
Anything different you would have done with the toss?
No, I think, we also probably would have gone and bowled first, have a look at the wicket first and then defend it. But I guess we have come to a semi-final. It's a good game. Both teams have to bring their best game today. So I'm sure the Aussies will, and Sri Lanka also is planning to bring our best game today. For this.
What's your team composition?
We got 2 changes from the last game. One of the fast bowlers, Ravi, and Priyantha, batter wicket keeper, is out. And we have brought in an extra spinner and a batter.
Just looking at this tournament, you're part of the organizing committee too, apart from being the captain of the host team. How has the team thought about the experience they've got out of this?
Well, firstly, we are glad that we've offered to host this team by the organizers. So I think so far we have done a good job. And hopefully before this tournament is end, or while it's ended, everybody will be very happy about it. And it's not an easy task, but we with a lot of support from the committee which we have gone around the thing. So as you hear, the team seem to be quite happy about the facilities available. So we hope to continue.
well, lovely follow through, connected it well. The timing was exquisite, and the ball sailing over long on that occasion.
Not a bottom hand in that one, in the yard for a while, but dropped short of the mid-off fielder. End of the over, 2 completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s, 7 for no wicket. James Morris on the pavilion end. Ingram this time showed his arms. Bit of extra bounce, in fact, for Morris.
Certainly right. Making his height to maximum use, James Morris. Bowling right arm over the wicket to the left hand. And the ball just going across the left hand. And his line has been pretty good. And he certainly is extracting some movement off the wicket as well.
Again showed his arms outside the line of off stump. So 2 dot balls. So Russell Ingram has faced 5 balls still to score. We're just joining our live telecast of all these games. The news from the MCA Grounds, Australia won the toss, invited Sri Lanka Over-50s to bat first, and we're into the 3rd over. Sri Lanka Over-50s, 7 for no wicket. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. Now this is what really happens. When you're tied down, you suddenly want to break free. You'll play some poor shot, in fact, and lucky not to get touched that time. Look at that, outside the line of off stump. Following that was Ingram. Now the extra man brought in towards the gully region. So 2 slips and a gully. They realized that Ingram might get back to ball. Drives well stopped. Excellent stop at point. That's the dedication you get from these players.
Absolutely. Russell Ingram not looking very comfortable out there. He has faced 7 deliveries, yet to open his account. That occasion he slashed at it. It was uppish, but fell well short of the point field. And great anticipation by him. Dive into his right. Saving some valuable runs.
There he goes. Hit it down the ground on the offside into the boundary for 4. He was tied down quite a while, was Russell Ingram. And then threw the kitchen sink at it.
Sort of, yes. Not much footwork, just getting his front foot out of the way and opening his shoulders there and having a swing at it. A cross-batted shot, connected it well, and down to the boundary it went through long off.
Edge this time caught. Well, there we are. He was dropped in the previous over, and this time got the edge. Good diving catch by second slip. So Morris picks up his first wicket. Sri Lanka Over-50s lose their first 2.5 overs, 11 for 1, as Russell Ingram is the man out with that edge to slip. There we go again. There's the replay. Got the edge. Ball carried beautifully to a second slip. Dived to his right. Kept his eyes on the ball, and look at that catch. That's an absolutely snort of a catch.
Well, you're certainly right. Russell Ingram, who didn't look comfortable at all there today. He was playing and missing on many occasions outside the off stump. And that natural swing across the left hand with the right arm coming around the wicket, or rather over the wicket. And just putting his bat, fishing at it, and then perishing as well. So second time, not lucky for Russell Ingram. He was dropped in the very first over in the 4th delivery, but the Australians coming back strongly and holding on to a brilliant catch there. And to see Russell Ingram being sent back, 11 on the board, 1 wicket down, 2 overs completed.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So 3 overs completed. Sri Lanka put to the bat today by Australia Over-50s, 11 for 1. Saman Giant is on 7, 1 big 6 over long on. The man out was Ruslingham for 4 with the 1 boundary. New man in is Ruin Peiris, the left-hander, at the non-strikers in. And we have Craig Trindle in operation to bowl his second over. And Saman Giant, the right-hander on strike.
So the Australians will certainly have their eyes on Saman Giant, and this is a prize wicket, and they will want to sort of get through him as soon as possible, and that would be their plan as well. So they're keeping things very tight, bowling wicket to wicket here, and still 2 slips in place.
Cut well. Beats the fielder. There's no stopping that. That's down to the boundary at backward point for 4. You give him a little width, and that's where Saman Giant will just pounce on you. And I think that Craig Trindle will learn very quickly. Look at that. Had the width on the back foot and thumped it past that backward point to the boundary. With Saman Giant into double figures, he moves on to 11.
Well, a long hop. Given the treatment there, that ball was there to be hit, no doubt about it. Pitch way down, and all what Saman Giant had to do was just get across the stumps and get good bat. And that's what he did. Connected it well, timed it well, and of course found a little bit of room there to squeeze that ball through the third man fielder and the point fielder down to the boundary line.
This one on the leg stump, worked away towards the backward square leg. They get one, they're coming back for the second. That's good running between the wickets. Saman Giant realizing that 2 was there for the asking, so he picks up 2 more runs. He moves on to 13 of 12. Sri Lanka Over-50s 17 for 1 after 3.3 overs. So Trindle has bowled 1.3 overs, none for 12, 6 and a 4 of his bowling so far.
Yes, he more or less erred on line there. He has a very strong offside feel, but that time going down the leg side.
Again, flicked down towards fine leg. Picked up inside the boundary. Only a single this time. So the man from second slip has been moved to that square leg position. But now they come back to the 2 slips because the left-hander Ruin Peiris is on strike to face his first ball. Ruin Peiris also made a good contribution for Sri Lanka Over-50s that last game. Got past 50, got 97 I think in that first game against USA. And a couple of days ago, that 50. Batted superbly. Hit the ball so well, he timed it well, picked the gaps as well. Shoulders arms, Ruin Peiris. Be outside the line of off stump.
Well, the Australian bowlers will do well to realize that length is critical here. If you err on length, you will be punished. Anything short will be hammered down square of the wicket as well, and anything up to the bowler will also disappear, maybe hit down the ground. So that probably is working in the mind of Craig Trindle.
Single, tap and run, that is the ball running out towards mid-off. So Ruin Peiris off the mark with 1. End of the over, 4 completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s 19 for 1. So the field crosses over. And this is the IMC Over-50s World Cup for 2025 being played in Sri Lanka. We're coming down to the tail end of this tournament. And what games we've had. Some tremendous cricket has been played. I'm pretty sure that the teams, the 14 teams playing in the tournament, they certainly enjoyed themselves. A lot of the supporters traveling with them. So it really augurs well for the seniors cricket as well. So James Morris will continue his third over. He's bowled really well today. Picked up the 1 wicket to fall. Ruin Peiris, the left hand on strike. Over-pitched. Driven. Not fielded cleanly. But recovers well. So they pick up a single for that.
taken on the full on that occasion, Pires. Perhaps will be ruining the fact that he should have got that ball into the gap. And if you can beat the 30-yard circle and the fielders close by, the ball will run down to the boundary. It's a lightning fast outfield out here. Like all the venues that we have seen throughout this tournament. 56 games. And then we are now into the tail end of this tournament as Morris.
Again, tapped on the onside by Saman Jayanta. Easy single.
So as you said at the beginning of this game, 14 teams and 56 games played in 15 venues in the western province of Sri Lanka. And this tournament has been absolutely marvelous. Great cricket has been played. Very competitive cricket as well from most of the teams, or if not all the teams that have been taking part. And we have thoroughly enjoyed, I'm sure. And all of you who have been watching this live coverage that has been coming to you from the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, have been enjoying the cricket that is being played here in Sri Lanka.
So Morris 1 for 7 from 2.3 overs. Ruin Pires well forward this time. Bat and pad close together. Runs it down the track. The bowler fields on his follow through.
Well, that time Ruin Pires very watchful, plays it defensively, full face of the bat on offering, and head right over the pitch of the delivery, and the front foot stretch right to the pitch of the delivery. Lovely defense.
Shoulders arms this time outside the line of off stump. And we talked about the number of matches being played, the teams that are participating, 14 teams. And don't forget, we have 13 foreign umpires and 5 local umpires that make up the umpires for all these games. That's a lot of umpires from overseas, and I'm pretty sure that they too have enjoyed these games. Shoulders arms again. Ends the over. 5 completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s 21 for 1.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Thank you, Ashley and Eric. We are now into the area where Sri Lanka would want to consolidate and say a very good morning and a warm welcome to Anthony Talfa from Australia.
Good morning, Haritha. How are you? And it's a pleasure to be here on this beautiful Sri Lankan day with Australia taking on Sri Lanka. What could be better?
Unbeaten in the tournament as much as their traditional rivals England, who are playing alongside MCA Grounds against Pakistan in the other semi-final. And very organised sides. That's one of the reasons why they have been unbeaten in this tournament, having put on some fantastic performances. So here's
Grant Dew is the bowler.
Yeah, that's the first bowling change from the scoreboard end. Saman Jayanta. Any total is not going to be enough if your opponents are going to bat at the level they have shown in this tournament. They've won some very close games with some outstanding batting and bowling performances. We'll come to that in a moment.
As we see Grant Dew hit down the ground, it's travelling out towards the boundary line, and it's cleared the boundary for 6. Fantastic shot there from Saman.
Second maximum for the Sri Lanka Over-50s opener. He's been a top-class player. He's had national representation in Test, One Day and T20 formats. More one-day player.
And the class batting of Sri Lanka is obviously going to be critical that they get this score moving right throughout the innings. He's quickly into the 20s, Saman Jayanta. And this Australian side, they've fielded very well. They've played as a unit, a good unit, very competitive as you would always imagine.
And I believe, Anthony, they've played together for a long period of time.
Yes, they have, Haritha. We've been working, obviously, as a board since the disastrous performance by the Aussies in South Africa, where we finished in the bottom, I think it was the bottom four. And
when was this, 23 or before that?
23, yeah.
Okay.
So we set about making sure that we got the experience and we kept a group of about 30 players together, and we travelled the world. We went to New Zealand, we went to the United Kingdom, and also into a tri-series in Mildura in Australia as well. So we've played about 40 players in total across both Australia and Australia A, and the team that's here touring have played a lot of cricket together, which is important when you're playing in a World Cup, that you know everyone's game.
Yeah, they've played as a team. That's why they have been so competitive this time around. Rowan Peris keeping the ball close to the ground. He's a good accumulator, rotator, and he will play a second fiddle to Saman Janta, who will have to play a responsible knock once again. He's got a century and a half century to his credit. Rowan Peris got a 90 and a half century in the last game. So two informed batters for Sri Lanka Over-50s.
Yeah, and in the warm-ups you could see that the Sri Lankans had their game face on today, and obviously they would have been extremely disappointed with their performance against the English earlier in their pool. And I know that talking to a few of the guys, they were here to win today and obviously make Sri Lanka proud. But the Aussies, they will fight hard right to the end.
6 overs completed, 30 for 1, Sri Lanka Over-50s.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
So back with the action, and Rowan Peris, a product of Piliyandala Central College, played for a lot of club teams.
What's been quite noticeable, Haritha, is the bounce that James Morris has been getting from this end. And we had a look at the pitch before the start of play, and I expected it to play quite low. But he's getting some quite steep bounce, and you can see Anthony Barranca, the keeper, taking the ball up around his shoulders.
Yeah, Barranca has been good in front of the stumps, behind the wickets. Making the batters work for their runs. That's what Morris has been good at. He's got his line and length working very well, so they'll have to watch him very carefully, both off his fingers as well as off the track.
Yeah, look, he moves the ball obviously back into the left-hander, but he also has that ball that he can take away from the left-hander. As we see Morris in again, and the ball's hit out to just forward of point and picked up by Simon Waddington. So another dot ball, and at this stage of the day it's critical with the number of dot balls that Australia can achieve with fielding restrictions in place.
Already we've seen them throwing themselves inside the 30-yard circle, make sure that the bowlers are well supported. Not a rollicking start for the top order for Sri Lanka Over-50s. Another good delivery. Full face of the bat though. This is good quality cricket. You believe this is Over-50s cricket?
It's amazing, isn't it? The standard in World Over-50s cricket has gone through the roof in the last 3 or 4 years, and it's just getting better with the influx coming through from the Over-40s now.
This one played uppishly.
And it's a chance, and it's taken at mid-on, and that's taken by Craig Trindle down there at mid-on. So that sees the departure of Saman, the dangerous Saman. So a vital wicket there to the Australian team, who now have Sri Lanka 2 for 32 from just on 6.5 overs.
Yeah, he had just got into his stride. I was saying that they were bowling to a good line and length. And see what has happened straight away. Great, comfortable catch. That's what this is all about.
Yeah, look, right through the World Cup, Australia have prided themselves on their fielding and their catching, and we saw obviously a a simple catch dropped by Andrew Kratzmer earlier on, but then he took that diving catch in front of first slip to get the first wicket, and then a comfortable catch down at mid-on by Craig Trindle. So the Aussies are up and about this morning now with a lot of pressure being put on this strong Sri Lankan batting lineup.
Yeah, they've got this very important wicket of Saman Jayanta. That's a psychological advantage for them at 32 for 2, with the majority of the runs coming off the bat of Saman Jayanta. I think the think tank for Sri Lanka Over-50s will now have to make sure that the rest of the top order plays to their full skill and stop the rot of falling wickets, because these Australians, given half a chance, they have a solid bowling lineup. They have great variety, they have great performances. If you look at them, in Boddington, I'm waiting to see him bowl. He's been one of the 5-wicket takers in this tournament.
Yes, and with Simon's bowling, he's such a tall man. I think this pitch is going to suit him perfectly with that bounce that we're seeing, especially from this end, from where James Morris is currently bowling. And as I said, Anthony Barranca taking the ball up around shoulder height on most occasions. So it's quite evident here that the Australian bowlers are bowling that short of a length to take advantage of that bounce. And a lot of these Sri Lankans wouldn't have seen this type of steep bowling at this level.
2 slips and a wide gully in position. They want wickets. Morris to Ingram. It's Roar Ingram to complete the 7th over. Ball from the pavilion end. Sri Lanka Over-50s put into bat 32 for 2.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
There's a huge following of Masters cricket in this country. There are at least 17 to 18 teams that play Masters cricket. What about the Masters cricket setup in Australia? I believe it's very active and very vibrant too.
Yes, definitely is. And the dominant states in Australia, as far as participation is concerned, is really Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland, as we see Grant due in to bowl, and a ball hit uppishly down to mid-off and no run there. We conduct state championships, and also we conduct national championships, and in 2021 we saw 42 teams compete at the national championships across, I think it was 7 divisions. So there were 550 over-50s players at the championships.
And you are only talking about one age group?
One age group.
Oh. You play any Masters cricket back home?
Yes, I do.
What's the age group?
So I'm currently in the just gone into the over-60s myself.
Okay. You're in my group then.
Yeah, I'm in your. We're in it together. But look, I played a lot of over-50s. I captained.
This is great timing. He hit it past the ball on the onside. He evaded the diving fielder. Just take that timing onto the long on boundary. Rovin Peris, he could be a different customer given a little bit of time. So 2 in. He's bowling from the scoreboard end. Somebody here has to bat very long.
They will need to bat deep into the 40 overs, and it's got to be one of these 2 batsmen, I would think, looking at the Sri Lankan lineup. But yeah, look, I've participated, captain South Australia at the over 55s level. We had our.
There's one place I have not gone.
Oh, fabulous place! Just like Sri Lanka, everyone's most welcoming.
Yeah, I know.
But we took our over-55s national championships to Christchurch, and we played down there for a week, which there were 16 teams go and play in that. So that was a very special occasion for the first time.
And in Brisbane, you played the Tri-Nation too?
Yes, we did. There was a Tri-Nation between Sri Lanka, Australia and New Zealand. And we see the ball well fielded in the follow-through by Grant Dew, no run. So the current score is 2 for 37 as we come up to the completion of the 8th over after this delivery.
Dew, control spell from him. Given a little bit of air. He's not a voracious striker of the ball. Rory Ingram finds back of the point. No chance of a run. 8 completed. Put it to bat Sri Lanka Over-50s. 37 for 2 against Australia Over-50s in this semi-final.
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
Special games? Yeah, good. I played for Toby and Masters. That's where we played some cricket in Thomas's College. Yep. So, great story to go there. Some of these Sri Lankan players are based in Australia and New Zealand, some from England. Rory Ingram from England these days. He had played a lot of cricket in Australia with his brother Russell. Had played for St. Anthony's College, Wattala, which has produced some outstanding cricketers. And one of his teammates, Priyantha Munasinghe, has an academy in Australia.
Yeah, and we see a bowling change here. Craig Trindle is replacing James Morris at, can we call it the commentator's end?
Trindle has been amongst the wickets. If I remember, he's at 2 4-4s. Good pace. Not express pace, that's not what I'm trying to say, but good pace to keep the batter on check is the main contributor.
He's had a fantastic World Cup with his bowling, has Craig Trindle.
Vice captain Ruben Peris. Kane right on top.
So the Sri Lankans from here will probably need to consolidate now and obviously try and ensure that they don't lose too many more wickets in this next, I guess, period and just work the ones and twos into the gaps. A fairly defensive field set here by Tony Clark.
Beaten. Very good movement and superb line and length. It's not easy at this age to maintain that consistently. Just take a look at that. The effort.
The ball went away from the left-hander there. And
that's why he was beaten.
Yeah, fabulous delivery there. Not a lot of grass on the pitch either, so to do that on this wicket is pretty good bowling. And a similar delivery again outside off stump. Now, Haritha, I believe I'm with cricket commentary royalty here in the commentary box with yourself.
No.
Tell us a little bit about your background and where you've commentated.
Well, I played my first division club cricket and matches were played at BRC. That's where I played my majority cricket. Well, I've been commentating since 86, multi-sports, but the international exposure came in 1992, Sri Lanka versus Australia 3-test tour. I've been there for about 6-8 up to 1998, and then the foreign commentators and the others came in and I was no longer involved.
What a shame, because you have a fantastic voice for cricket commentary and I'm loving listening to the dulcet tones of your voice.
Off the back foot, didn't get right on top of it. Yeah, Australian Broadcasting Corporation commentator at that time came and trained us. End of 9, 37 for 2, Sri Lanka Over-50s put into bat.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා.
They have stifled Rory Ingram, and lack of runs at a decent pace will hurt Sri Lanka Over-50s. And coming into the 10th over, do once again, well bowled, on line, hardly anything given away unless you want to use your feet.
And I think that's the way that you need to play on these wickets, is obviously using your feet or playing the sweep shot. When I first arrived here, we caught up with Brendan Karupu. And our training session with Brendan, we were all going out there trying to drive the ball, and he said, no, play off the back foot as best you can and use your feet to get on the full. And that training session with a fantastic human being was just what the touring teams were looking for. And we see a planer miss outside off stump, and the bail removed from Anthony Barranca. So more dot balls, more pressure here for the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, played for St. Anthony's Wattala, played for Moors, and then moved over to Australia, where he played a lot of Masters cricket too. Rory Ingram, wicketkeeper, he's been amongst the runs. He scored 100, he scored a 50, but this is a different proposition altogether.
And he hits it out to the deep point boundary where it's fielded.
8 balls to get off the mark for the wicketkeeper, top order bat. It's a great opportunity. The first 10 overs for Australia Over-50s. Having sent their opponents in, they have taken the prize wicket of Saman Jayanta and not given them too many runs. Both openers back in the pavilion. They came here well focused to get to the last game. Yeah, using his feet. Took it on the full. Rowan Paris crosses over, will retain the strike. End of 10 overs. Sri Lanka Over-50s put into bat 39 for 2 against Australia Over-50s at the MCA semi-final stage.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान में बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
What, you've been sacked? Yeah. I have to work with Eric.
He's my senior commentator.
Oh, is he? Yeah, he's boss.
So welcome back to the MCA Grounds. 2 semi-finals being worked out, and one here between Sri Lanka and Australia. Sri Lanka winning the toss, or rather Australia winning the toss, and electing to bowl first, and invited Sri Lanka in. They are struggling. 39 for 2, 10 overs have been completed, and down here at Mayton Crescent we have the second semi-final taking place as well between England and Pakistan. We are yet to hear the scores there.
Indeed, Ashley, after 9.5 overs, after Pakistan have been put into bat, they are as well 45 for 2. So, in similar positions, both batting sides, you can say, both have lost 2 wickets. Pakistan just 6 runs more than Sri Lanka currently at the end of the 10th over mark. Sri Lanka have some work cut out for them. This partnership will be key between Ruin Pires and Rory Ingram.
Well, yes, batting to come for Sri Lanka. Well, the captain Shane Fernando, and then also Indika Diseram, Upul Chandana, and then we also have Swanji Madanayaka, Dumindas Somavira, and Daminda Vijayasekara, all who can bat, and then they bat certainly deep down. Pujit Uduvana, and then also Dylan Fernandes making up the Sri Lanka 11. But the Australians, on the other hand, are reading the conditions absolutely well, keeping the ball up to the batsman more often than not. The line and length have been immaculate, and they have been keeping things very tight.
Indeed, surely backing the skipper's call up at the toss are the Australian bowlers, especially Trindall, who's kept it quite tight. And he's yet to get off the wicket column, but he's been able to put the pressure on and continue with the good work with the ball in hand. Rory Ingram just haven't got off to the best of starts he expected. But he's come here to steady the ship after losing 2 wickets early on. That big wicket of Saman Jayant has surely put some pressure on this Sri Lankan lineup.
Final delivery of the 11th over coming up. Greg Trindle given away 15 runs so far.
And a single to end the 11th over. Sri Lanka, after being put into bat, 41 for 2 after 11.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම ගජමෑන්.
So welcome back. The players have had a welcome breather, a swig of water, and certainly to cool their thirst pangs. And now the players are ready out in the middle. So Rory Ingram on 2, having faced 10 deliveries, and with him Rovin Peris, who has been an integral part of the Sri Lankan batting lineup. A couple of half-century streams so far. In the last match, he certainly joined hands with Saman Jayant to help Sri Lanka get over New Zealand very, very comfortably and very convincingly as well. And Sri Lanka will now perhaps look to Rovin Peris to hold this batting together to at least to the next 10 overs.
Indeed, these two will have a big say to where Sri Lanka will end up as well. And the Australian bowlers will want to somehow break this partnership, and then that will be quite a tough task for the coming batsmen. Likes of Upul Chandana, skipper Shane Fernando as well will have a lot of hope behind their backs as Rory Ingram. He's 10 off 2.
Well, the Sri Lankan batters, they have to keep their cool here, read the conditions well. The pitch is playing well, pitch is playing true, the ball is coming through as well. So all what you've got to do is make sure to put your head down and play or rather come into the game and bat within your strengths and not try to do anything fancy here, but keep an eye on the scoreboard. They're going around 3.3 at the moment. and there is plenty of time for them to press the gas pedal and increase the run rate, and a lot of batting to come as well for the Sri Lankans.
Indeed, they need to bat deep, try and get 250 plus, because if not, these Australian batsmen who are in quite top form, they've won 6 out of 6 games in the first round as well, so they're high riding. Sri Lanka have just one solitary loss in them, losing to England. That game as well, Sri Lanka had a poor outing with the bat in hand, which resulted in that loss. So Sri Lanka will have to learn a thing or two, try and put up a good score here. 250 plus would be ideal, something to bowl at. That's cut away straight to the fence. Went like a tracer bullet. Ruin Pires pouncing on the bad delivery as Sri Lanka get another boundary.
Yes, Grant Dew that time bowling into the wicket. A little bit of bounce and Ruin Pires on the back foot and hammering that ball. It was a little uppish, but went through the point and the gully fielder down to the boundary line. Was hit very hard, and that ball screamed through to the boundary. So this is what the Sri Lankans will have to be able to sort of capitalize on. Wait for those loose delivery. There's going to be 1 or 2 for sure, and then also if you can beat the 30-yard circle of fielders, the ball will run down to the boundary, providing there's no cover on the boundary line.
Indeed, Sri Lanka will have to pounce on the poor deliveries, because Australia have kept it quite tight here. He's opening 12 overs or so. Ruin Pires 16 of 28 deliveries, spent some time in the middle now. That's good running. Early call from Rory Ingram to end the 12th over. Sri Lanka 48 for 2 after 12.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So Australia winning the toss here at the MCA Grounds and elected to bowl first, keeping things extremely tight as far as their bowling and their fielding is concerned, and concentrating on one side of the wicket and 6 men on the offside, and that has been the field that they have been employing, and the bowlers have been certainly bowling to the field as well, apart for the few deliveries where they have erred in line, which has been which have been played, and the Sri Lankan batsmen have picked up a few runs as well. But at the moment, they are just making about 3.7 runs and over. The last 16, or rather, the current partnership is 16 runs of 31 deliveries. 12 overs have been completed. 13th over just about to begin, and Sri Lanka 48 for the loss of 2.
And skipper Tony Clark bring himself on from the commentary box, and rather the Vijayarama end also, you can say it. Skipper Clark would want to try and break this partnership. These two batsmen have been top class for Sri Lanka in this tournament. The likes of skipper Tony Clark would be the ideal man to break this partnership. A partnership that could threaten the Australian Over-50s.
So Tony Clark strapping his thigh muscle there. Perhaps a little bit of a pull. Doesn't want to take any chance. He has to do a lot of batting today as well. I'm sure he'll be called to take the bat and come to the middle when the chase comes on. So Anthony Baranga is keeping wickets for Australia. Grant Dew bowled the previous over. Glenn Giddings, Ashley Hardy, Andrew Krautsman, Stephen Mays, Damien Meek, and there's James Morris, Andrew Sharp, Craig Trindle, and Simon Waddington. Makes up the Australian 12. The 12th player they can register and can bowl. And 11 players are left to bat as well. As the next delivery, drop shot, and that have been hammered onto the onside. Will it have enough legs to get over the boundary? No, just pulled inside. There is a long hop, and the batsman going across the stumps and hammering it. It was in the air, but no fielder, and cleared the 30-yard circle easily, and a couple of runs to Sri Lanka.
Indeed, good running between the wickets. 3 runs being added to the total as Sri Lanka brought up their 50 runs as well. It's come in 12.1 overs. It's taken some time. The 2 openers were dismissed early on as well. Saman Jayantha had a brief stay. Did some damage but couldn't capitalize on that good start, which has been the case for him. Nevertheless, he's been the top run getter for Sri Lanka as well with 1 century. And next in line in second and third is Ruin Peters and Rory Ingram, the batsman in the middle. Surely the Australian bowlers will have their work cut out to try and dismiss these 2 in the middle.
Well, Sri Lanka also will be very careful, very cautious. They don't want to lose any more wickets here. They have only 52, and this is the 13th over in progress now. And Sri Lanka will bank on these 2 batters to put up some sort of respectability and also bring a good partnership as well. So good bit of cricket there. Tony Clark keeping that ball up to the batsman. The batsman opening the face of the bat there and trying to get into the gap between point and extra cover, but hits it straight to the extra cover fielder. Smart bit of fielding. Picked it up well, the extra cover fielder, and sent the return quickly to the wicket keeper. And no chance of a run being taken there. So good cricket all around. Good tight bowling and good intentions by the batsman as well. All the time to be on the attack and hungry for runs, looking for runs as well. But the fielders on their toes as well.
Indeed, wide delivery on that occasion as keeper Tony Clark brought his wicket keeper up to the stumps. It is conceded an extra 5 runs in the over at the halfway mark of this 13th over. Way down the leg side.
So lucky escape for Rory Ingram, so to say. Well bowled. The wicket keeper was up there and moved across the stumps quickly onto the onside. Couldn't collect it cleanly. If he did, Rory Ingram he lost his balance as he tried to glance the ball off his pads and pitched up delivery on midland leg. Not easy for the wicketkeeper to collect as well. He moved across the stumps, went out to the onside. He had the line covered, but unluckily for him, the ball bouncing off, couldn't collect it, bouncing off his gloves. But smart cricket here by the Australians.
Flicked away once again. Straight to the fielder. The 2 batsmen, the crossover for a single. It's been a tidy over from skipper Tony Clark. He's conceded 6 runs in his first 5 deliveries. Just not being able to threaten the batsman. It's a belter of wicket in the middle here at the MCA. And the outfield as well give a lot of value for your shots here. It will be a good day out for the batsmen as the bowlers will have their work cut out. They'll have to work extra hard. These Australian scanny operators, they can outsmart you. Pires drives it straight past the bowler. No harm in the scoreboard as the 13th over comes to an end. Sri Lanka after being put into bat 54 for 2.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝ රිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So beautiful conditions here in Colombo, Maitland Crescent at the MCA Grounds. The sun shining brightly. A breeze across the grounds as well. And I'm sure most of the Australians who are out there in the field must be enjoying that breeze across the grounds, helping to keep them a little bit cool. Of course, most of their support staff and their family members here in the pavilion as well. Enjoying the cricket, enjoying the conditions, and also the competitive cricket that is being played as well.
Indeed. Not only today, for the last couple of 1.5 weeks, it's been competitive cricket every day. Players get a break every 2 games, so it's a hard toil for these over 50 players as well. But they have shown great character, Ashley, with putting up good competitive cricket and very watchful cricket as well for the viewers at home as well.
Absolutely. It's Ruin Pires, bat in hand, the left-hander, a diminutive cricketer, played extremely well when he featured in the Premier cricket here in Sri Lanka, and a household name here as well. And there he is stroking the ball very pleasingly. Lovely footwork, gets to the pitch in the delivery, effortless shot there, and punching that ball down towards the extra cover region. Now this is good cricket that has been played right now by the Sri Lanka. They realize they need to build this innings, bring some stability. At the same time, rotate strike, keep the scoreboard ticking as well. So it's good cricket all around.
Indeed, comes down the track, Ingram, trying to show some aggression now. Trying to take on Grant. It's been slightly expensive. He's conceded 27 runs in his 26 runs rather in his 4.4 overs. Sri Lanka would want to take one bowler on here. Likes of Rory Ingram. He's often taken on the bowling, and once again quick single. This is good cricket from Sri Lanka, keeping that scoreboard ticking. 4 singles in this over as well.
So Grant, you bowling well within himself, holding that ball a little back as he gives the ball a little bit of air, trying to get some purchase of the wicket as well. He's bowling a good line, a good length. Nothing wrong he has done so far. It's only the singles that he has considered as this time he drops it a little bit fuller and allowing the batsman to sweep it, connect it well, and the ball runs down to the boundary on that occasion. So Ruin Pires reading the conditions well and hammering that ball down to the mid-wicket region. 14 overs have been completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s batting first, 62 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So it was Rory Ingram who got that last boundary. I beg your pardon. And he moves to 14 of 21 deliveries, and Ruin Pires is on 19. And the partnership has gone to 30 runs of 43 deliveries. The last over, well, the figures been spoiled by that delivery conceded by the bowler. That was a tossed up delivery on midline leg, giving Rory Ingram. As you watch the replays coming up, there we are. Bit of air, but on midline off, and allowing the batsman to play across the line there. And goes down on his knees, connects it well, timed it, and got his placement right. And the ball just running down to the boundary. The mid-wicket field having absolutely no chance of cutting that off.
Indeed, as we speak, a bowling change from the commentary box, and the skipper Tony Clark has taken himself off and brought on Glenn Giddings from the com box end. It's just the over for Tony Clark from this end. Operating with that off spin of Giddings to try and attack Ruin Pires, who's looking quite threatening now. He's second most run getter for Sri Lanka in this tournament. He's been consistent. He's yet to get that big one. And what an occasion if he could get it today in this all-important semi-final of the IMC Over-50s World Cup.
Well, that certainly is what the Sri Lankans will be banking on. A long innings, somebody to hold the innings together as far as the batting is concerned. But at the same time, the Australians will have their own plans as well. They'll try to keep the ball as slow as possible, give the ball air, and then try to get some purchase of the wicket as well. Now you can see the conditions have eased and it has become a batting paradise, so to say. The ball is just coming through, and all what the bowlers are now concentrating is on line and length. You drop the ball in the correct place and then maintain a tight line, and they will invite the batsman to play their shots. And if the batter makes an error in the shot selection, he probably will perish.
Indeed. Sri Lanka, knowing how good this wicket plays, they'll need to know that they'll need to add over 250. Close upon to 280 will be a good total in a game of this nature as well. Important game. The winner will play in that all-important final on Sunday.
So there we are. The first two deliveries very tight, or on the second and the third delivery. The first one keeping a trifle low as Rory Ingram was trying to force that ball on the offside, didn't connect it. And the second delivery on middle and leg, a tossed up delivery. And nothing much the batsman can do. And here he is now. Wraps him on the pad, thought of the leg by, but the wicketkeeper quickly across there. Baranka keeping wickets extremely well. Very agile behind the stumps. And quite chirpy as well. Shouting instructions to bowlers as well as the fielders. Keeping things going.
Slight misfield as Sri Lanka have had a good result from that misfield. A boundary for Rory Ingram once again as he's getting a move on here. And a slight bit short, bouncing it on it, cuts it away. Not the best of fielding coming in from Australia Over-50s. Sri Lanka have benefited from that. Good cricket following up that boundary with a single as the score moves on to 68 for 2 after 15 after Sri Lanka been put into bat.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back here to the Mercantile Ground, where we see Australia out in the field currently, and Sri Lanka have had a fairly steady period through the last 5 overs, and the score is now 2 for 68 from 15 overs, and the current run rate is just over 4 runs and over at 4.53 runs and over, with a projected score of about 204. And I'm joined here by Eric. Welcome back.
Thank you, Anthony.
False start here with the microphone. We'll turn that on. Have another go.
Thanks, Anthony. Thank you very much.
As we see Tony Clark coming in to bowl. And forward defensive shot. And in the follow-through, Tony Clark collects that ball.
Right, I think the Sri Lankans have to look at a total about 260 or so to make it a competitive game, because getting over 200 runs is not enough, because it's a fairly smallish grounds, this one.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget that Australia bat deep as well. On the leg stump, they got fielders everywhere. In fact, whenever the ball is played to somewhere on the field, there's a fielder there.
Yeah, and that was well fielded out on the boundary by Damien Meek, one of the boundary riders, I guess designated boundary riders in the Australian team, who has an extremely strong arm. So a couple of fielding changes happening here at the moment by Tony Clark, as we see him strengthening the offside with the left-hander Paris on strike. So we have a deep third man, we have a deep cover, backward point, mid-wicket, long off, long on, mid-wicket And I'd say, I can't see it, but I'd say there'd be a person at square leg and a short fine leg.
Too short outside the line of off stump, and Ruin Peris doesn't get his act together, hits it hard in the ground. I think he'll be disappointed that that ball was, it deserved to be hit around, but didn't quite get hold of it.
And Eric, we were talking off air about Sri Lankan cricket, about the number of school teams that are out there playing, and we might get you to share that story with the listeners. And that ball has flown away down to third man, as we see it fielded brilliantly down on the boundary line by James Morris, stuck at his size 15 boot, flicked it up, caught it with one hand and underarmed it back into Giddings there at short third man. Brilliant piece of fielding, saved definitely 2 runs there.
That's right. That's excellent fielding. And this is what this game is all about. Even though you're over 50 years of age, the commitment on the field has been absolutely fantastic.
It has been.
Once again, short outside the line of off stump. Picks it up beautifully.
And that's raced through to the boundary. Unfortunately, Damien couldn't get his size 15 boot out in the way of that one, and it went for 4 runs. So a great shot there from Perez.
Yes, too short. Had the width as well, so Ruin Peris just rocked back and hit that very well down to his backward point. There's the boot going to play, but
boot wasn't in play there. So tell us about the school cricket that's played and the number of teams that are competing here in Sri Lanka to, I guess, give everyone that understanding of what cricket means in Sri Lanka.
Yes, we'll come to that in a moment. The last ball, the 16th, is coming up. Looking for a single, but change of mind straight away from Ruin Peris. Ends the over. 16 completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s 75 for 2.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Right, there we are. So projected scores at 4.69 is 234, 6.69 is 302. I think that's a bit far-fetched. But getting into at 234 level perhaps will help. There we are. That was the call from Ruin Peris. And Ingram was...
direct hit and he was out.
Oh, he was out, no doubt.
By a good metre and a half.
He didn't attempt to get back. So there we are. That's how... it stands at the moment at 4.69, 234, 6.69, 302. That's a bit far-fetched. Yeah, we're talking about school cricket in Sri Lanka. And school cricket starts at the age of under 12. Oh, that's a full toss on the leg stump. Put away on the onside. The fielder in place, only a single this time. Yes, they play competition cricket even at that age. And... at the under-19 level, you'll have over 200 schools playing in a cricket season. About 2,000 matches, in fact, in a season. Each school plays about 10 games. And that's a lot of cricket that is played. But again, I always think about quality over quantity.
As we see the ball work down to short, fine leg and no run there. Obviously, that puts a lot of pressure on grounds here in Sri Lanka with so many games, and we see large squares at most of the grounds that we play with, you know, some squares having 10 wickets being available.
That's right. Oh, that's tickled round towards fine leg. Perhaps he got a bit better on that. Wait for the umpire's call.
And it's well fielded down there by Damien Meek. Brilliant piece of fielding and saved definitely 2 runs there.
Oh, wide called as well. Wide. So there was no bat on that.
As we see the replay here with Giddings straying down the leg side. And look at this brilliant fielding by Damien Meek. Absolutely perfect. The action replay showed he saved the boundary as that ball's hit way over the top at long on and lands on the roof of the pavilion here for 6 runs to Perez as Sri Lanka now look to forge away. And there's the ball caught under the wire netting, and that's not coming down, I don't think.
No, it's not coming down. Somebody will have to go and fetch that. Right, they know where the ball is, and look at that full toss, and he made full use of that, hard and high.
Great camera work there by the team, and bang, and then it rolls, and it rolls down in under the netting. That will be extremely difficult to get out, I would think.
Oh no, there's a boy going up on the roof to get the ball. Wherever the ball lands, you'll have somebody going there to pick up the ball. Right, so here we are. Some of the Australian boys, in fact, are some of the, perhaps the kids of some of the players.
Looks like Grant Dew's kids here are trying to get on top of each other's shoulders to get up onto the roof here.
Yes, that's a dangerous supply. But they can send somebody up on the roof and...
I think they've decided to not do that. But there is someone coming along now. One of the local curatorial staff here climbing across on the roof to grab the ball. So a slight delay here.
Oh, that roof is so hot. And his bare feet, his feet must get him burnt at the moment. Look at that. Because it's so hot and humid. And the ball is stuck in between the wires as well. But he's putting his hand...
There we go. Retrieved the ball. Great work there. But yes, he would be burning his feet there.
He should have worn his slippers and come up here, but that's part of the game as well.
It is. And during that break, we saw some water coming out to the batsmen. And obviously, it's extremely warm here today. Only a slight breeze blowing directly towards our commentating end. But it's extreme conditions for both teams out in the middle today.
Yes, I think even the Australians have really got themselves acclimatized because they don't show any uneasiness with this heat and humidity.
As we see another single out through to mid-wicket and picked up by Tony Clark for 1 run.
Yes, the Sri Lankans have to get a move on. Their partnership is now 54 runs or 59 balls for this 3rd wicket. They lost the informed batsman. Saman Jayanta went pretty cheaply today. He made a brilliant 100 a couple of days ago. Again, use of the feet. Straight towards the mid-on.
Fielded by Tony Clark again. But yes, the Aussie team have definitely acclimatised. They came in early and they've been making sure that on their rest days they've been recovering, and a wide delivery there from Glenn Giddings outside the off stump and a wide signalled by the umpire. And I believe the umpire at this end is from Canada. So great to have...
13 foreign umpires, 5 local umpires. Played the soft hands, but straight to the fielder. End of the over, 17 completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s, 87 for 2. So the partnership, 55 runs of 61 balls for the 3rd wicket. And we talk about the heat and humidity, but don't forget certain parts of Australia also gets very, very hot. Hotter than here as well.
Oh, definitely. And there's been a heat wave through the southern states of Australia over the last week or so, with temperatures above 40 degrees in Adelaide and also in Melbourne, right through those that southern region of Australia. But it's not a humid heat like it is here in Sri Lanka. It's a dry heat, and you get those hot northerly winds blowing in off the centre of Australia, where temperatures are up around the 50 degrees. So normally you get a dust storm as well.
Yes, that's right.
No dust storms here in Sri Lanka, that's for sure.
No dust storms for sure.
And we see Tony Clark continuing now, bowling to Perez. and a quick single as he pushes the ball down to mid-off for 1 run, taking the score to 2 for 88. And it's a very good partnership here by both Rory and Perez, currently doing the rebuilding job for Sri Lanka, which will really set them up for the back end of this innings.
Yes, that's what they'll have to do, because some of the games that the Sri Lankan Over-50s played, they've lost 3 and 4 wickets in the power play, first power play.
Mm-hmm.
Nicely worked off the pads, pitched on the leg stump. Another good diving stop. What a stop that was. Absolutely fantastic.
And that's Ash Hardy, who is another boundary rider. It looks like he's hurt his knee, though, this time. He's down on his haunches. The grounds here in Sri Lanka are extremely hard. Let's have a look at the replay here and see. Yeah, he landed awkwardly on his right knee there. And let's hope that Ash is okay. He may have winded himself as well. But he's been one of the best fielders in the Australian team right throughout the World Cup. And every game, you can rely on him to save 20 to 30 runs on the boundary line. And we saw a brilliant piece of fielding there. We've got the team doctor out there in Ross McIlvaine. And he's definitely injured himself in the chest, and I guess we're just checking to see if there's any breaks there. And it might be worth maybe getting Ash off, but knowing Ash, he's pretty tough and he'll want to stay out there. He's given us the thumbs up that he's okay, and he is staying out on the field, so he must be okay.
At this age, everything is okay.
Another single to the score. Takes Sri Lanka now to 91 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, we're talking about as to the preparation that the Aussie Over-50s had to come for this tournament, the 2025 World Cup. The preparation they had, well, it's been absolutely fantastic to prepare so much.
Yes, they've played a lot of cricket over the last 18 months after the disappointing result in South Africa in Cape Town, where we finished in the bottom 4. And the VCA board set about a very extensive cricket program, and obviously with COVID and international borders being closed, it was very difficult for the Australians to travel anywhere. So we went to the UK, we played Wales and Ireland, and also the English team, and that's down the leg side again. I don't think there was anything on that this time, so I think it's potentially another wide to the score, and it's called it buys down the leg side, so that's an interesting call. So it must have been very tight to that leg stump there. And then we also went to New Zealand and played in a quad series in New Zealand against the USA team and the New Zealand team.
Full face of the bat. Finds long off, tidying up. 18 overs completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s 94 for 2.
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
There we are, the projected scores at 5.22. It will be 261 at 7.22. Much more than that, but they'll be happy they get to about 240, 250. And at 94 for 2, Sri Lanka Over-50s after 18 overs. They'll be pretty happy now because each innings is 45 overs. Each bowler allowed 9 overs. So Ruin Paris has held this innings together on 36 of 43 and Rory Ingram on 24 of 34. Good use of the feet. Past the bowler on the onside. Easy single.
Yes, and the key part to this innings for Sri Lanka is obviously now keeping wickets in hand for that last assault for the last 10 or 15 overs, where potentially with a small ground and fast outfields, they can go at that 10 or 15 over if they've got wickets in the shed. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now for the next 12 overs to that 30 over stage, and to see what the final outcome is.
A pull from outside the line of off stump down towards deep mid wicket into the boundary for 4. That's a useful boundary for Sri Lanka Over-50s. So takes Rory Ingram up by 4 more runs. That was taken out from outside the line of off stump. Picked it up well. Found that gap as well, because there's no fielder down at deep mid wicket.
And Glenn Giddings has been quite expensive so far off his 2 overs, having none for 23. So let's see if Glenn can fight back for the remaining 4 balls in this over and build up some more pressure on the Sri Lankan batsman.
He's a single down the ground towards long on. So the 100 comes up for the Sri Lankans. 100 for 2 in the 19th over. 18.3 overs completed. There's the run rate, 5.41 at the moment. Not a bad run rate after 18.3 overs. But having said about wickets in hand, well, the batting doesn't go very deep. That's the problem for the Sri Lankans. Good use of the feet from Ruin Peris.
So you're saying that the batting depth is not there in the Sri Lankan team?
Not so deep. They don't bat so deep, yes.
So this partnership here is critical for the Sri Lankans.
Yes, there's about 2 more batsmen or 2 or 3 more batsmen who could really build up partnerships. Indicate this perhaps the man to come in next, and he's also former national player for Sri Lanka.
You can see that the Australian field placement now is very defensive, obviously looking to try and minimise the damage with boundaries, but there are plenty of ones there for the taking. So, the Sri Lankans will look to, get that one boundary ball and then hit the balls into the gaps for the remaining overs, or the remaining deliveries of the over, as we see the last ball there from Glenn Giddings, and the current score is 2 for 101 at the completion of the 19th over.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So the Sri Lankans have recovered after losing those 2 early wickets, and especially the wicket of Saman Jayantha, man in form. Ruin Peris has held his end up. He's on 38 of 46, and Rory Ingram is on 29 of 37. So Peris on strike. With driven on the offside. Sweeper does the rest, tidying up.
Well fielded again there by Ash Hardy. One of the things that I've noticed, Eric, is the fantastic coverage that the Papare have provided right throughout the World Cup. Not
Papare,
just
in fact, it's
Papare.
called Papare, yes.
Papare?
Yes, Papare.com.
Yes, not just the commentary team, of course, but the fantastic camera crew and the production behind the scenes here. I'm counting at least 4 workers on computers in the production area. We've got 3 cameramen, is that right?
That's right.
And a couple of other people here as well. So I think there's a team here of about 8 or 9 bringing this production to people right around the world.
You're right on that. We try and do the best we can.
I would go as far to say that this is the best commentary I've ever seen for over-50s cricket in the world.
Oh.
And that's a catch down. That's just fallen short there. No run. It's all happening here. So great effort there down at mid-on. Diving forward. I think that was Grant Giddings there. Glenn Giddings. So good effort there by Giddo. As we see a replay here. And I think it just fell short.
He got a hand to it, but it popped out.
Oh, and another direct hit miss there for a single to Sri Lanka. So opportunities are presenting themselves here currently to the Australians with near catches. We've seen now 2 missed run-outs as we see the replay here again.
Oh, yes, he was well short of his ground.
Yeah.
He would have been gone. But then you got to take some chances.
That's worked way down to the boundary there for 4 runs again. Brilliant batting there by Perez. Straying onto the leg side stump again by Tony Clark. And a fast outfield sees that beat the man at short, fine leg.
That's right. So, Ruin Peris also, one of the coaches with Sri Lanka Cricket. He coaches the women's under-19 cricket team. So they're very much in the game, in fact, in some way or another. And Ruin was a good batsman even in his day.
And that's driven down to long off now extremely quickly. Well-timed delivery shot there by Rory, and another single and well-fielded down there on the boundary by Glenn Giddings, who's feeling it a little bit at the moment. He's done a lot of work in the last over.
Right, so 20 overs completed and Sri Lanka Over-50s 110 for 2.
So, 5.5 runs and over. Man, a solid partnership here in the last 5 overs. 42 runs have been scored by these two. You could now see that Ruin Peris and Rory Ingram taking a few chances and taking Sri Lanka Over-50s to a commanding situation. Glenn Giddings, usually a good wicket taker, another good shot. Got to the pitch of the ball. Great timing, superb placement all along the grounds. 4 more to Ruin Peris.
Ruin Peris moves up to
Good morning, Johan.
Good morning, Haritha. Nice to see you here. It was a nice start for the morning for Sri Lanka. 114 for 2 in 20 overs. Lost 2 early wickets.
Great story here. Ruin Peris nearing another well-deserved half-century. His last innings was 60 plus not out against New Zealand. So he's been contributing immensely. He's still not over, far from over. 25 overs yet to go. Mind you, Johan Peris captained St. Thomas's College in 1979. Centenary big match against Royal. That's the mother of all big matches in Sri Lanka. Unhindered for over 140 years, 146 if I'm not mistaken this time.
146, yes.
And he's more comfortable in the flight deck
than talking on the radio.
Yeah. He's an airline captain, and he's a master of masters cricket in Sri Lanka. Let me tell you that. He plays all over the place. He has played here and abroad and everything. He's here not because of all that, but he's part of Lanka Masters Cricket Association, who's organizing this tournament on behalf of International Masters Cricket, for whom Sterling Haman, the chairman, is watching the cricket.
He's here this morning. It's all his brainchild. I think it's gone really well. 4 years now.
He's not the only Royal Tournament connection in the Lanka Masters. There's Prasanna Karyavasam, who played for Royal.
Correct.
Did he captain?
No, he didn't captain,
No.
but he played in 1972, 73.
Yeah, whatever. During my time. During our time. What do you mean during my time? Your time too. 115 for 2. Johan, it's a great opportunity to see the Over-50s from around the world playing on home soil.
The quality of cricket has been really good too, so it's nice to see veteran cricket picking up. And Sri Lanka is also on the same lines. All the teams are playing good cricket now.
And we have excellent coverage thanks to ThePapare and
Haritha.
Video. Yeah, I know.
Your website's doing quite well too, Haritha.
Yeah, you've seen that. No, the thing is, there is a lot of Masters cricket being played in Sri Lanka, And this should give them a lot of impetus.
It
I
should be
saw
a boost for cricket in Sri Lanka. I hope that SLC will play a Masters League in Sri Lanka at some stage. And that will bring back all the old cricketers of yesteryear, come back and play cricket.
Yeah, and at various levels they are involved with what you play for veterans of.
I play for Cavaliers.
Yeah, you played for Cavaliers. You played for the Thomian Masters.
Yep.
And so on. And that's a well-earned 50 for Ruin Peris. Well played indeed. He came at a time when Sri Lanka had lost someone Jayantha. And 32 for 2, but take a look at that. Almost a runner ball. Half century for Ruin Peris. Great stuff. 117 for 2 after 21. Sri Lanka Over-50s.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Bhusal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Excellent facility here at Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. MCA, the over 100 years old venue. The current president is Mahesh Alvis. The secretary is Rohan Somans. The treasurer is Achinta Hevanayaka. The ground development Indo committee chairman is Ajit Sembala Pitia. The social bar and restaurant committee chairman is Sajit Atapattu. The chief operating officer is Johan Dabare.
And Dabare, being a Thomian, has done a sterling job for these last 9 matches here. He's gone out of his way to make things work.
Yeah. And PK Nilantha is the head groundsman and tireless worker. And Asanga Herath, who is looking after the restaurant and bar. As usual, a great administrative job from him. Glenn Giddings, he's been expensive. 4 overs, 8 and over. And he's been taken off. And here's a bowling change. And this guy has done well. Starts off left armer from the scoreboard end. Simon Boddington has a 5-wicket haul before. He's picked up wickets at regular intervals. He's got runs for Australian Masters, but today they are under some sort of pressure. And this partnership projected score should be over 260, which should be big at the moment. Another wonderful contribution from Rory Ingram.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Rory's gone through with only getting out once, if I'm not mistaken, this whole tournament.
Yeah, he's been involved in a 100 partnership before with his brother Russell in a winning cause. He's made that 100 and then retired. He's made some other telling contributions. It's great to see him. In the last game, he was in partnership with Ruin Peris, ensuring victory. Scored something like 46 in an unbroken 3rd-wicket partnership at the adjoining NCC, where the other semi-final is being played. Another unbeaten team, England, one of the strongest sides, if not the strongest, against Pakistan.
Pakistan today, yep.
Yeah, Pakistan against India at Horana. 1-run victory. Can you believe that? 119 for 2. Ruin Peris. Full toss. Thank you very much.
Another 4 for him. Moves on to 55.
I got the feeling that Australia Over-50s not only feeling the heat of the weather, but also of the match. The scoreboard pressure would be mounting. That's a loose giveaway. Okay, Doctor. Good bit of fielding. What's the feedback you've got from the teams? Oh, edged. That's running down to the boundary. Downhill, quick. There's nobody at slip. Back-to-back boundaries for the left-hander. What's been the feedback from everybody who's participating?
So far, they've really enjoyed the grounds. The organizations has gone well. There's been no complaints. And I'm waiting to see what it's going to be like at the end of the tournament. What more accolades that we can gain. And I hope they'll play in the over 60 here at some stage.
That's the area I was trying to get to. And okay, another full toss. This is a giveaway from Waddington. 3 boundaries.
And that brings up the 100-run partnership.
Great partnership this. One short of 100. Ooh, played in the air. Just short of the boundary. Ruin Pires. He's made a 90 before. And Sri Lanka would be hoping that he would be batting deep into the 40s. 40th over or so. Australia in a very defensive mode at the moment. As he gets another full toss. Finds the fielder inside the 30-yard circle. And he's annoyed with himself. Should have been put away. End of the first over ball by Waddington. He's gone for 14. End of 22. Sri Lanka Over-50s put into bat. A very comfortable 131 for 2 and rings.
Still a long way to go though.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
See, this is the points table. Group A, England, unblemished record. Sri Lanka, just there. USA, they've done a great service for themselves. New Zealand, they've dropped back 50% success rate.
Though USA has lost 2 matches, their net run rate was good as well. You know, they went through well.
UAE, Zimbabwe, and Namibia, they've lost everything, and the last 3 have minus net run rates. Just shows how good Sri Lanka, England have been in this tournament so far. And England in particular, that runaway victory against Sri Lanka in their pool match was revealing. And on Group B, Australia, well, they've been fantastic. This is what has been 100% success rate coming into this. Pakistan, after that 1-run win against India in 3rd place. Wales, expected them to do better, but played some very close games. West Indies, same. South Africa, they almost beat Australia. And Canada, despite 1 win, Canada have been quite competitive through the tournament.
Once again, a couple of Sri Lankans playing for Canada as well.
Yeah, I mean, USA has 4.
Canada has 3.
Yeah. Jude Vanyasingham is one?
Yes, he is, yeah.
Brian Rajadura is captain. Who else?
I'm not sure of the guy's name, but I think there's another guy from Sri Lanka as well there. Oh, he's Herft. Ivan Herft.
Okay. Saman Jayant at 24. Russell Ingram went before him at 4. And Rory Ingram in partnership with Ruin Peiris. What a story it has been. Coming at number 3. That's the most pivotal batting position. 6 extras so far. They've been disciplined themselves. Yeah, this coverage we need to work out. I mean, it's taking out a great story about Sri Lanka to the rest of the world. So Morris brought back. He's the player named in addition to the playing 11 for his bowling. He's done well. He's picked up the first wicket.
He's got the first 2 wickets.
In fact, the first 2 wickets, and he's been economical too. How well will
he looks by his height, he gets a good bounce and lift off the wicket.
A strong chap, and you expect him to have that energy levels to put the batters under pressure. He's feeling the heat too. Rowan Peiris, remember him during his playing days? He was a master striker of the ball. He played for NCC, Moors, Tamil Union, Gaul, Sebastianites, and now defunct Nomads. Long time ago. Named in the team of the tournament in the last Over-50s World Cup for his superb bowling in particular. Coach with Sri Lanka cricket these days. Plays a lot of Masters cricket, like you.
But he's still young, unlike me. But it's lovely to see all these oldies playing cricket. For me, cricket is like a passion.
I thought flying was your passion.
Secondary. Cricket first.
Good shot. That's his class. See, now he's preserving his energy too, but still rotating the strike. No big, massive, cloudy shots.
We still got 23 overs to go, so I mean it's nice if you can just keep batting along. If you can be there at the end, and then the rest come around, score runs around that, will be very good for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I think people
I
like
would say 280, 290 will be.
Really, you are looking at that?
I am.
I said 260. They bat this way. I mean, the contribution from Rory Ingram, you can't just overlook. He started very slow, but then at one stage he had outscored Ruin Peiris. But now he's playing a good support role to the senior batter. James Morris. Okay, on target. The level of fielding by these New Zealanders, the Englishmen, the Aussies, amazing. As a team, I mean, it's not just one or two individuals.
But remember that the structure for veteran cricket in Australia, New Zealand and England is very good. They got about 4,000, 5,000 players to choose from.
Anthony was talking to me about it and whatnot. End of over number 23 and against Australia Over-50s, Sri Lanka Over-50s, 136 for 2 after being sent into bat.
104 partnership between Rory and Ruin Peiris.
How many of you in the organizing committee?
So there's a total of 6 of us in the organizing committee, headed by Sena Senivratna, Dashanta Gunasekara, Prasanna Karivasam, myself, Dr. Dulana, and of course Shane Fernando, the captain of the Over-50s team. He's done a tremendous job to work on the cricket.
So when you started on this project, how was it at the start itself?
It was a bit slow and trying to get things worked out, and eventually the logistics and trying to coordinate things was a monumental task, and it was well handled by Sena and got us working. You came for the opening ceremony. A little bit packed in there, but it was well done. And we're looking forward to the closing ceremony now. But all the grounds that you've been to, you've seen how well it's been organized. The water's been there.
And even the medical services, the safety part, I'm told.
Dr. Dulan has done a fantastic job in orchestrating the whole thing. A beautiful shot into the covers, stopped there in the cover by Simon Waddington.
Damien Meek is into the attack. Well, in a few games, he's been amongst the wickets. He scored runs too. With the likes of Upul Chandana and Indika Diseram, not to mention Shane Fernando and Suwanji Madanayaka, Sri Lanka will be looking to score in the last 20 overs at least 6 runs and over. At least trying to score, not that they will score. Great marketing for Masters cricket or senior cricket in the country. It's an all-round aspect where you invite people to come, and there are good numbers watching the cricket. Big shout for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Is Saravanakumar Venkateshan. He's officiating with Shantikumar Kantaratnam. Very positive no. The field is set deep in the 30-yard region, so the tap and run is quite possible. Yeah, looking at a huge run chase. The last week of inter-club group stage matches comes up tomorrow. Ingram now rotating the strike appreciably. You can see that they're tired. The hydration has to be very good.
I think Damien Meek got hit in the finger.
Very fit unit.
For them to come back with from winter to come in here and then play in these temperatures, you got to give it to them.
Again, nothing wrong with the bowling. Good line and length. It's just that the batting has been so good. End of 24 overs. Sri Lanka Over-50s, 140 for 2. They've been sent into bat.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
James Morris continuing to bowl from the pavilion end. Sri Lanka 140 for 2.
See, you mentioned about the Over-60s International Masters tournament coming to Sri Lanka. But what about the domestic Masters? There is a Colombo Masters Over-40s national tournament. But I think you need to have the 50s and 60s also separately.
I think they have 50s and 60s separately, but most of the clubs mix them around and we play matches. But it's not in as a league as such. Hopefully a tournament will start soon. I've just seen that cricket, they're bringing in a 2020 tournament in Sri Lanka next month. James Morris comes into bowl. White ball. Nice action.
Yeah, he's very smooth, unruffled, not complicated. Certainly not at this age. He's bowled well. He's picked up wickets. He's been an aggressive sort of component in this Australian bowling unit. But these two have batted so well, Pires in particular. Finding the gaps quite...
Not rush at all. I'm glad they're not trying to hit too much. They're taking the singles, piercing the gaps well.
Yeah, Harsha De Silva, the Sri Lanka Over-50s coach, he's had a lot of experience. He's been the national women's coach on 2 occasions. He's played very good cricket for St. Joseph's and for Colombo Coles. He's domiciled in Queensland?
In Queensland, that's right.
Yeah.
And we got an assistant coach in Srida who coaches in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Who's good too.
From Isipatana. He's in a lot of club and mercantile cricket coaching. Good delivery. So even at this stage, this is into the 6th over. He's been so economical whilst being the only wicket taker. You can see why. Take a look at this.
Oh, beautiful ball.
Good bounce, as you said. Again, mixing up. Quicker delivery. Even getting onto the front foot, Ingram was slow in getting his bat to play the shot. Great stuff. That's a better shot. Oh.
That's a 4. Beautiful shot.
The timing and the placement. Perfect. It's a confident batter shot.
Ingram moves on to 41. 146 for 2.
Great shot. Leaning into it. Wide of the square cover field. Didn't have too much room, but more hand-eye coordination than with the footwork. Perfectly balanced as he made contact. Senaviratna, the man in charge of organizing this. Oh, great bit of fielding. Stopped a certain boundary. Only a single. Great commitment once again. I think that was Damien Meek.
It was.
Had to go down quickly. It was travelling fast. Brilliant exhibition. Quality field and commitment at the highest level.
What is nice, Harit, is at this age they can still do that. And
Consistently.
Consistently, exactly.
So getting close to maintaining a 6-run average. They've already scored 6 of this over.
Beautiful shot.
Brilliant work. Footwork, timing, placement. Robin Pires 4. 25 completed. Sri Lanka 151 for 2. Over-50s semi-final at the MCA.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නේ පා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්.
So very good afternoon. If you are just tuning in, and Sri Lanka batting first, being invited to take first lease of the wicket, have progressed to 151, and now they lose their 3rd wicket. And Rory Ingram playing all around it on that occasion. Pitched up delivery on middle and off, trying to play it on the onside, missed it completely, and he has been bowled for 43. So Sri Lanka loses their 3rd wicket, 151 on the board.
That's the replay coming up. Trying to work it across the line. Didn't quite read that. And that came in with the arm and hit that off swan. So the 3rd wicket. Look at the jubilation from the Australians. They knew they needed a breakthrough. They've got it now. So Ingram goes out for 43. So Damien Meek is the bowler. 43 or 52 balls for Rory Ingram. So Sri Lanka still has a bit of batting left in their cards. Indika Diseram perhaps is the next man coming in. We'll have to wait and see because the players are taking a drink in the meantime. It's another hot and humid day. And we'll take a short break for the commercials.
නිමල්ස ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
Right, so we're in the 26th over. And 45 overs per innings. And the partnership was 119 runs of 110 balls. It was a slow start for Rory Ingram and Ruin Peris, but they built up on that. And in one over, they got 3 boundaries going. So that really gave the run rate a big boost. And we're live on the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. So Indika Diseram, he's the new man in.
Certainly, Ruin Peris got off to a very slow start. Now he has more than run a ball, got 73 off 67. And the new man opening the face of the batter, running that ball down towards the third man region. And Indika Diseram is off the mark. And a good looking shot as he moved across the stumps. Wide open space on the offside, running that ball down towards the third man region.
Yes, that's well played. And Indika Diseram got so much of width on that, and he picked that gap so well down to third man. He hasn't had too many knocks in this tournament, Indika Diseram. Because the last match that Sri Lanka won, they won by 8 wickets. That's when Saman Jayantha got that brilliant 100 at the NCC grounds. And here's Damian Meat, who's picked up the wicket, 1 for 8 of 1.2 overs. Just spoiled his figures with that boundary. Right, so covered up and just pushed down the track, the bowler fields, and there's the run rate 6.08. It's a good, healthy run rate for Sri Lanka Over-50s. And at this rate, they should make something like 270. Your thoughts on that?
Well, certainly right. 270 plus on this wicket. And the conditions here at the MCA. It's a small ground. To the right of us, square of the wicket is only 57 meters. And to the right of us, we have 64 meters. And down the ground, 62 meters and 59 meters as well. So it's not a big ground. So if you play the shots, you get through that infield, and you certainly have runs. So you watch a replays of that last wicket that fell, Rory Ingram. Well, he's shaped to play that ball on the onside across his body. And took a couple of steps forward as well, but didn't read the line well. And held that delivery back. And certainly a good looking delivery, and Australia coming back strongly, picking up that wicket.
So one ball left in the 26th over. Ruin Peris on 73 of 68. Ruin Peris' top score in this tournament was 94 at the Coles grounds, and he got a 50 at the NCC grounds. In one game he's out without scoring. Flicked away on the onside. Are they looking for 2? Yes, they're coming back for the second run. That's good running between the wickets. Intelligent play. 26 overs completed, and Sri Lanka Over-50s 158 for 3.
නිමල්ස ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
So the Sri Lanka Over-50s invited to take first release of the wicket. The Australia winning the toss in the morning and have progressed to 158 for 3. They lost 2 quick wickets early part of the innings, and the run getting was extremely slow. And since then, they have clawed their way back into this game of that wonderful partnership. Ruin Peris still out there, 75, and Rory Ingram scoring 43 as well, and putting up a great partnership and helping Sri Lanka Over-50s to get into a very sound position. Diseram on strike. Certainly made his mark in the Sri Lankan Premier Cricket, and wonderful cricketer, represented the country as well in a couple of matches. Good batsman, plays all around the wicket, and extremely strong square of the wicket as well.
Right, so Diseram, the new man in, he's on 6 of 4 deliveries with a boundary as well. The projected score at 6.08 is 304. So here we are with James Morris making sure the field is well set. He's got figure 2 for 26 into his 7th over. In fact, he's the 12th man in this team. So he'll only bowl. He will not bat.
Yes, he's bowling. He's playing as a specialist bowler. Certainly has been turning his arm around throughout this tournament with distinction. Bowls well within himself and keeps the ball up to the batsman. Gets good bounce, good carry, and his line and length has been immaculate in most instances. He has only considered 26 runs, bowling his 7th over.
Cut well, but the field at backward point does well to pick it up. So there's no chance of run. The ball travelling very quickly that time.
So Sri Lanka Over-50 is looking pretty at the moment, and looking at that projected score of 300 plus if they go at the same rate of 6.06. But Australia, on the other hand, will have different plans. A couple of wickets here, and they will come back into this game.
Going for a big heave is Rowan Paris, an appeal as well from the bowler and wicket keeper. Don't think it took anything on the way. The bat, Rowan Paris was looking to heave that on the offside. There we go again. That's the replay of that last delivery. Oh, there was no bat in that. But then when anything passes the bat, first thing is appeal.
Well, there is no DRS, so there are no reviews here as well. As we watch the slow motion replay, the bat was quite close but went under the bat, and certainly didn't see any deflection as well, as the next delivery has been played down towards the extra cover region by Paris. Very fluent on the front foot, covers the line well, and most of the time he has a full bat on offer as well, and a lovely follow through as he pushes that ball along the ground. So this very good technique being displayed by Rowan Paris. Bat and pad very close together, lovely footwork.
Right, so last ball of Morris's 7th over. He's got 2 overs coming after this. Indika Disarab on strike on 6. 160 for 3 years, the Sri Lanka Over-50s total. They've done well. They recovered from that slow start and losing a couple of wickets earlier on. And they lost that wicket of Indika Disarab, or rather Samath Jayanta. NC over 27 completed, and the Sri Lanka Over-50s 160 for 3.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So welcome back to the MCA Grounds, a venue which is 115 years old, Eric. This MCA Grounds was established by the then expatriates who were mostly involved in the tea plantations in Sri Lanka. And the story goes that it was Mr. Olaf, way back in 1908. He rode on horseback, came here. He was looking for a place to set up a ground. And he looked at this place. It wasn't this particular location then. It was somewhere in Maitland Crescent. We are not too sure exactly where that location was. And then he went back on horseback to Golf Face Hotel, one of the oldest hotels in the country. And he sat in the lobby with a couple of other gentlemen. And he said, we must introduce cricket to this area. And he was instrumental in setting up the Mercantile Cricket Association way back in 1908. And of course, he came to realization in 1911. And he was the first president of the Mercantile Cricket Association.
There we are. That was certainly a story that well worth repeating. Ashley was the president of the MCA as well.
Yes, I was privileged to be president here from in 2012 to 2014. The first Sri Lankan president, by the way, was in 1965. The first president in 1911, Mr. Olaf, and the first Sri Lankan president in 1965, well, would you know who that is? A double international.
It's a sharp
Mr. CTA Shafter.
Yeah.
A wonderful gentleman who has done yeoman service for cricket and played for All Ceylon as an opening bowler and was also a national hockey player as well, double international.
That's right. Still boxing on. Well, he still enjoys watching cricket matches. What a character he is. A lovely gentleman. Hit past the bowler on the onside. Got a hand to the thing. Took the sting of the ball. They're coming back for 2.
So Damien not being able to get his hand up quickly enough. That was hit down the ground uppishly. And he managed to get a hand on the door and take the pace off, but couldn't hold on. That would have been a brilliant catch. It would have been great reflexes as well. It was not to be. 2 runs to the Sri Lankan Over-50s. And the score moving to 163 now.
So Indika Disera moves on to 8 of 6 balls. There's the run rate 5.89. Again, hit back to the bowler, got a hand to it, but couldn't hold on again. Hit uppishly.
So D. Seram living dangerously there. 2 consecutive deliveries hit back to the bowler, and both occasions Damien not been able to hold on, and that time it was much more closer to him at much more of ease of a pace as well. He could have held on to it if he got both hands. Not to be though. Sri Lanka survives. D. Seram survives. 163 for 3.
Looks for a single sent back by Ruin Peris. That ends the over as well. So there we have it. Overthrows and they pick up one more run. The last ball, the 28th over. So 28 overs completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s 164 for 3.
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
So back again live at the MCA Grounds, or called the Mercantile Cricket Association Grounds. Last over had the 4 runs coming of the over. And the live coverage coming to you courtesy of ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's premium sports channel, covering 6 matches a day. This has been a tremendous effort from ThePapare.com as well to cover so many matches a day. I'm pretty sure that from the response we've had from around the world, wow, they've really enjoyed the coverage.
Absolutely. It's not an easy thing. So they cover 4 matches live on TV and the balance 2, the 5th and 6th game on social media around the world. And we have seen the amount of hits and the amount of people who have been watching these games as well. The interest shown all around, and particularly here in Sri Lanka as well. Even today there's a huge turnaround here of spectators here in the club as well. So certainly everybody enjoying this yesteryear cricketers giving their best. And goodness me, the kind of competitiveness we have seen, ball in hand, bat in hand, and in the field, throwing themselves around, unbelievable.
Nicely played by Indika Disera. Cutting that down third man. He'll pick up a single for that. That's all he'll get. Brings Rovin Peris on strike once again. So Disera on to double figures. He's on to 10 of 9 balls. Brings Peris on 77 or 76 balls to take strike. 165 for 3 in the 29th over. Each innings is 45 overs. I think there was a time that you thought that Sri Lanka Over-50s get to over 300. I don't think they'll cross that mark now. There are the projected scores at 5.86, 293, at 7.86, 337. That's a big ask to get to 7.86 to get 337.
Well, yes, the Australian Over-50 is coming back very strongly. And these are the middle overs. They're holding things back now and cutting down on the run scoring. At one time, both the Sri Lankan batters were on a spree, picking up runs at will. Now the boundaries have died up. And this is Craig Trindle now bowling his 3rd spell. Bowling his 5th over. Have considered 17 runs yet. And bowling well within himself. Gentle right arm seamers. He seemed he was bowling into the wicket and getting whatever assistance that was available in the early part of the innings. Now concentrating on line and length.
So Ruin Peris has batted almost throughout this innings. A long bat at the moment. He moves on to 78. Brings Indika Diseram, takes strikes on 10-1, 66 for 3. We're in the 29th over. The batting to come for Sri Lanka, Shane Fernando, the captain, perhaps he'll come in next if a wicket falls. Nicely played again. Soft hands out towards point, picks up a single again, is Indika Diseram.
Yes, great anticipation on that occasion from Indika Diseram. Just moving across his stumps there, dabbing at it into that point region and picking up a single. So Eric Gowda here is with me. We are talking about the history of this Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. Eric, did you know this was during the Second World War, airstrip where the MCA ground is and where these wickets are now and where this cricket is being played now. It was an airstrip. It was maintained by the RAF and there was a hospital here as well, a military hospital during the Second World War. And they used to bring in injured soldiers from Singapore, Vietnam, and all these Philippines and all these countries, and they were treated here.
What a history that is. And this time, Ruin Peris plays it out towards mid-wicket for a single. MC over 29 completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s 168 for 3. Really,
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
So Ruin Peris on 79 of 80, Indika Diseram on 11 of 10. Trindle completes his 5th over, none for 20 his figures, just the 4 runs of the last over. He's bowled well. And of course there is James Morris, who's really kept things nice and tight for the Australians. One of the superb bowlers.
So from a 6+ run rate, Sri Lanka has dropped down to 5.79. Now this is what the Australians will want. The Australian Over-50s bowling well within themselves, keeping it very tight. Only far and few of those loose deliveries, so to say.
So long on does the fielding and the batsman crosses for one more run. And takes Ruin Peris on to 80. Brings Indika Diseram on 11 to take strike. Right, but guessing as to number of runs that Sri Lanka will get, I would say it's about between 260 270.
My thoughts are so as well. Maybe they might get to around 280 if they're lucky. But all that will depend on the wickets they will have and then how the latter part of the innings will be handled by the Sri Lankan Over-50 batters.
Oh, that's well played by Indika Diseram. Played towards long on. They're looking for 2, but they'll settle for a single. The return on its way. 170 comes up. Now the hot and humid day. This is the semi-final game of this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka versus Australia. Nice flicked away by Ruin Peris. Looking for 2 was Indika Diseram, but sent back by Ruin Peris. Perhaps he's a tired man at the moment.
Well, you're certainly right. The heat certainly eating into the batsmen, the bowlers and the fielders as well. But the Australian teams are quite nippy out there. They're running around. They're doing everything possible and keeping themselves quite happy as well.
Oh, Upish again to the bowler. Gets a hand to it. Can't hold on. So 3 times that Indika Diseram has played that Upish towards the bowler. The same bowler can't hang on to that. And they pick up a single in the meantime.
As you watch a replay there, we see the bottom hand coming through and hitting there upishly. And once again the bowler on the third occasion here, he got his hand to it and not being able to hold on to it. This time, of course, the ball was hit quite hard by Indika Diseram. Strong man himself, when he places shots, he certainly has a lot of power behind those as well.
So here we are with Damien Meat into his 4th over, 1 for 19 his figures. Now the partnership for the 4th wicket is 21 of 27 balls.
So 4 singles so far in this over. Keeping things down, Damien, as he runs in. Bit of width on this occasion and swings across his body there. And Ruben Perez picking up 2 runs in the process. The fielder tumbling on the boundary line, but covered it well. Didn't allow the ball to go past him.
Yes, the fielding has been absolutely fantastic. Superb fielding. The ground fielding has been really, really good. You see most of the teams so good in their fielding. Taken the full driven, and this one half stopped by extra cover. Again, plenty of time to cross for a single. That length the 30th over. Sri Lanka Over-50s 175 for 3.
Sri Lanka after 30 overs, 175 for 3 as a change in the voice in the comm box as I welcome Anthony. A very good afternoon to you.
Hello Reshwan, it's great to be here again, back in the box after having a 5-over spell. The way that we're running the commentary team here is a credit to the people that allow us to, I guess, waffle on for 5 overs and then sit back and enjoy this amazing game of cricket that's taking place here. And we see currently the Sri Lankans are 3 for 175 from the 30 overs. So just 15 overs now remaining, and we can see the projected scores. They're edging closer to that 300 mark. So this next 15 overs is going to be interesting to see how the Sri Lankans handle it.
Indeed, Sri Lanka will have to pounce on this now. They have got a decent start. 30 overs, 175, a run rate of 5.5 runs per over. 15 overs left, and if they could get up to 280, 300, that will be quite the uphill task, Anthony, for the Australian batsmen. But nevertheless, they are in great form. You would know that.
Yes, look, the Australians have batted extremely well here throughout the World Cup. We've got Stephen Mace heading the top of the order and has scored centuries. We've had Andrew Sharp also score centuries, and we saw the captain bat very well 2 days ago, scoring 98. Unfortunately, didn't get that 3-figure mark, but the batting depth, we bat down to probably number 11, so any target that the Sri Lankans set here, the Aussies will definitely be up for it, as we see Craig Trindle coming in to bowl, and a short ball pulled out to the mid-wicket boundary, and I spotted a dog racing across the oval down there at fine leg, but just 1 run to the score there.
Indeed, so you reckon Australia getting a target of 280 to 300, it will be achievable for them?
I'm not saying it's achievable. It will be a challenge for them, but the critical part will be to get off to a solid start. The top order, other than Stephen Mace and Ash Hardy, as we see a misfield there, and they get through for a single, so disappointing there. Stephen Mace has been very solid at the top of the order, but 3 and 4 have been the worry for Australia, with Andrew Kratzmann not having a successful tour at this point. But knowing Andrew, he'll be very determined today to make sure that when he does get in, he'll look to bat through the innings.
Indeed, big players step up when it's needed. As once again, Desaram living quite a charmed life out in the middle. 15 or 14. He's given a couple of opportunities, but Australia haven't been able to grab them.
Couple of tough chances.
Yes.
From Damien Meek, with obviously in the follow-through smashed directly back. But you can see that he's hitting the ball in the air down the ground, so there's going to be a chance there as we see a cut shot way down to the boundary for 4 runs. A magnificent shot there from Perez. Now takes him to 90 runs from just 87 deliveries. So he's going to be a critical wicket here for the Australians if they're to restrict the Sri Lankans now in the last 15 overs.
Indeed, Ruben Perez now entering the nervous 90s. He's had a couple of half-century knocks in this tournament. He'll want to top it off with a century here in the big occasion, a semi-final, all to play for both teams. It's 10 runs short away from that milestone of the 3-figure mark. It's a good over for Sri Lanka. 8 runs in it with the ball to go. Trindle started off well with the new ball, but his second spell started off a bit expensive. 8 runs in the over with a ball to go. Pires on 90.
And Trindle not happy with the ball there. Shows it to the umpire, who just returns it and says, "Get on with it, mate." As we see a ball worked away to backward square boundary for 4 runs, whipped off his toes there. So Perez is now motoring through the 90s as he goes to 94 and score at 3 for 187. A great shot there in the air, but that fielder there at backward square was obviously not in the correct line there to be able to take that opportunity.
Indeed, a 12-run over comes to an end. Sri Lanka after 31 overs, 187 for 3.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So an expensive over there for Trigg, going for 12 runs. And I guess that's what the Sri Lankans will be expecting for the next 15 overs is pushing at that 10-run over with wickets in hand. And we mentioned that earlier in the commentary, that the critical part to the Sri Lankan innings was to keep wickets in hand for this last assault. And having only lost 3 wickets, the Sri Lankans are in the box seat to definitely push well over the 300 mark. As we see a change of bowler here, and we see, looks like Andrew Sharp coming in to have a bit of a trundle, the Victorian, who's had an exceptional World Cup tournament here with the bat, but having not been bowled a lot throughout the course of this World Cup, they're looking to obviously stem the flow here from the Sri Lankans.
Indeed, Sri Lanka would want to pounce on this as they run rate currently 6 runs per over. Going well, Sri Lanka with wickets in hand as well. Skipper Shane Fernando coming next, Upul Chandana as well. And that has spun. Negotiating it well was Deserum as he crosses over for a single. Current partnership as well, 37 runs in 36 balls. It's coming in quick time as well. Just a 1-run better than a runner ball. It's not been easy for Australia in the field. They have had a few fumbles and some overthrows as well, Anthony.
Yes, they have. Uncharacteristic of the Aussies, but it has been a long World Cup. But we're seeing the field currently being changed now with some consultation between Andrew Sharp and Tony Clark. And if I can describe the field to you, we have a short fine leg, a deep square leg on the boundary, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, a mid-wicket, a long on, long off, cover, deep point, and a short third man for this next delivery.
Swept away. Beautiful, as we spoke about the
and
fielding.
He's lost his pants there. Look at that. I'm not sure who that was out on the boundary line there, but they lost their strides. And that looks like Andrew Kratzman out there. So the big fella pulled up his pants on international television.
Brilliant fielding as well. Save his side a couple of runs and once again swept away. Got a hand to it.
Great piece of work there by Stephen Mace. Probably saved a boundary there. Tapping it to the ground for a single. So the score now goes to 3 for 191. And we
Did good. Couple of fielding from Australia. Trying to up their game in the field. It's been a tough outing for them, but nevertheless, they're here to fight Everyone knows how Australians perform when it's needed. As Diseram, if this over, that's a maximum.
It's a 4. I think it was only a 4. The signal from the umpire was 4 runs, so it must have just landed inside the rope there. So another expensive over happening here for the Aussies, but great batting by the Sri Lankans as we see the replay now.
It just bounces inside the boundary as once again driven straight for a single. That's good cricket, Anthony. That boundary following up with a single. Keep that scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, it'll be critical here for the Aussies to try and maximise dot balls here, but quite difficult to do with basically only two fielders inside the 30-metre mark in front of the wicket. So singles on offering at every opportunity. But we see Perez now on 97 taking strike. Is he going to go for the glory shot, or is he going to creep to 100 taking singles? What do you think, Reshwan?
Final delivery coming up, Anthony. I would reckon the nervous 90s can always get the better of you. Pires would want to get that 3-figure mark as soon as possible. This plays a late cut for a single as he moves on to 98, and he will take strike in the next over. Sri Lanka, after 32 overs, in a good position to post a very competitive total on the board. 197 for 3.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछने वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान में पीठ पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
Ruben Pires on 98. Partnership between Pires and Diseram, 46 of 41 deliveries, and
there he is, the greatest supporter of the Sri Lankan Over-50s team. He's been chanting Sri Lanka all day, doing laps of the oval.
Indeed, he's making his presence felt here at the MCA Grounds, encouraging the Sri Lanka Over-50s. Much appreciation for him as well. Under this scorching heat, he's been all out in the sun since the word go, supporting Sri Lanka Over-50s.
We see that ball worked away backward a square for a single. And currently in Australia, it's the end of the workday, so there'll be a lot of people now tuning in from Australia to follow the plight of the Aussies here as they look to complete the next 13 overs to find out what target they'll be chasing later on. So it'll be great viewing if you're in Australia tonight in front of the television enjoying this live stream today.
Indeed, what a way to spend a Thursday evening watching the Over-50s battle it out here in Colombo. As Ruben Pires on 99 now.
I'll let you call this delivery. You can have your glory. Go for it, Reshwan.
Indeed, hopefully he gets there. Oh, living dangerously.
A play and a miss. Those nervous 90s you spoke about just came to fruition. And I would know that he knows he's on 99 because on the scoreboard we can see batsman number 3, 99.
Sri Lanka as well on 199. Pires on strike. Drives it straight to the long off region as Pires brings up his century, the 3-figure mark, which has been searching for throughout this campaign. What an inning from Ruben Pires. It's come in good time in a very important game. 100 of 94 deliveries, 11 fours and 1 6, a striker of 106.38. A brilliant innings in when it matters for Sri Lanka Over-50s. Ruben Pires will want to continue here.
And we also see the 200 come up, but what a fantastic knock by Ruben Pires. As we now see the ball hit out to the boundary again. for a maximum. Put your arms up. So the button has now been pushed by the Sri Lankans. Now that Rowan has got his century, we see the Serum now using the long handle and to pick up Trindle there for 6 as we see the ball clear the boundary line.
Once again, good cricket following up that boundary with a single to make that an expensive over once again for Australia Over-50s. A 10-run over concludes as Sri Lanka 207 for 3 after 33 overs.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Sri Lankan batting card for Saman Giant, who got off to a flyer 24 of 22. It was Russell Ingram, couldn't get a move on. He was out for a brilliant ball by Morris and a brilliant take in the slip corner as well for 4. And Ruin Peters unbeaten on 100 from 94 deliveries. A splendid inning here at the MCA for Peters. Rory Ingram as well had a brief stay of 43 of 53 deliveries, and currently Diseram holding this innings together with Ruin Peters, 29 of 20 deliveries. He's taking the attack on to the bowlers now. Plenty of batting left in this Sri Lankan batting lineup. Skipper Shane Fernando, Pulchandana yet to come. And the bowling card, Anthony, just take us through.
Yes, we can see James Morris has completed 7 overs, taken 2 vital wickets for 27. Been the pick of the bowlers from Australia. Craig Trindle 7 overs and has none for 42 with that one maiden. We have Grant Giddings, who's been quite expensive today, 5 overs for 31 with no wickets. Tony Clark just bowled the 4 overs and none for 28. And we had Glenn Giddings 4 overs for 32. That was Grant Dew. We have Simon Waddington 1 over for 14 runs, very expensive over. Damien Meek has bowled exceptionally well, 4 overs and taken the 1 wicket for 22. Probably could have had a couple of other wickets there with those 3 drop catches off his own bowling. And Andrew Sharp has bowled just 1 over for 10 runs. So that's the card from the bowling from Australia's point of view. But a magnificent shot there of the change rooms there with the old clock on score.
I see the highlight package of Ruin Peters' century, unbeaten century. He's taken the bowlers on with its merits, punished the bad deliveries, and played the good deliveries with its merits, and split all around the ground, Anthony. It's an inning to remember for a very long time for Ruin Peters. It's come in good time as well in a semi-final, in a crunch game against a very top quality side as well. To hit your 3-figure mark is quite remarkable, and Sri Lanka would want him to continue and bat deep, which was required when he came when Russell Ingram was out early.
Yeah, the Sri Lankans definitely needed someone like Ruin to hold the innings together, and he's done just that, and at a fantastic strike rate as well. You can see the 100 from just 94 deliveries, and I would guess now that he will push that green button and look to power on and set that target of Australia up around that 300 mark. So we have now just 12 overs remaining, and we see Andrew Sharp continuing from the scoreboard end, bowling his little off spinners. But a very defensive field here by the Australians with just four fielders in the ring as he works that ball out to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
So Australia would want to just stem the run flow here. It's been last 3 overs have been some expensive overs for Australia. As you see, the current partnership, 57 runs of 48 deliveries. That's come in good time as well, Anthony.
It definitely has, but the two batting at the moment, Perez and De Serum, have batted exceptionally well, waiting for those loose balls and hit to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a lot of those, while also hitting the ball down the ground.
Once again, they cross over for a single. The current run rate would take Sri Lanka to over 280, which is a formidable total in a crunch game, but can never write off the Australians off as well. They've been splendid with the bat throughout this tournament.
And they paced themselves in every game that they played, knowing what the target was that they were looking to score, and because they bat so deeply, we saw one game there, and I think that was against South Africa, where they needed 25 and over off the last 3 or 4 overs, and they got them. So they have the ability to obviously power on. The critical part for the Australians batting when they do bat will be that start that they get, and making sure that they bat very similar to the Sri Lankans and maintain wickets early.
Indeed, and something for you to clarify as well, Anthony, that teams often chase here at MCA will finish on the winning side. So Australia will have that in mind as...
fantastic shot to the deep mid-wicket boundary there by De Serum, looking to attack and punish anything that's short to that short boundary out there.
Just too short on the delivery. Easy pickings for the likes of De Serum.
As we see Ash Hardy on the boundary line signalling 6.
8-run over with 2 more balls to go. Sri Lanka maintained the last couple of overs to get over 10 runs.
I would say that boundary square of the wicket's probably only about 55, 60 metres. So, and we see a wide delivery there from Andrew Sharp. It'll be critical bowling from that far end that they look to bowl wide outside the off stump so that the Sri Lankans can't attack to that short boundary. As we see another ball pulled out to that mid-wicket boundary. And well fielded again by Ash Hardy out there, doing a power of work in the hot spot out there.
Indeed, Australia will keep that stat in mind as well, Anthony, that teams chasing have often won here. And history will most probably repeat as well, as the wicket gets more easy for batting as the day progresses, as slight misfield helps the two batsmen to cross over for a single to end the 34th over. Sri Lanka 218 for 3. And 18 for 3. Sri Lanka cruising now. Current rate would take them over 280, 300, which can be a very formidable total in a semi-final. IMC Over-50s, and just across us, the other semi-final being played between England and Pakistan. England won that toss and put in Pakistan to bat. So Pakistan have been reduced to 175 for 6 after 37 overs.
So I'd say with that game, England are probably in the box seat there to chase down the score that Pakistan set, and with their powerful batting lineup, I'm sure that they'll probably get the money there in that other semi-final. But this one here, I think it's going to go all the way to that 45th over later on this afternoon. And so if you're joining us here at the Papare, I think I've pronounced that correctly, live streaming, it's going to be a fantastic evening if you're back home in Australia watching our Aussie boys chase this score down when they get to go out and bat. But we see a bowling change here with Simon Waddington now back into the tack after a bowling just 1 over. So his left arm orthodox spin.
Ruben Pires would want to attack this bowler with the left arm orthodox, him being a left-hander, and on the onside having that shorter boundary, Pires would want to take him on. So Anthony, how has it been so far here in Sri Lanka? We've taken the trip down all the way from Australia to play this tournament in trying conditions. Just talk us through your journey through here in Colombo.
Yeah, look, it's been an absolutely amazing experience coming to Sri Lanka for the first time, and obviously the most important part of the tour has been the people in Sri Lanka. They're so welcoming, so friendly. Nothing has been a problem to ensure that we have a fantastic stay.
Lucky this time around, Waddington dropped it short. Diseram couldn't pounce on it. He's raced away to 37 in just 25 deliveries in the Diseram.
And a couple of dot balls here, which is a great result here for Simon Waddington. But one of the other things that has been quite amazing is the playing conditions that everyone's got to experience. There's been some magnificent grounds here, and when you think Sri Lankan cricket, you think spin-friendly wickets. But the amount of cricket that's played on these grounds, as we see another dot ball. This is a fantastic over here by Simon Waddington, just what the Aussies have needed. But the conditions here have been absolutely amazing. Obviously tough, trying conditions with the humidity and the temperature, but the pitches have been fantastic to play on, and the grounds have been lightning fast. As we see a wicket here, looks like an underside edge there. Obviously the batsman's not happy, but the umpire has put his finger up. So a great take there from Anthony Barranca. Sees the fall of the fourth wicket here, and those dot balls earlier in the over. As we have a look at the replay here, and I think it may have come off the pad.
Just when Australia needed to break this partnership, Waddington has struck in a big way. Indira Seram walks back. Those dot balls being resulted in that false stroke, as Indira Seram goes back after a well-made 37 of 28 deliveries.
I'd like to have a look at that replay again to see if it's come off the pad, I think, from what I could see on the replay. But did it hit him in front of stumps? I think it may have hit outside. So probably a little bit fortunate there, the Aussies, to have that wicket. We'll have a look. Hopefully we can see the replay again.
That was a well-deserved wicket. He piled up on the dot balls and made Diseram go for that big stroke. And
welcome back here, and there's a little bit of debate here whether it was LBW or caught, but the wicket has obviously now been given, so the score is 4 for 219.
Upul Chandra walks to the middle. As a wicket over comes to an end, as you see the previous wicket, last wicket of Indica Diserum. Indeed, plumb straight going to hit that off stump. As Diserum perishes. The 35th over comes to an end. A good over for Australia. A wicket in it and just the 1 run. 219 for 4 after 35 overs.
So plenty of debates about that last dismissal, Indica Diserum, and umpire calling right there, playing across, the ball pitching on middle and off, going on to crash into the off stump or the middle stump and being given out.
Right, so new batsman Zupul Chandana at the non-striker's end. He's raring to go at the moment. Well, we got 9.5 overs left after this one. Is 9.5 overs left in the innings. 219 for 4. At one time they looked to go past 300, but I don't think it's possible now. And Ruin Peris pulls that on the onside. Races down to the boundary for 4.
The lovely intent there. A long hop, pitching way down the wicket. Just going across his stumps there. All he had to do was get bat and get his placement right, and that's what he did. Pulling that ball gleefully into the gap between the mid-wicket and the mid-on fielder. Down to the boundary it went like a tracer bullet. Hit very hard using the bottom hand on that occasion, Ruin Peris.
107 of 99 balls is Ruin Peris. 223 for 4 after 35.2 overs. Sri Lanka Over-50s.
There's a lot of interest in this semi-final happening between the Sri Lanka Over-50s and the Australian Over-50s at the Mercantile Cricket Grounds. Australia winning the toss and inviting Sri Lanka to bat first as we see another dismissal. Well, everything is happening here. Ruin Peris played the shot, took off immediately, and Upul Chandra sent him back, but the return came quickly to the keeper's gloves. Bails taken off and he has been run out. So Sri Lanka loses their 5th wicket, 223 now.
Powerfully struck by Ruin Peris. Look at that. He was nowhere in the frame. The fielder did so well to get rid of the ball, in fact. Wicketkeeper did well to get the bails off, and Ruin was well short of his ground.
So Ruin Peris, well applauded by the Australian team. There's lovely sportsmanship that has been displayed here. Augurs well for the game. And there are a lot of crowd here as well. A lot of spectators in the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds, pavilion. Everybody enjoying the game and the cricket that has been played here. Very competitive indeed. And Sri Lanka, well, now 5 wickets down, 223, 35 overs have been completed. Looked well set to go beyond 300. And the Australian Over-50s now pulling it back, Eric.
Yes, pulling it back with those 2 quick wickets. No doubt about that. They're putting their all into it. They know that the Sri Lankans were dominating at one stage. And they want to get back in this game. So this is what you got to do. You got to pick up wickets. When you pick up wickets, the pressure comes back on the batting side. So Shane Fernando, the Sri Lanka Over-50s captain in the middle.
Looking at that last dismissal, the fielding was fantastic on that occasion. That ball was hit hard. Though he hit it into the ground, it was slightly going to the right of the fielder there at point, picked it up and then sends a return quickly. That was brilliant bit of fielding, lovely anticipation as Shane Fernando gets off the mark.
Right, so fresh legs in the middle with Upul Chandra and Shane Fernando. That's how it's been looked at, because they'll look to get a partnership going. Upul Chandra is still to get off the mark. He's just faced that one ball. But we know how dangerous he can be as a batsman. Tucks it down towards fine leg. Long chase to the fielder. Will they get there? The ball perhaps is slowing down, picked up just inside the boundary, so they'll come back for two. Pulchandan off the mark with a couple.
Yes, pedal sweeps it, gets into the line there, ball pitching on virtually outside the off stump as he moves across the stumps, and pedal sweeps it down towards the square leg region, picks up 2 runs. End of the over, Sri Lanka 226 for the loss of 5 wickets.
So back live at the MCA Grounds at the moment. Gently tucked away on the onside towards that mid-wicket position. No chance of a run. So Waddington into his third over. 2.1 overs, 1 for 15 his figures.
So the projected score at this rate at 6.25 will enable Sri Lanka Over-50s to get past 300. But the Australians will be fancying their chances here as well. They are almost into the tail. Now into the middle, we have picked up 5 wickets. A wicket here or 2 can change the entire complexion of the game.
Quite right. I agree with you on that. Tossed up, driven towards long off by Shane Fernando. Picks up a single for that. Brings Upul Chandan on strike. There we are. Projected score is 311 at 6.22 at this rate, but perhaps that run rate will drop a bit. The 2 new batsmen in the middle.
So Waddington has bowled quite a tidy length. He has considered only 16 runs, bowling his third over. So there we are. Once again, the fielding impeccable by the Australians. Though the single was taken, when the return came, it came right very close to the stumps. So if by any chance the running between the wickets, and if there's any hesitation by these 2 Sri Lankan batters, the Australian fielders were extremely sharp, and like we saw the run out earlier, it could be problems for the Sri Lankans.
Wait for the cut, doesn't make contact, wicket-keeper collects. So Anthony Baranka is the wicket-keeper for Australia Over-50s.
Tough job behind the stumps. Total concentration required for every delivery.
Too short. Pulled away by Shane Fernando. Picked up inside the boundary, so just a single being taken once again.
37 overs completed. Sri Lanka batting first, 229 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Mama Gajaman.
So 229 for 5, the 38th over about to begin. Well, Australians are bowling their overs quite quickly. The current run rate 6.19. So Sri Lankan Over-50s will certainly look at the scoreboard and will believe that they could get past 300, and that can bring in that psychological effect as well when the Australians come in to bat anything over 300, which requires 6 runs and over.
That's right, I agree with you on that. But can they get to 300? That will be the next question, because 2 new batsmen in. And the bowlers also are keeping it nice and tidy these days. Last over, just the 3 runs of the last over.
So the spinners being employed by the Australians in this latter part of this innings. They'll be bowling well within themselves. Tight line and length. And not much width for the batsman, as we see even in this last delivery. Bowling wicket to wicket and keeping things very quiet and not giving that width the Sri Lankan batters are looking for.
Drives to long off this time is Shane Fernando. Will pick up one more run.
So Grant Dew with the ball. But there's no Dew on the wicket, nor the outfield. Bright sunshine here at the Mercantile Cricket Grounds. Wonderful conditions. Strong breeze across the grounds as well. And perhaps keeping the players cool out there. But otherwise, it's lovely conditions here. So it's glorious cricket being played by the Over-50s Australians and the English and the Sri Lankans, I beg your pardon, Australians and the Sri Lankans enjoying their cricket, and we too enjoying ourselves here in the commentators box as well as we bring you this live coverage. The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, covering back-to-back matches, 56 matches, and 6 matches being played every day.
Played along the ground, straight towards a deep mid-wicket. The boundary rider does the tidying up, so one more run. So the runs coming in singles at the moment for Shane Fernando and Upul Chandana.
Loud appeal on that occasion, but certainly that ball was sliding down the leg side.
Upul Chandana was down the track, in fact, more than halfway down the track looking for a single. Let's take a look at that. Now there we are. It wraps the pad. There's Upul Chandana going. He's about halfway down the track, and then Shane Fernando realizes, well, there's a single on.
Was that missing?
Heave on the offside this time. They walk through the single.
Yes, two batsmen conserving the energy. This is the final delivery. Yes, 38 overs have been completed of the Sri Lankan innings. Batting first, Sri Lanka, 233 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Yes, this is the IMC Over-50s World Cup, the 4th edition happening here in Sri Lanka. 14 teams in the fray, 56 matches played back-to-back in 15 venues here across some wonderful cricketing venues. So we are here in Colombo, the match happening between Australia Over-50s and Sri Lanka Over-50s, and at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds.
Yes, in fact, this is a semi-final game that's on. The team that wins this will go into the finals, played on Sunday. And that game will be played at the Pisara Stadium, we understand.
The Oval, Sri Lanka's first test venue. When then in 1982, Sri Lanka played their first test match against England. And well, we had the second semi-final happening also, just across us, at the non-script cricket grounds between Pakistan and England. Pakistan at one stage were 84 for 4. We'll look at some of the scores, and we'll keep our viewers informed of the scores happening at NCC grounds as well in that second semi-final.
Thick edge down to third man. Upul Chandana picks up a boundary for that. That's a welcome boundary, because there are no boundaries for a long time for the Sri Lankans.
Nothing pretty about that shot. Going for a big heave and getting an inside edge there. Running past the wicket keeper, who was looking at it helplessly. Nothing could be done. No cover. Sri Lanka will take it. 4 runs on that occasion.
Good use of feet. Out towards a long off. Just a single this time.
So Chandan into double figures. Got 8. He has faced 8 deliveries for 10 runs. And Shane Fernando, the captain, on strike now. The projected score at 6.21. What they're making now will get them past 300. And that's what the Sri Lankan over-50s will be looking at, to put a commanding total and to get across the psychological barrier of 300 plus.
Pulls it out on the onside. That's a great shot from Shane Fernando. Finds the boundary straight away.
He has fetched it from way out of the off stump and putting his front foot out there, having a big heave at its swing as he connects it well and into the mid-wicket region. Couple of bounces as the ball goes over the boundary line.
Going for the cut shot, hits it hard in the ground. Going to a short third man, a single being taken straight away.
So perhaps one would say not very smart cricket by the Sri Lankans. When the width is on offer, they could always use the pace of the delivery, because you could see there is no slip fielder. There's nobody fielding fined on the offside. You just can run the ball down towards the third man region.
Upul Chandana lofted on the offside, down towards the sweeper boundary for 4. That ends the over as well. 39 completed and Sri Lanka Over-50s 247 for 5.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So 36 legitimate deliveries left of the Sri Lankan innings. They got to 247 for 5. The current run rate is 6.33. When a runner ball will bring them 36, which should get them across to 280 plus. And Sri Lanka will be looking at using the long handle. The last 5 overs coming up very soon. We are into the 40th over now. And Chandana, well, he can play the big shots. And Shane Fernando, well, he showed his intentions as well in that previous shot that he played down to the mid-wicket region when he picked up a boundary. So now the Sri Lankans taking a very good look at the field, and they will certainly have a go at the Australian bowlings.
He has a go in the air. Fielder at mid-wicket can't get there. It's over the ropes as well. That's 6. That's well struck by Upul Chandana. They needed some big hits. They needed the ball to go with the boundary. And Upul Chandana is providing that for the Sri Lankan Over-50s.
A little bit too full on that occasion. Certainly inviting the shot. Ball pitched on middle and off. And all what Upul Chandana had to do was heave at it. And that's what he did. Connected it well. Timed it well as he placed his ball on the offside. Down towards the extra cover region. Picks up a single. In fact, walks across. There's cover there. Sweeper cover.
In fact, it's 255 for 5. The 1 run short on this scoreboard, but the main scoreboard reached 255. And this one is played away again very nicely into the boundary for 4.
So Shane Fernando freeing his arms on this occasion. Once again, tossed up delivery on middle and off. All he had to do was get his front foot across there, make a little room for himself. Heaved it well, connected it well, timed it well, and the ball going over the boundary line. So, a couple of big shots. The first delivery of the over went for a 6. Second delivery for a single, and the third for a 4.
Chopped away down towards backward point. This time only a single. So we're in the 40th over. 5 overs left after this one is completed. Upul Chandana on 18. Shane Fernando on 16. Grant in his 7th over. Again, a cutaway down towards backward point. That's racing the boundary for 4.
So this is easy picking for the Sri Lankan Over-50 batters. And the bowlers erring on this occasion, dropping it short. and giving that width to the batsman, moves across the stumps and slashes at it, connects it well, vacant position, no fielders down there at deep backward point, and the ball running down to the boundary line.
Right, so there we are. 40 overs completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s are 264 for 5.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ThePapare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Welcome back. The final 5 overs of this enthralling encounter. The semi-final, Sri Lanka versus Australia. Sri Lanka very dominant position at 264 for the loss of 5 wickets. Shane, the skipper, on 15, and Upul Chandana, who's on 25 of 12 balls. Shane Fernando, the Sri Lanka captain, a one-time Sri Lanka cricket media manager. Played for St. Thomas's Cote and SSC, went over to the United Arab Emirates, played for that country. Slightly high, it seems. Slightly tall bowler in Morris. He's already captured 2 wickets. He picked up the first 2 and he's been the most economical of the bowlers into his penultimate over. I presume the Sri Lankan batters from here onwards might only see the seamers in operation for the final 5 overs. Pull Chandana to the striker's end from Mahinda College Goal. National fielding coach. Played Test and One-Day internationals for the country. Member of the 1996 World Cup winning team. Excellent bit of fielding. Oh, he's a big unit. He had to come down quickly. Did it so efficiently. Dot ball. Pull Chandana trying something different, charging down the track. But very well done there by the big strappy lad, Morris. Stopping the ball with one hand. See, this is the level of commitment and the fitness levels of these over-50s from Australia. Tries to hoik it once again. See, he's keeping the ball in line with the stumps. If the batter makes a mistake, either he'll be bowled or wrapped on the pad and all that. Morris seems charged up. He's up for the battle. Upul Chandana looking to take him on. Better delivery. So well placed there by Chandana. Picks up yet another boundary. He was looking for that shot with the last 3 balls. However, this time around, managing to get the execution a bit better than the previous occasions. Places it towards the deep mid-wicket region. Some tired bodies there. Naturally understood. 271 for 5. He'll run quickly. Good bit of fielding. Pick up and sending in quickly sharp to the bowler. Made the batter hurry. End of 41. Sri Lanka Over-50 272 for 5 after being sent into bat.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
"24 balls remaining." To see the last ball of the previous over. They're crossing through for a quick single. Seems like Upul Chandana had some discomfort halfway through. Hopefully nothing serious. Usually a very fit bloke even at this age. Yeah, he's involved in Masters cricket with the Vintage Circle, the Indian Masters. Keeps his fitness levels high, but this is a different ball game altogether. This is you've got to be at a very high physical fitness level to play at this tournament. Against Australia, it's a different ball game altogether, one would think. Now you might see something very unusual. Can you ever think Upul Chandana would call for a runner? I saw a small indication towards the dressing room, but if it does happen, you'd have never expected that from someone like Upul Chandana. He has dropped a catch at gully. That usually doesn't happen either. I'll tell you, he is struggling with his feet. That's the maximum, never mind. I'll tell you, he doesn't want to be there for too long. He definitely doesn't want to run anymore. That's a massive hoik over that scoreboard. Somewhere around wide mid-on, deep mid-wicket region. Trindle is a very competitive bowler. He's been expensive, going at almost 7 and over now. They managed to retrieve the ball. The bowler's ready, back on top of his mark. Trindle under pressure has conceded 48 runs so far in his 7.1 overs. So Upul Chandana starting the over with a maximum. There we go, cheekies. Upul Chandana went down in one leg, paddles it over that short, fine fieldsman. Finds the boundary once again. 282 now, Sri Lanka. Tell you, he doesn't want to use his feet playing any shots. He'll just play from the crease, use the pace. Mala, he couldn't pick it up outside the boundary either. Hoiks it once again towards the deep square region. Very well judged catch. Brilliant catch once again. He was not going to spend too much time out in the middle. Okay. That's a wicket for Trindle, and a deserving one at that. So we see the replay. One-handed shot. Slightly slow delivery. Went way up in the air. The fieldsman had to run a few yards to his right, but ultimately well judged and a very safe catch there. And that's the end of the heroics of Upul Chandana. Sri Lanka 282 for the loss of 6 wickets. New batter in is Dominda Somavira. Played for Nalanda alongside Mahela Javadana in the big match. So skipper Shane might look to get most of the strike here with 3.1 overs remaining. Shane, who's on 16 of 19, now should look to be a bit more aggressive since Upul Chandana has done his part. He's out of the equation now. Smart work
getting a single of the final delivery. 42 overs done, 284 for 6, Sri Lanka.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचे आंख मसा तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान कहेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान में बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेके फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
So Duminda Somavira has come ahead of Suwanji Madanayaka entirely on his batting strength. He's been best batter in the Over-50s league last year. He had played for CCC, played cricket in USA. He's a country manager for industrial machinery in the country.
Next ball pushed down towards the deep point region. Skipper Shane gets another single, moves on to 18.
So the Aussie Over-50s skipper Tony Clark, monumental case for him. He's been expensive himself. That's how Duminda Somavira usually plays his Masters cricket. In the air, he's gone.
Easy pickings this time for the fieldsman at long on. Ball just ballooned up in the air, not really timing it. And there we go, the replay. Easy pickings for number 73 in sharp. And that's the 7th wicket for Sri Lanka. Duminda Somavira departs for just a single, 285 for 7.
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
285 for 7. 2 balls gone in this 43rd over. The skipper Clark picking up a wicket. New batter Suwanji Madanayaka, who's also known for his little dibbly-doubly innings that he's played in the past.
Yeah, against England, he made 22. He held the innings together after the top order had caved in. He's played a lot of cricket in England and Australia. He was one time the longest serving first class cricketer in the world. Just managed to evade the backward point. Very passionate about his cricket. He was a professional banker, not anymore.
Madanayaka.
Yeah, the Madanayaka brothers, Suwanji and Tushar, did a lot of service for Kingswood College, Kandy, also known for their rugby at school level.
It will be very interesting to see as we see the next ball. Uses his feet. Again a thick outside edge this time around. There's a sweeper fielder. Nevertheless, does not prevent the second run. And do they go for the third? Madanayaka was very keen. Unfortunately, the skipper seems to have gassed out a bit.
Madanayaka will run for his runs. No questions. He's fresh legs. Good decision on the part of Shane Fernando. He wants to be there, put as many runs as possible. He scored heavily against Australia in the practice game against Sri Lanka that was played for the Harry Solomons Cup. Oh, that's well played. He absolutely walked onto it. And this time, Morris couldn't keep it away from the boundary.
Boundary to finish the over, 293 for 7, Sri Lanka. 2 overs remaining.
Sashrika, what's the match for Tamil Union?
Well, tomorrow is the final game, the 8th game of the group stage, yes. Will be against as we speak.
That's a very important wicket for Waddington. Sri Lanka Over-50s skipper missing it completely. Shane Fernando.
Bowled neck and crop, trying to just work the ball towards the third man region. However, the old saying, you miss, I hit. That's exactly what Trindle followed. And that's the end of Shane Fernando. The skipper gone for 18. Sri Lanka 293 for 8.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So the last 3 wickets have fallen for the addition of just 3 runs.
Now, there'll be a psychological advantage if Sri Lanka actually manages to get 300. Chasing 300 in 45 overs is not the easiest task at any age group, I would say. However, Daminda Wijayasekara, the new batter for Sri Lanka, more renowned for his left arm spin, might look to just up the ante and get a couple of boundaries here.
He's played with some of them, or against some of them, in Australia. Domicile there. Run out. Suwanji Madanayaka run out at the bowlers, and great thinking on the part of Trindle.
Absolute tragedy here for Sri Lanka, losing out 4 wickets successively almost, and Suwanji Madanayaka, who managed to get a few runs the previous over, now has to depart. We see the replay, a bit of confusion, no chance of a run, hit it straight back towards the bowler. By that time, Madanayaka was halfway through, and it was easy pickings for the bowler just to dislodge or just throw it to the stumps. And that's the end of Madanayaka. Sri Lanka 293 for 9.
Great delivery. Pujitha Uduwana is the last man in.
Pujitha Uduwana, one of the key contributors for Sri Lanka with the ball.
There is into sponsorship too of this tournament.
It's nicely worked towards the deep point region. They go through for a couple very valuable and important runs. 295, it moves on to another 8 deliveries remaining. Hopefully Sri Lanka, if they can manage to creep up to that 300 mark, it'll be a great boost for them.
Wijayasekara played for Nalanda and Bloomfield. Scored something like 16 in the last game against England, coming off the lower order. Pujitha Uduwana is the owner of the ground at Torana, where some of the matches were played. More notably the India-Pakistan game, which Pakistan won by 1 run, qualified to play in the semi-final against England. That match taking place at the MCA Grounds.
He manages to push the next ball, his first ball, towards vacant point region. They cross through for a single. 297 for 9 Sri Lanka.
Psychologically, it will be a huge boost for Australia to dismiss Sri Lanka Over-50s within the 45 overs. Civil engineer by profession, Pujitha Uduwana great promoter of Masters cricket and actively involved with Colombo Masters.
3 more runs is what Sri Lanka might look at. Anything more than that would be a bonus. See the final over.
Trindle has taken 2 wickets. Morris has taken 2 wickets. Will he pick up 3? He'll certainly work for his 3 wickets. He's capable of getting the 3rd. Dot ball.
Pujitha Udwana gave some room for himself just to work the ball towards the 3rd man or point region. However, if I was a non-strike, I would just tell the batter to cover the stumps, maybe just push it for a single and get Vijay Sekara back on strike. There we go. The plan is very clear for Morris. Bowl outside off, get the batsman to miss the deliveries, and maybe even bowl a maiden over.
Maiden over? He'll attack Pujitha Udwana big time.
He made the cardinal error, Morris. Should have stuck to what he did before. Bowl outside off. But this time around, much straighter, made it easier for Udwana to cross through for a single. Now Vijay Sekara, who can use that long handle. Let's just sincerely hope from a Sri Lankan perspective that he manages to for a couple of balls at least.
I'm not interested in the next 2 runs. I'm interested in the next 3 balls.
At least one lusty blow is what the Sri Lankan camp might expect. Slight change in the field. The 3rd man fieldsman brought up to the circle.
See the intensity of Australia Over-50s. They don't want to give runs. They want to pick up this wicket. That's the spirit of the game. Over-50s into the 45th over. Last over. Bowled him.
There we go. Morris to finish proceedings for Sri Lanka has captured 3 wickets for 34 runs. And Sri Lanka not getting that mark of 300. See the replay. Very good delivery right in the block hole. You miss, I hit once again by the Australian bowlers. And manages to get rid of the final batsman, Vijay Sekara.
So the last 5 wickets fell for the addition of 16 runs inside 3 overs.
This is what can happen in cricket, especially if you're set as a batsman. You must complete the inning. That's basics in cricket, as we say. However, these things, they do happen in cricket, and we've witnessed it once again, which brings the end of the first inning. As we see the scorecard, Saman Jayantha got off to a good start, 24. Russell Ingram missing out, but Ruin Pires, the star of the show thus far, 107 of 100 balls, ably supported by Rory Ingram and Indika Diseram. Upul Chandana, 40 of 19, really set the players on fire, and Shane, the skipper, contributing with 18. Nothing much to speak as far as the batters are concerned. 11 extras to the tally as well.
1 run out, but apart from that, there were a few lapses on the field, a tired lot. 2 run outs, in fact. But Australia will be keyed on about how they came back into this game with their bowling. So at the top of the order in the bowling card, Morris 3 for 34. He looked good picking up the first 2 wickets and the last. Trindle had 2 late wickets, 2 for 58, though he was expensive compared with Morris, who was very economical. Most of the others were really carted around, and Glenn Giddings and Waddington, you wouldn't imagine Waddington going for that amount of runs, Simon Waddington, but he went for 32 of just 4.
So follow wickets, first one at 11.
Yeah, the highest was the 119-run partnership with Rory Ingram and Rovin Peris that got Sri Lanka to 298 all out. So a victory target of 299 from 270 balls. That's what Australia will be looking to when they come back after the lunch break. Thank you for your company. We'll be back with the live action from the MCA in this semi-final.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ලෙජන්ඩ්ස් වැඩසටහන තුළින් අප ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ඉතිහාසයේ ප්‍රවීණයන් කීප දෙනෙක්ම ඔබගේ ආදරෙන් ගෙනාවා. අද ඔබ අමුමට පැමිණෙන්නේ තමන් ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ ක්‍රිකටරයෙක්. ශ්‍රීමත් රොන් බ්‍රැඩ්මන්, ශ්‍රීමත් විවියන් රිචර්ඩ්ස්, ස්ටීව් වෝ සහ සචින් තෙන්ඩුල්කර් ක්‍රීඩකයින් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඉතාමත් ප්‍රවීණ වාර්තාවසක් තැබූ ප්‍රතිගමන් වුණාට ඔවුන් කිසි කෙනෙක් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට නවක පාරක් දායක කිරීමට හැකියාවක් ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ක්‍රීඩාවට නවක පාරක් දායක කළ ක්‍රීඩකයා ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෙක්. ඔව් තිලකරත්න දිල්ෂාන්. අයිබෝන් දිල්ෂාන්. අයිබෝන්. දිල්ෂාන් මම සාකච්ඡාව මුලින්ම ආරම්භ කරන්න කැමතියි ඔබගේ මුල් අවධිය ගැන යම කතා කරලා ඔබ කළුතර ඇදී වැඩම කෙනෙක්, ඒ වගේම කළුතර විද්‍යාලයේ ඔබ අධ්‍යාපනය ලැබුවේ. ඔබගේ පියා පොලිස් නිලධාරියෙක්, ඔබගේ සහෝදරයාත් තමතුන්ද ක්‍රිකටරයෙක්. මට ඔබගේ උඩා කාලය ගැන කිසි දෙයක් පවසන්න.
කළුතර විද්‍යාලයේ ඉඳන් ඉස්කෝලේ පටන් ගත්තාම මගේ පළවෙනි පාසල යාපනයේ සිංහල මහා විද්‍යාලය. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි කළුතර එන්නේ. කළුතර තමයි ඊට පස්සේ පොඩි කමින් ඉඳන් හැන්සුනේ ඇදුනේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉස්ලාම් පටන් ගත්තේ කළුතර මහා විද්‍යාලයේ. ඉතින් අවුරුදු 13ක් පාරේ ඉඳන් 19 පාරකම් ක්‍රීඩා කරන කළුතර විද්‍යාලයේ. ඉතින් තමයි ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භය පටන් ගන්න එක පොඩි ගමකින් පොඩි පාසලකින් තමයි මම ආවේ.
විශේෂයෙන්ම යම් කිසි කෙනෙක් කිව්වොත් එහෙම ඔබට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට තිබුණු ටැලන්ට් එකට වඩා ඔබ ක්‍රීඩාව ප්‍රගුණ කිරීමට තවත් මානසික කැප වෙලා වැඩ කරපු ක්‍රීඩකෙක් කියලා නිවැරදි.
ඔව් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මම සෑහෙන කැපයෙන් කරා, මානසික වුණා, ගොඩක් පරිත්‍යාග කරන්න වුණා. මොකද අපේ පාසලේ ඒතකොට ඒ දවස්වල මහා ලොකුට අපිට මුදල් තිබුණේ නැහැ, පාසුකම් තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ගොඩක් අපහසුතාව මැද තමයි මේ ගමන මම හිතන්නේ. ඒ නිසා තමයි අර අමාරුවෙන් ලබාගත් දේ නිසා තමයි අමාරුවෙන් ඒකට සෑහෙන කාලයක් රට වෙනුවෙන් ඒකේ මේ මානසිකයෙන් ගත්තේ තමයි රට වෙනුවෙන් දෙන්න මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ. දැන් අවුරුදු 18ක් කාලයක් ඒක දිගටම මම ඒ දක්ෂතාවට ඇවිල්ලා මේ මම හිතන්නේ වාර්තාවට එන්න ශක්තිය ලැබුණේ ඒක පොඩි කාලෙක කරපු කැපීම් එක නිසා කියලා මට හිතෙනවා.
පොඩි කාලේ විතර නෙවෙයි විචන ඔබ ජාති කණ්ඩායමට ආවට පස්සේ සෑහෙන කැපවීම් කරලා ඔබට පුරුදු නැති රෝල්ස් පවා ඔබ ප්‍රගුණ කරලා සෑහෙන දෙයක් කණ්ඩායමට ලබා දෙනවා.
ඔව් මම මුලින්ම එන්නේ කණ්ඩායමට කල්වත් ඉන්නේ එක්සාප්තිවර කැඩේදී. ඉතින් මට තේරුණා යනකොට ඒ අංශ දෙකකින් විතරක් ඉදිරියට යන්න අමාරුයි. ඒ නිසා තමයි මම පොලිස් වලදී ගොඩක් පන්දියවල පිටිකරුවන්ට සෑහෙන කරලා පන්දුව ට්‍රේනින් වල කරලා අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. තරගයකදී පන්දියවන වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩීස් වල ඒ තරගයේදී නොදී පන්දියවල පොඩ්ඩක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි කණ්ඩුල්ලෝ මේ පන්දියවන්නේ කයිටත් මම කණ්ඩායමට සේවය කරන ඊට පස්සේ ටිකරුවේ කැටියටත් හැමතැනම බැට් කරා. නම්බර 7 ඉඳන් මම ඉතින් බැට් කරපු තරක් නැහැ. බෝල අතර දුන්නත් පළවෙනි ඕවරෙත් දාලා තිනවා, අන්තිම ඕවරෙත් දාලා තිනවා, ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකෙත් ඕපනින් බෝල් කරලා තිනවා, වන් ඩේ එකෙත් ඕපනින් බෝල් කරලා තිනවා. ඉතින් චැලෙන්ජ් ගොඩක් බාර දුන්නා. හැම චැලෙන්ජ් එකම මම සාර්ථකව ජයගත්තා. ඒවා සමහර තරගවලදී කළු ලකින්න වුණා. ඉතින් හැම දෙයක්ම මම හිතන්නේ මගෙන් වෙන්න ඕනේ 100% මගේ රට වෙනුවෙන් මම දුන්නා කියලා මට සන්තෝෂෙන් කියන්න පුළුවන්. සන්තෝෂෙන් දැන් මගේ ඇල්ලා පස්සැල්ල වෙනවා. මම සතුටින් ඉන්න පුළුවන්. මගෙන් වෙන්න ඕනේ යුතුයකම ඉස්ස වුණා කියන එක.
වර්ල්ඩ් කප් ෆයිනල් එකෙත් ඔබට විකට් එකක් තියෙනවා. විරාට් කොහ්ලි හොරෙන් බෝ.
ඔව් ඉතින් මම ඒ උඩවන්දෝ ලැබුවට පස්සේ ඒ විරාට් කොහ්ලි ගෞතම් ගම්බීරේ ලොකු පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් තිබුණා. ඒ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එක දැන් පට පස්සේ මම හිතුවා තරගෙ තියෙන ජයග්‍රහණය ගන්න පුළුවන් එක කියලා. ඔබ තවසනාකට එදා එතනින් එහාට අපිට කන්ෆියර් කරගන්න බැරුණා ලෝකුස්ලාන්. ඉතින් තාමත් මතක් වෙනවා ඒ 2011 ලෝකුස්ලාන්
ලෝකුස්ලාන් අතරකට ගොඩ දැකලා තිනවා. ඒ ලෝකුස්ලාන් අවසාන තරගයේ පරාජයද ඉතාමත් දරා ගන්න අමාරු.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මොන තරගේ පැවැදලත් හරි අමාරු. නමුත් ලෝකුස්ලානේ අන්තිම තරගයට ඇවිල්ලා පරිදිච්ච ගැන ගොඩක් කනගාටු. විශේෂයෙන් 2011 ලෝකුස්ලාන අපි ගොඩක් හොඳින්ම ක්‍රීඩා කරා. අපිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න තිබු ලෝකුස්ලානේ. අද අපි අතින් ගොඩක් වැරදි වුණා. ඒ අවසාන මාතනගේදී අපි නොපළ යුතු වැරදි ගොඩක් කරා. මම දැන් ඒ නිසා තමයි ලෝකුස්ලානේ ඒ අපෙන් ගිලිවුනේ. ඉතින් ඒක පස්සෙල්ල බලද්දී අදටත් සෑහෙන දුකයි. මොකද ලෝකුස්ලාන තව කියන්නේ 50 ඕවර් ලෝකුස්ලාන දිනා ගන්න තිබුණ හොඳම අවස්ථාව තමයි අපෙන් දුන්නේ.
ඔබ ආරම්භ පන්දු යාන්නේ පන්දු රකින්න කැක්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. මැද පෙළේ පිටකරු කැක්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. ස්පින් බෝල් ඩින් කරනවා මැද ඕවර් වල. සමහරක් වෙලාවට ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකේ ඕපන් බෝල් නුත් කරනවා ස්පින් එකෙන්. ගාලේම තරගයක් ඉන්නවා. ෂෝට් ලෙග් ෆීල් කරනවා. විකට් කීප් කරනවා. අමාරුම තැන් වල ෆීල්ඩින් කරනවා. මේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඔබට කරන්න බැරි දෙයක් තියෙනවා.
මම හිතන්නේ මම හැමදේම කරා. පන්දු රකින්න ගත්තත් උපරිම එක පන්දු රකීමේ හැම ස්ථානයක පන්දු රකලා තියෙන සමහර ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඉන්නවා. ෂෝට් ටෙක් සිලිමිඩෝ මේ පන්දුරක් ඉන්න ඉතින් මම හිතලා පන්දුරක් අවදිනවා ස්ලිප් එකේ ඒ ෆස්ට් ස්ලිප් ඉඳන් ගලියනක පන්දුරක් ගත්තා කව් පොයින්ට් එක මම හිතන්නේ පන්දුරකීමේ කොතනද පන්දුරක් නැති කියන එක මම හිතන්නේ කාටවත් මම හිතන්නේ මාක් කරන්න බෑ මම හැමදාම මේ දේ කරා. ඊළඟ වගේ හැම වෙලාවෙම බෝල් දෙන්නේ කඩුලක් ලබා ගන්න පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් කරනවා. ඒ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් ඉදලා තියෙනවා සෑහෙන. ගොඩක් තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කළා දීලා දිනවා හැම නායකයෙකුටම මගේ උපරිම මම හිතනවා මම සාධාරණයක් කරගෙන රටට මත් කිටුම නායකයන්ට
අපි ක්‍රීඩාවේ කතා කරද්දී ඔබගේ පිටි අරමෙන් දැක්කපු දස්කම් තමයි වැඩියෙන්ම කතා වෙන්නේ. නමුත් මේ පන්දු යැවීමෙන් contributions සහ ඒ වගේම directed catches අමාරු catches ගත් එකෙන් තරඟ වෙනස් කරන විදිය ගැන වැඩි කතා බහට ලක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔබගේ ප්‍රියතම රන් අවුට් එක ඩිරෙක්ටඩ් එකේම නැත්නම් කැච් එක උකත්
මේ ගොඩක් තියෙන එකක් කියලා කියන්න බෑ මොකද මට ඕන්ලා තිබුණා ලෝකේ හොඳම පන්දු රකින්න වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මම මුලින්ම ක්‍රීඩා පටන් ගත්තේ පන්දු රකින්න එකට පාසලේ ඔක්කොම. නමුත් ජාතික කණ්ඩායමේදී ඒක ග්ලව්ස් එක පැත්තකට තියලා මොකද කළුවේ තමයි හිටියේ කන්ට්‍රකින් ඒ දවස්වල. හැබැයි මට ඉලක්කයක් තිබුණා කොහොම හරි ග්ලව්ස් එකට සම්බන්ධීලා මේ පන්දු රැකීමේ අංශයෙන් උපරිම ඉහළට යනවාද. ඉතින් මම ගොඩක් පුණේ නියුර වෙලා මගේ පුණ කලොත් එක්ක එක්ස්ට්‍රා වැඩ කරා. අය විනාඩි 45 බෝල 200 300 800 මගේ ඉලක්කයට යන්නේ. ඉතින් එහෙම මාස 6ක් විතර ට්‍රේන් කරලා පස්සේ ලෝකයේ හොඳ පන්දු රකින්න වෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේදී එක එක්දිනතරදී රන් අවුට් 4ක් ගන්න එකම මැච් එකේ. ඉතින් එකක් කියලා කියන්න බෑ. උඩ පන්දු ගත්තත් සෑහෙන්න තියෙනවා. විරාට් කොහ්ලි උඩ පන්දු ශ්‍රීශේෂය වගේම චැම්පියන්ස් ට්‍රෝෆි එකේ ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවත් එක්ක අපිට අන්තිම විකට් එක ගන්න බැරුව කෙන් මැකේ තනිය අතට කැච් එකක් කරලා මේ මැච් එක ලකුණු වේදනය කරලා ලකුණු 15ක් ඒකට ගහන්න තිබුණේ. ඒ උඩ පන්දු ඒ මගේ සේවයේ උඩ පන්දු. ඉතින් ගොඩක් දේවල් තියෙනවා මෙමරිස් මගේ ලොන් කැරියර් එකේ.
දැන් ඔබ කවද්ද මුලින්ම හිතුවේ දැන් මේ කඩළු රකින්න කැටිට ඔබට කණ්ඩායමේ නිත්‍ය ස්ථානයක් හමු වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා හිතනවාම කොයි කාලයකට හිතුවේ ඔබ පන්දු රැකීමෙන් සෑහෙන එෆර්ට් එකක් දානවා කියලා ඉස්සරහින් මම හිතන්නේ 2005 වර්ෂයේදී ට්‍රෙවර් පෙනිගේ පැමිණීමක් තුලින් පන්දු රැකීමේ අංශය ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ තමත් ඉහළට යනවා. ඒ වකවානුවේද මේ දෙසින්
නෑ මම 2099 කණ්ඩායමේදී කඩළු රකින්න තමයි හිටියේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ කණ්ඩායමේ. නමුත් එතනට එනකොට රොමේෂ් කලුරිතාන් තමයි කවුන්ටර් ගෙනදී රොමේෂ් නිසා මට තමත් අය තමයි නායකත්වයේ හිටියේ. බෑවත් මොත් එකේ මට කතා කරලා කන්ට්‍රැක්ට් ඉන්න නැතුව තමයි මට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ චැලෙන්ජ් එක බාර ගන්න ඕනේ. මොකද ඒකම මම කොහෙවත් මේ පියවිකල තිබුණේ නැහැ. කන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකේ තමයි හිටියේ. ඉතින් මම ඒ චැලෙන්ජ් එක බාර ගත්තා. ඉතින් එදින් පස්සේ මම වැඩිපුර පන්දු රැකීමේ අංශයට යොමු වුණා. ඉතින් මම හිතුවා ඒක උපන් හැකියාවත් එක්ක ආපු දෙයක් සහ මගේ ආසාව මොකද මම මොන දේ කරන්නේත් හරි ආසාවෙන්. ඒ ආසාවේ ප්‍රතිඵලය සහ කැපීමේ ප්‍රතිඵලකයට තමයි අන්තිමට ලෝකයේ ක්‍රීඩාව සමුගatti අන්ත තුනේම අන්ත හතරෙන්ම උපරිම කරන්න මට හැකියාව ලැබුණා.
ඔබට මුලින්ම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරමින් ටුර් එකක් යන්න ලැබෙන්නේ එංගලන්තයට 1999 වර්ෂයේ ඉන්නෝවට්ටේ ආවා. ඔව්. ඒ වකවානුව වෙනකොට මම දන්නේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායම යම්කිසි අතාරෙක් පසුබෑමක පස්සෙලා යොවුන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් වෙතට යොමු වන ප්‍රවණතාවක් තිබුණු අවස්ථාවක්. ඒදී ඔබ ඉතාමත් හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා එංගලන්තයේ ඒ තරගාවලියේදී. ඇත්තද ඔබට කණ්ඩායමේ නායකයා ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී සරත් ජයසූරිය ඔබට පිටත් දුන්නා කියලා කියන්නේ ඒ තරගාවට යන්න කලින්?
නෑ ඒ තරගාවට ඊට පස්සේ ගිය තරගාවලිය දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවට යන තරගාවලිය මොකද එංගලන්ත සංචාරයේ මම හොඳින්ම ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ලංකාවට ඇවිල්ලා එතකොට මම බෝල්ෆී කණ්ඩායමට සම්බන්ධ වුණා. එතකොට සමහත් තමයි බෝල්ෆී කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. ඒ අවස්ථාවේ මට උගෙන් ඒ කිත්තක් ලැබුණා. ඒ කිත්තෙන් තමයි ඊට පස්සේ දකුණු අප්‍රිකා ඒ සංචාරයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. එතනින් තමයි මට සිම්බාබ්වෙට එන්න වරාපිල් වෙන්නේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායම.
සිම්බාබ්වේ 1999 වර්ෂයේදී. අද ඉන්න සිම්බාබ්වේ කණ්ඩායම නෙවෙයි. තමත් ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩකයින් ඉන්න සිම්බාබ්වේ කණ්ඩායමක්. නායකයා ඇන්ඩි ෆ්ලවර් පොවට රායි ජොන්සන් ගාඩ් ෆ්ලවර් මාරේ ගොයින් ඉට් ස්ට්‍රීට් සෑහන් ප්‍රබලයන් ඉන්න කණ්ඩායම. ඔබගේ දෙවෙනි ටෙස්ට් තරගයේම ඩිවිෂන් ඔබ ලකුණු 165ක් ස්කෝර් එක. ඒ මතකයේ අවධික
ඔය ඇත්තටම පළවෙනි තරගෙදී ලකුණු 9යි ලබා ගන්න ටෙස්ට් තරගෙදී. ඊට පස්සේ අපි රාඩයෝල්ට ගිහිල්ලා බෝනස් කරද්දී මට අදවයි මොකදයි අන්තය පැත්තෙන් ඉන්න ගන්න මට කිව්වා ඔබ එහෙමමයි කතා කරේ මෙච්චර ලකුණු ගාන තුනේ ටීම් එකේ මේක මේ ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් ගන්න එපා ෆ්‍රීලි ගිහලා හෙට මැච් එකේ ඒ ටීම් එකේ ඉතා ගහනවා කියලා ගාන මේක ජාතිය මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරන ඒ දා කතා කරලා දෙන්නේ කොන්ෆිඩන්ස් එක මට ලොකු ශක්තියක් වුණා පවවදා. ඉතින් ගිහලා මට නිදාසේ ප්‍රෙෂර් එක හෙව්වීම ගොඩක් මොකද කණ්ඩායම දෙක පාට අග්ගොල් දෙන්න ආම ලොකු ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තියෙන මොකද ඒ දවස්වල ලොකු නම් තිබුණේ කණ්ඩායමේ අපි අලුතෙන් ආපු ගමන් මේ ක්‍රීඩාවට මේ තරුණ කෙනෙකුට ඉතින් ඒ වචනවල ලොකු ශක්තියක් ලැබුණා. ඉතින් මට නිදාසේ පවවදා කියලා ක්‍රීඩා ක්‍රිස් මගේ ස්ක්‍රීන් මට ගහන්න ලැබුණා. මම ඒ නිසා තමයි සාර්ථකුනේ තරගේ දෙන්න තමයි.
ඒ තරගේ තවත් විශේෂයක් තමයි ඉන්වන් සොයිසා කඩුවිතුක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඔබේ මතකද ඒ අවස්ථාව මොකද?
ඔව් මම හිතන්නේ මොකද මගේ දෙවි තරගයේදීම වර්ක්ස් එක කඩුවිතුක් ලබා ගැනීම. ඉතින් ඒ අත්දැකීම් ගොඩක් ඒ තරගාවලේදී ලැබුණා. මොකද දේශ ක්‍රීඩක ගොඩක් එක තමයි මට ක්‍රීඩා ගන්න ලැබුණේ තරගවලේ. හැබැයි දෙවෙනි තෙත් තරගයට එනකොට මට අර නවකයෙක් කියන එක දැනෙන්න තිබුණේ හොඳ වටපිටාවක් හදලා දුන්නා. ඒ හිටපු අයියලා ටික අපිට නැවතෙද්දී ඉතින් ඒකෙන් අපි ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. මම හිතන්නේ අපි හැමතිස්සෙම ඒගොල්ලෝ කරන දේවල් බලාගෙන ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්කම ඉඳලා ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. ඒවැ ප්‍රතිඵලයක් තමයි අපි එන්න දේවල් ඉගෙනගෙන අපිට දෙයක් ලොකු දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ රටෙන්.
සුළු ඉලාවකින් ස්ටාර් පාටම්.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestone. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
විශාල මේ අවස්ථාවේදී තේරීම් කමිටුවේ සභාපති නිසිදත් වෙත්තමුනි මහත්තයා 1999 වර්ෂයේදී ගොඩක් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් කණ්ඩායමට පිවිසෙන අවබෝධ විතරක් නෙවෙයි කුමසන්නකාර එතකොට කින්දිකඩි සේරම් චාමර සිල්වා ගාන්වගේ ඉන්දිය ගාමිනේරා ප්‍රාංගනේරතෝ ගොඩක් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කණ්ඩායමට පිවිසෙනවා. මොහොන් බොහෝ දෙනෙක් ජාති කණ්ඩායමට සෑහෙන කාලයක් ක්‍රීඩා කරපුවත් එක්කලා ඔබට හිතනවද ඔබගේ මේ ෆුල් පැකේජ් එකත් එක ෆීල්ඩින්ග්ද කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් උදාහරණ ටික කීප් කරන මේ දේවල් දැක්සම යම් කිසි කලස්සනක් තියෙනවා 2003 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකට තෝරාගත්තේ නැහැ කියන එක.
ඔව් මොකද ඒ වෙනකොට මම ගොඩක් හොඳින්ම ක්‍රීඩා කරා. 2003 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකේ මම හිතුවා ඇත්තටම සහභාගී වෙන්න මට හොඳ අවස්ථාවක් තිබුණා. මොකද ලකුණු අතර හිටපු ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් මොකද ඒ වෙනකොට එංගලන්ත කණ්ඩායම පාන්ත කණ්ඩායම ලංකාවට ඇවිල්ලා තිබුණා. ඒ තරඟ තුනේදීම සතක දෙකකුයි ලකුණු 99කුයි ලබා ගත්තා. 2003 ලෝක කුසනාට සිලෙක්ෂන් එකට මාසයක් වගේ තීදී ඉතින් මම දන්නේ කොහොමද 2003 ඒ මාව කණ්ඩායමෙන් හිටියේ කියලා. හැබැයි ඒ වෙච්ච හැමදේම මම හිත ධෛර්යවත් කරගෙන මම නැගිට්ටා මගේ කිට්ටෙන් ලකුණු ගහලා ක්ලබ් එකකට. ඉතින් ඒ වෙනකොට මම ලකුණු අතර හිටියා. මොකද ලකුණු අතර හිටියු නැති ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ලෝක කුසනාගේ 2003 ගියත්.
විචන් මේ වගේම ඔබ මැද පිටිනරුවේ කැටියට ඔබගේ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය ආරම්භ කරන්නේ. නමුත් ඔබ අවසන් කරන්නේ තමත් සාර්ථක ආරම්භක පිටිනරුවෙක් ඇටියෙද. මේ ස්විච් එක කොහොමද සිද්ධ වුනේ? ඒක ඔබම ගත්ත ඉනිෂියේටිව් එකක්ද නැත්නම් කණ්ඩායමේ යම් කිසි ආකාරයක වුමනාවක තියුණු දෙයක්ද? ඒකට පොඩි පැහැදිලි
නෑ මම ගත්ත තීරණයක් මොකද මම ඒ වෙනකොට මැද පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කර තිබුණා අවුරුදු 7ක් විතර 99 2007 විතර නේද අවුරුදු 7ක් විතර මට ඒ හැකියාවෙන් 20%ක්වත් මට කණ්ඩායමට දෙන්න බැරුව මම ඒ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු අවස්ථාව තැන් වලදී ඉතින් මම හිතුවා මට විඩලි දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. මොකද ඒක ගන්න ගොඩක්ම තීරණයේද ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව සංචාරයක් තිබුණා. මම ඒ සංචාරයේ මාව ඩ්‍රොප් කරලා ගියේ. මොකද ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා සංචාරේ මම හොඳින් තාමත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තිබුණේ. හැබැයි ලොකුවට CEO ගන්න කරනවා ලකුණු 20 30 ගාලා තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කළා දුන්නා. නමුත් ඒක හයිලයිට් උන්නේ නැහැ. මම ඒ අවුරුදු 7 මම මැච් ගොඩක් දිනෙව්වට හයිලයිට් උන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද 20 30 ගාලා තමයි මැච් දින්නේ. මම තීරණයක් ගත්තා නෑ මම මීට වඩා දෙයක් කරනවා. එතකොට තීරණයක් අරගෙන මම එතකොට මම දැන් මායලේටේ ආයකත්තේ එතකොට කණ්ඩායම ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවට ගිහිල්ලා තිබුණේ. මම මායට කෝල් කරලා කිව්වා මෙතනින් එහාට මාව මැදපෙළ පිටිවකට සිලෙක්ට් කරන්න එපා. මෙතනින් එහාට මාව සිලෙක්ට් කරනවා නැෂනල් කණ්ඩායමට මට ආරම්භ පිටිවකට තමයි මම මේ ඉස්සරහට આવොත් එන්නේ නැදවල ඩිස්කවර් එකට මාව සිලෙක්ට් කරන්න පාගුවාට පස්සේ කියලා මම ගිහලා ඩොමෙස්ටික් එකේ ඕපන් කරා. පළවෙනි මැච් එකේම 190 කෝල්ස් එකට. ඒ තරගාවලියම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මම බ්ලූ කිල් බෙදලා ගෑවුවේ. හැම තරගයක්ම ඕවර් 25න් අපි ජයග්‍රහණය කරා. හැම තරගයකම ලකුණු 4කට ආවා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි මට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙන්නේ ආයි බංග්ලාදේශ වලට යන්න. බංග්ලාදේශයේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් දෙකෙන් ටෙස්ට් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඉනිස් 150 සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනිස් 149 ගහලා ඊට පස්සේ තමයි පාකිස්තානට යන අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නේ එක් දින කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන්. එක් දින කණ්ඩායමේ 11 දෙනා අතර නෑ මම ක්‍රීඩා කරන 11 නැහැ. එදා පළවෙනි මැච් එකේදී වෝම් අප් එකේදී උපුල් තරංග තමයි අරබියෝගේ ඇඟිල්ලට බෝලක් ඇදිලා ඌට ක්‍රීඩා ගන්න බැරි වෙනවා. ඉතින් මට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා මරාදෝට ටොස් කරන්න යද්දි තමයි ඒ අවස්ථාව ඇති වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ ටීම් එක වෙනස් කළා. මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා ආරම්භක ප්‍රතිවරකයට ඉස්සෙල්ලාම පාකිස්තානයේ ගෙදා ගන්න පළවෙනි තරඟයේදී ලකුණු 39යි, දෙවෙනි තරඟයේදී ලකුණු 80යි, තුන්වෙනි තරඟයේදී ලකුණු 130ක් තරලා තරඟාවදී වීරයා සම්මානව එදා පටන් ගත්ත ඒ පයිතිබ්බ ආරම්භිත වෙකරිට මම ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් සමුගන්නකම් මගේ ස්ථානයේ කිසි කෙනෙකුට එන්න ඉඩ තිබුණේ නැහැ. මොකද හැම තරගයක්ම මම 2008 ඉඳන් 2016 වෙනකම් මම ඉඳන් ලකුණු 8500 9000ක් විතර ලබා ගත්තා. අර අවුරුදු 8ටම ලබා ගන්න තිබුණ ලකුණු 1000 ගණනක් විතරයි. ඉතින් ලොකු වෙනසක් කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. ඒ තීරණයත් එක්ක මම හිතනවා මගේ ජීවිතේ ගත්තේ තව වැදගත් තීරණයක් තමයි ක්‍රිකට් ශිලාපය. ලොකු රිස්ක් එකක් ඔබ ගන්න. නෑ මම හිතුවා එක්ක ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව මෙතනින් මගේ ඉවරයි. එක්ක මෙතනින් තව ලොකු දෙයක් කණ්ඩායමට ගන්න පුළුවන් කියන එක. ඉතින් අර වගේ ලකුණු 20 30 ගහලා කණ්ඩායමේ ඉන්නට වැඩිය මම හිතුවේ ක්‍රිකට් එක මගේ නැති වුණත් කමක් නැහැ. මම මේ තීරණය අරගෙන රිස්ක් එක ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ රිස්ක් එකක්. ඒ රිස්ක් ගන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් රිස්ක් ගන්න අපේ ජීවිතයේ හැමදේම රිස්ක් අරන් try කරලා බලන්න හරියන්නේ නැද්ද කියලා මම හිතන්නේ මම ගත්තේ හැම දෙයක්ම ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දිත් ගත්තේ රිස්ක් හැම දෙයක්ම හරි ගියා. ඒ නිසා තමයි මෙච්චර සාර්ථකව මගේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය සමුගන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. ඔබ 2009 වර්ෂය ගැන කතා කළා. 2009 වර්ෂයේ ඔබගේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතයේ ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක අවුරුද්දක්. ඔබ CA ටෙස්ට් වල විතරක් නෙවෙයි වන් ඩේස් වලත් ගහනවා. ප්ලේයර් ද ටූර්නමන්ට් වෙනවා 2009 වර්ල්ඩ් T20 එකේ එංගලන්තේ පැවැත්වුණු ඒවා කතා කරන්න කලින් මම තව සිද්ධියක් ගැන කතා කරන්න කැමතියි. පාකිස්තාන ටුවර් එක ටෙස්ට් ටුවර් එක කන්නාවට වෙඩි වදින ටුවර් එක. ගොඩක් අය කියනවා ඔබ නොහිටින්ද එදා ඒ සිද්ධ වෙන විපත මීට වඩා ගොඩක් වැඩි කියලා. ඔව් ඒක ඇත්තටම හරිම මේ අමීරිය අත්දැකීමක් ක්‍රිකට් පිළිවෙල කැටියට මම හිතන්නේ කියනකොටත් මම කෙලින්නේ නැහැ. එදා නම් අද වගේ මතකයි එදා වෙච්ච සිදුවීම. මොකද ඒ හැමදේම මම දැක්කම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මම යන්නේ බස් එකේ ඉස්සරහම සීට් එකේ අපිට එක එක තැන් වල තියලා ප්ලේස් වල වාඩි වෙන සීට්. ඉතින් මම වාඩින් පළවෙනි සීට් එකේ ඉස්සරහ කොපි මැෂින් ඊට පස්සේ ඩ්‍රයිවර් ඉන්නේ. ඉතින් මම ඔක්කොම දැක්කේ කාර් දෙක රිවර්ස් කරනවා වේතුවක්කු ගන්නවා එළියට. මම හිතුවේ ඇත්තටම මේ දෙකොල්ල අතර ප්‍රශ්නයක් කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ කෙලින්ම බස් එකට වෙඩි දෙන්න පටන් ගත්තාම ඔක්කොම කෑ ගහනවා. නමුත් ඩ්‍රයිවර් තේම ෂොක්. මම ඒ වෙලෙත් හිතුවේ නෑ මේක අපිට වෙඩි දිනනවා කියලා. මට ෆිල්ම් එකක් වගේ මේක. ඉතින් මම සාමාන්‍ය විදියට ඩ්‍රයිවර්ට කෑ ගැහුවා ඩ්‍රයිව් කියලා. යාට තියා ෂොක් එකේ හිටියේ. ඉතින් යාට කෑ ගාලා ඊට ලයිසන් ඔෆිසර් මට ඉස්සෙල්ලා යාට මගේ සීට් එක ගත්ත කියලා මම යාට පයින් එකක් ගාලා මේ බාසාවේ කෙපමුට යන්නේ. ඒව මම පුෂ් කරලා ගියේ. ඉතින් ඒක අමුතුම අත්දැකීමක්. මේ ඒ විතර නේ මම ගොඩක් වෙලාවේ බුද්ධවත් වැඩ කරා. මොකද මගේ ඒකම ෆැමිලි එක ගිහලා හිටියේ මගේ වයිෆ්යි බබාට අතර මාස 3 මගේ දුවට මම ලයිසන් ඔෆිසර්ගේ ෆෝන් එකෙන් කෝල් කරලා කිව්වා මේම අපිට කරදරයක් කාමරෙන් එළියට එන්න එපා. මේ කවුරු ආවත් මම ලයිසන් ඔෆිසර්වයි අපේ කාමරේ දන්නේ කෙනෙක් තමයි. ඒ වෙනකොටත් හොඳ වෙලාවට එහෙම කියලා තිබ්බේවම හොටෙල් එකේ කවුද ඇයට කෝල් කරලා දිනවා මේ ඔබ අස්බන්දාට කරදරයක් ඇටැක් එකක් පල්ලෙහාට එන්න ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකට යන්න කියලා මම හොඳ වෙලාවට ඒ කියන්නේ සරස්මත් තිබිලා තියෙන ලොකු මේකේ. ඉතින් හැමදේම හොඳින් විසඳුණා. ඉතින් හැබැයි හරිම අමිංග දැකීමක් ක්‍රිකට් මයිදාන ක්‍රිකට් වල වෙච්ච ලොකු පරිබලන මගක. ඔක්කොම ඔබ කන්ස්පිරසි එකක් ගැන හිතනද විශ්වාස නැහැ. මොකද යම් ආකාරයක සැක සහිත දේවල් ගොඩක් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. මොකද සාමාන්‍ය කණ්ඩායම් දෙකම යන්නේ එකට. එදා ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම විතරයි යන්නේ, පාකිස්තාන කණ්ඩායම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔබගේ සිත් තුළ යම් කිසි ආකාරයක සැකයක් තිබුණ දේවල් තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ සමහරවිට තරගයකට බැට් කරන ටීම් එක පරක් කරලා යනවා, ෆීල්ඩ් එකට මිස්ලා යනවා. එහෙම දේවල් වෙනවා. හැබැයි මට හිතුනේ මේක මුලින් දැනගෙන ඉන්න කට්ටිය ඉන්නේ නැති කියන එක මට හිතෙනවා. ඒ වගේම නිෂාන් 2009 වර්ෂයේ තමයි ඔබ
මේ ඩිල් ස්කූප් කියන පහර හඳුන්වලා දෙන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට. එය 2008
ඉස්ලාම් ජාත්‍යන්තර තරඟ ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් ඉස්ලාම් ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් 2008 IPL තාගයක.
ඔව්. මම කියන්නේ ලෝකයේම මේ ගැන කතා බහට ලක් වෙන්නේ 2009 වර්ෂයේදී ඉයන් චැපල් පවා තවත් විශ්වයටපත් වෙලා කොහොමද මේ වගේ දෙයක් කරන්න කියලා ස්පෙෂලි ෆාස්ට් බෝලර් කෙනෙක්ට චර වේගින් දානකොට බය නැතුව මේ වගේ දෙයක් කොහොමද කරන්න කියන ගැන ගොඩක් කට්ටිය විශ්වයටපත් වෙනවා. ඔබ ඒ තරගාවලියේ වීරයක් බවට පත් වෙනවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ තමත් සාර්ථක තරගාවලියක් ක්‍රීඩා කරන හැම තරගාවලිය පුරාම අවසාන තරගයේ පරදලා පාකිස්තානයට මේ ප්‍රහාර ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න කොහොමද ඔබ මුලින් සූදානම් වුනේ? මොන වගේ දෙයක්ද ඔබට ඒකුනේ මේ වගේ දෙයක් කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා. ඒ සාර්ථකත්වය ගැන අපිට
අර කිව්වාගේ මොනියම් 2008 IPL තරගයක තමයි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න මට මතකයි හෙන්ඩ්‍රික්ස් කියන ඕල්රවුන්ඩරට වේගපන්දය යනකොට මම ඉස්සරහට පැනලා ගන්නවා IPL එකේ බන්තරෝසි කෙනින් 4-1. ඊට පස්සේ ගිල්කිස් තමයි කන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකේ ඔව් කඩුල පිටිපස්ස. ඊට පස්සේ ළඟට එනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මට ඉස්සරහට යන්න බැරි තත්ත්වයකදී මට කොරොප්පුඩත් එක මම හිතුවා ඔක්ක එකන මුදු ලෝඩින් ගන්නවනේ කියලා හිතලා අර හැමෝම පැඩලේ ගාන මම බැට් එක කෙනින් කියලා ගහනවා කියලා හිතුවා තමයි ගැව්වේ. පළවෙනි එකම සාර්ථකව වැදුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ඊට පස්සේ ක්‍රීඩා කරගෙන ඊට පස්සේ ලංකාවට ඇවිල්ලා මාස 3-4ක් ටෙනිස් බෝලෙන් මම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරා. මේ පාර මේ මොකද මට මේක වෙපන් එකක් හැටියට මම යූස් කරනවා කියලා හිතාගත්තා වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකේ 2009. ඊට පස්සේ වර්ල්ඩ් කප් වෙනකම් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරලා ඒක ජාත්‍යන්තර තරග එකකවත් මම මේ පාර ක්‍රීඩා කරේ නැහැ. ලොකු සලානේ පළවෙනි මැච් එකේම ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවත් එක්ක සේන් වොට්සන් තමයි ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. එල්ල කරේ පාර. ඊට පස්සේ තරගාවලිය පුරාම මම ක්‍රීඩා කරා ඒ පාර එල්ල කරලා තමයි මේ තරගාවලියේ වීරය සම්මානය දිනා ගන්න ලැබෙන ගොඩක් ලොකු නැස්තරා. ඉතින් දැන් ලෝකේ හැම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ම try කරනවා රියල් ස්කූප් එක ගන්න. ඉතින් ගොඩක් ආඩම්බරයි ලාංකිකයෙක් හැටියට මට මගේ නමින් ක්‍රිකට් පොතට පාරක් හඳුන්වා දීම ගැන.
ඔබ මේ කියන්නේ IPL සමය ගැන දෙල්ලි කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩා කරපු සමයේත්
දෙල්ලි ක්‍රීඩා කරපු සමයේ second edition එක සවුත් අප්‍රිකාවට පැවැත්තුණා.
ඔව්. IPL වලින් ඔබට පදලප්පු මොන රෙඩිෂන්?
IPL න් ඊට ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. මොකද අපි ජාත් කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට ගොඩක් රටවල ක්‍රීඩකයෝ එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ වුන් කොහොමද ඇසිරෙන්නේ කොහොමද තරගයකට සහභාගී වෙන්නේ රෙඩි වෙන්නේ කොහොමද මේ හැමදේම ඉගෙන ගත්තා. ෆයිනෑන්ස් එකෙන් ගොඩක් ශක්තිමත් වුණා. මොකද අප ආයත දේවල් තනිකර මොකද අපේ රටේ මුදල් ලැබෙන රටක් නෙමෙයි. ඉතින් අපිට රාජකාරිය වලට යන්න ඕන වැඩ කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒක මන්දනේ නෝට් වැඩේ පොලේ MS ආයතනේ. ඉතින් ඒ ලැබිච්ච මුදලුත් එක්ක බාහිර දේවල් ගොඩක් අමතක කරලා ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවටම සම්පූර්ණයෙන් මොකද මුදල් අතින් ගොඩක් ශක්තිමත් වුණා. ඒක තමයි දැන්ටත් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ලොකු දෙයක්. මුදල් අතින් විශේෂයෙන් අපේ වගේ රසවල ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මුදල් අතින් ලොකු ශක්තියක් වෙනවා. බාහිර දේවල් අයින් කළා උන්ට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවටම සම්පූර්ණයෙන් තරයික් යොමු කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ දේවල් ගොඩක් බෙනිෆිට්ස් තියෙනවා මේ IPL එකේ.
ඔබ කණ්ඩායම නායකයෙකුට පත් වෙන 2011 වර්ෂයේ තම අසීරු කාලයක් මොකද ඔබ බාර ගන්න කණ්ඩායම නායකත්වයේ මුරුයි ටෙස්ට් එකකට පුලුවට ආවලා ඉන්න දවස ඔබ නායකයෙකුට අනවුන්ස් කරලා සත්‍ය දෙයක් කියන්නම් වෙන්නේ කණ්ඩායම ප්‍රවීණතම වේග පන්දුයවන්න අවුරුදු 24 ටෙස්ට් එකකට පුලින් සබ් ගන්නවා. ඒ අපිට තුනත් ඔබ නායකත්ව ධර්ම සමයේ යම් කිසි ආකාරයෙන් කකුලෙන් ඇදීමක් කරන ලැබුවයි කියලා.
නෑ ඒක මම මුතෙන් කියන්න ඕනේ ඒක මුල් ලංකාවම දන්නවා. ඉතින් හැබැයි මට නායකත්වයේ ගන්න මට කිසිම මොනවත් තිබුණේ නෑ. ඉතින් මම කොහෙත්ම බලාපොරොත්තු දෙයක් නෙමෙයි නායකයෙක් කියන එක මට ඕනේ ක්‍රීඩාව කරද්දී කොහොමද මගේ උපරිමයෙන්ම රට සහ නායකයාට සහාය දෙන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් හැබැයි අද වගේ මතයි DS අය හිටියේ චාමනට මං ගිහලා කිව්වා මට මේක එපා. මේ තමයි ටිකකට දෙන්න මං ෆුල් සපෝට් කරන එයා ඊට පස්සේ එක මාසයකට මට අදලා දෙන්න. ඒ හැබැයි බාරගත්තට පස්සේ මම එම් පිටින්ම ප්ලෑන් එකක් හැදුවා මගේ කොහොමද මම මේක කරන්න කියන එක. මම ගොඩක් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගෙනාවා ඒ පොඩි කාලේදී. හැබැයි මට මම ප්ලෑන් එකක් හදාගෙන හැම වෙලාවෙම පුහුණු කරුමාරු වෙනවා. ආයේ ඒක පුහුණු කරත් එක ප්ලෑන් එකක් හදා ඒ පුහුණු කර පාගදනේ අවුරුද්දට පුහුණු කරුව 4 දෙනෙක් එක්ක මට වැඩ කරන්න සිද්ධ වුණා. හැබැයි ඒත් මම මගේ ප්ලෑන් එක ක්‍රියාත්මක කරා. මට තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගේන්න ඕන වුණා. වුන්ට අවස්ථාව දෙන්න ඕන වුණා. මොකද මම දැනගෙන හිටියා ඉස්සරහට යද්දී තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගෙනාවත් තමයි අපිට සේවය වෙන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඒක තරගයක් මතක ඇති HSC එක මම ආරම්භ පිටිතොරයක් ඇතුළත මට ඕනලා තිබුණා තරංග පරිණිතාන වගේ. නමුත් අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ, තැනක් නැහැ. හැබැයි මගේ තැන අවුට දීලා ආරම්භිතේ මම නම්බර 6ට ගිහිල්ලා පොවුත් ලකුණු ගැව්වා. මමත් 90ක් ගැව්වා. ඊට පස්සේ ලෝඩ්ස් වලට ගිහිල්ලා අපි දෙන්න අතර ලකුණු 200ක පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් දැම්මා. ඉතින් මම ගොඩක් හරි දේවල් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ මගේ එකම ප්ලෑන් එක තිබුණේ 2015 වෙනකන් කැප්ටන් කළා. ඒ කාර්යදී තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගෙනල්ලා ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස්ට 2005 නායකත්වයේ බාර දීලා 2005 ඉඳන් 2019 වෙනකම් ඔවුත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ඔහුට සහයෝගයක් දීලා එහෙම වුණා නම් අවුරුදු 8ක් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ අපිත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන සංගම ආයද ඇන්ජලෝ එනං අදටත් ඇන්ජලෝ කැප්ටන් මම හිතන්නේ මේ පෙතදින තත්ත්වයෙන් එන මේ තත්ත්වයට වැටෙන්නේ නැහැ මගේ ප්ලෑන් එක ගියා. හැබැයි මට ඒක කරන්න ඉඩ දුන්නේ නැහැ. හරි දේ කරන්න ගියොත් අපේ රටේ කාටත් මම හිතන්නේ ටර්ෆ්මක් තියනවා කියලා. ඉතින් හරි දේ කරන්න ගියා මට එළියට යන්න ඕනේ.
තවත් විරාමකින් පසුවත් දවසකට.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the Papare as we bring you live coverage here from the MCA Grounds for the semi-final stage of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, and Sri Lanka was put into bat first by skipper Tony Clark of Australia, and Sri Lanka got off to a flyer courtesy Saman Jayantha, took on the bowlers on its merits, and it was Russell Ingram who perished first up. He was caught in the slip, caught in a brilliant catch. And then Saman Jayantha had a brief stay with Ruben Pires in the middle. He was caught in the mid-on region. And then this was the partnership that took the game away from Australia. Probably the match-defining partnership between Ruben Pires and Rory Ingram. They took on the bowlers, and then Rory Ingram as well. Against the run of play was perished for well-made 43, and then Ruben Pires and Indika Diseram picked up from where they left off from that third wicket partnership. Ruben Pires as well, a brilliant 100, and Indika Diseram was dismissed. And then a cluster of wickets happened in quick time. But then after that it was Upul Chandana who took on the bowling and absolutely took the bowlers around the park. He hammered the spinners, took on the off-spinner particular, and then played some delightful shots as well. Paddle sweeps, the big heaves. This was the shot that Upul Chandran was dismissed in the deep mid-wicket region, and this was Somaravira's breakthrough as well. And then Suwanjit Madanayaka had a brief stay. That was skipper Shane Fernando, who was bowled, castled in front, and then this was the run out. No signal at all as Suwanjit perished, and then wickets came in a cluster. Wickets came as Sri Lanka were bundled out for 298 inside 44.4 overs. So 2 deliveries remained in that innings, but nevertheless Sri Lanka have set a target of 299 in 45 overs for Australia in this all-important semi-final here at the MC. As I welcome Eric Gowda to the com box. A very good afternoon to you, Eric.
Good afternoon and welcome to all our viewers where in the world you are watching the action from the MCA Grounds on ThePapare.com, the premier sports channel in Sri Lanka. And well, this is some game here at the MCA Grounds. Today the Australia Over-50s won the toss, invited Sri Lanka Over-50s to bat first, and Sri Lanka Over-50s made 298 all out in 44.4 overs, and a brilliant 100 from Ruben Pires. Certainly kept that scoreboard moving all the time. And 299 now for the Australians to win this match. And this is the important semi-final. So the winner of this tournament will play in the finals on Sunday at the Pisara Stadium. That's where the final will be played. And of course Australia have got the batting depth. They can get this total, but they'll have to bat well. And the Sri Lankans on the other hand will have to bowl well and field well and take every single catch that is on offer. That's how it goes. And Fernandez marks his run up. He must be the 12th man in this squad. We haven't got the 12th man declared in this. Yes, only bowling is Fernandez, Dylan Fernandez. So he'll open the bowling. And he'll be bowling from the far end of the grounds, the first over. And the first 10 overs is going to be absolutely crucial for both teams and see how they go. And Australia, they'll want partnerships among all their batsmen. We know how they fielded. They fielded brilliantly today. And their bowling was also up to the mark, even though the Sri Lankan batsmen scored runs. But they would have scored a lot more runs if the fielding caved in. That was the problem. That Sri Lankans couldn't get past 300 because they fielded so well. Right, umpires are checking with all the scorers. Are you ready? And they call play, and Fernandez, the left armour, to bowl for the far end of the grounds. The first ball of the innings coming up. Here you go. On the back foot, forced out towards backward point, no chance of a run. Madanaka does the fielding.
Plenty of work cut out for these Australian openers. They'll have to put on a good partnership up front, put some pressure on this Sri Lankan bowlers. They have plenty of runs to play with. 299 in a semi-final is a big score. After putting to bat, Sri Lanka responded well. And Australia get underway with the chase. Slight misfield, but the openers crossover for just the one run. Australia will have to bat well and bat hard. Just a misfield on that occasion. Suwanjit Madanayaka, the culprit in that backward pointer region. Dylan Ferdinandez would want to swing this ball around a bit early on. It's batting tailor conditions out here at the MCA.
Wide, poor delivery, way outside the line of off stump. Umpire had no problem calling that wide, so the second run for Australia comes up. Now, this is one of the problems that bowlers could have by bowling wides. We saw what happened in the game between Australia and South Africa a few days ago at the IMC Grounds because South Africa bowled so many wides.
Indeed, good comeback delivery from Dylan Ferdinandez, just taking it away from the right hander. And just the slip in place for Sri Lanka.
Well, Australia won that game against South Africa in the 45th over after 44.3 overs because 18 wides were bowled in that game by the South Africans, and that allowed the Australians to get that winning total.
18 wides means, Eric, that's 3 extra overs as well. That shows that the extras can make a difference. Dylan Ferdinandez has started off relatively well here with the new ball from the scoreboard end. Ashley Hardy would want to try and bat long here. An important opening run stand will be important for Australia in this chase as they run for yet another single. Sri Lanka will want to keep the batsmen quiet in this opening 10 overs, the power play. If Australia to challenge this Sri Lankan total, they'll have to go hard as well in this power play. So the main target for Sri Lanka will be keep them quiet in this opening 10 overs or so. Once again, just a drop and run, and that's good cricket from Australia as they get underway with fairly a good over. 4 runs in it as Australia in reply.
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Sri Lanka looks like they will operate with the spin from the commentary box end. Suwanjit Madanayaka, we often see him with the new ball. This is the two right-handers. He's left-arm orthodox. Will be an interesting call, interesting tactic. The two right-handers in the middle, bringing on Suwanjit Madanayaka from the scoreboard end. Skipper Shane Fernando would want him to come and strike early.
So Swaj has got a slip in place, and he's also got the man at backward point, extra cover in the long off. That's the offside field. Nicely played. Beats the field at backward point into the boundary for 4.
Did Suanjit Madanayaka greeted by a boundary. Says thank you very much, Steve Mace. On that occasion, half volley, easy pickings. Played it late, played it through the gap, giving no chance for the fielder. Raises the way. This outfield gives a lot of value for your shots here at the MCA.
Another wide called. So 5 runs of 1 ball of this Suanji Madanayaka over. Australia won't mind it. They'll take all these extra runs and the extra deliveries as well.
Suanji Madanayaka started off well as once again a wayward delivery. Went for that stroke. If not, it would have been another wide. Fortunate on that occasion, Sri Lanka not conceding another extra. Madanayaka needs to get his line and length right. Yes, he needs to be there and thereabout to threaten these two right-handers in the middle. Suanjit Madanayaka had a brief stay in the middle. It was run out in the non-striker's end. 8 of 4 deliveries. Had a boundary as well. It's a good comeback from Madanayaka after being hit for a boundary in his very first delivery. Managed to bowl 4 dot balls on the trot. Will Steve Mace go for a big one in this final delivery? And plays it down the ground to the long on region for a single to end the second over. Australia 10 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So target for Australia Over-50s is 299 to win in 45 overs. The 10 for no wicket after 2. They'll realize that they'll need to have partnerships up the order.
Indeed, Australia do bat deep as well, Eric. So upfront partnerships can put them ahead. And they're slowly and steadily taking the runs over as well. Not much of demons for earlier up for Australia. This wicket is just tailor-made for batting. And the teams chasing have often won here at the MCA.
Excellent running. Realized that the sweeper cover was so deep. And for sweeper cover to come up will take some time. So they came back for the second run as well.
Did not good cricket from Sri Lanka. They need to put some pressure on the batsman while running between the wickets. That's driven away beautifully. That will find the fence as Hardy gets his first boundary, and quite a stylish one. And beautiful stroke coming in from Hardy.
Yes, Ashley Hardy. Well struck. There was no field in that region. The foot came out. The swing of the bat as well. The sweeper cover had no chance in cutting that off. It's a very poor delivery once again from Fernandez. It was so short. Gave him width as well.
And as he found the outside edge, Rory Ingram thought he did, but umpire says otherwise, as Ashley Hardy will remain in the middle. Good comeback delivery as well from Dylan Ferdinandez. Just beats the outside edge as you see the replay. Finding some movements is Ferdinandez. Bowling wicket to wicket now. Still gets a single. Couldn't cut that single out, Sri Lanka. The scoreboard keeps on ticking.
It's already a good start. 2.5 overs, 18 for no wicket. And Ashley Hardy, he's on 8 of 10. Hardy is 8 of 7. And Stephen Mace is on 8. Wide.
We spoke about the extras, Eric, and Sri Lanka have already been conceding 3 wides in inside these 3 overs. So these are concerning signs ahead for Sri Lanka. They need to cut down from bowling these extras. That can hurt as the game progresses. Once again, just tap it on to the onside for yet another single. Australia in reply after 3 overs, 20 for no loss.
Right, so the fourth over about to start up. Shivaji Madanayaka, ball in hand at the pavilion end to bowl the fourth over. He'll bowl to Steve Hardy. In fact, Stephen Mace is his full name. The target is 299. And the way that the Australians have approached this chase has been superb. And look at that. Another play and run, but this time the batsman was short. A direct hit the bails off at the bowler's end. A run out comes in. Saman Jayanta is the fielder on that occasion. Underarm throw.
Indeed, sharp fielding from Sri Lanka. Australia tried to tickle down the runs, but this time around Saman Jayanta on his toes and good pickup. Almost messed the end, but luckily direct hit favours Sri Lanka as Steve Mace walks back as Sri Lanka have struck early.
So run out early in the innings, and that was a good bit of fielding from Saman Jayanta. He was in 2 minds whether to go for an overarm throw or underarm throw, and he had plenty of time because the batsman was off the mark. He stopped in between, so a bit of a stutter start there, and going with the underarm throw, hit the stumps, and the batsman was well short of his ground. So Australia 20 for 1. And that's a big wicket for the Sri Lankans.
Indeed, an early breakthrough can always swing back the favour for Sri Lanka. They posted 298, a big total in this semi-final. A mammoth total, you can say. Australia surely have their work cut out once again. Close call, inside edge. Fortunately for Hardy, doesn't castle his stumps.
So Kratzman is the man who's off the mark with that single. Inside edge, past the leg stump. And there we are, looking at what really happened. That time here, the batsman stops start situation. Saman Jayanta, in 2 minds, had that another arm throw and hit the stumps as non-strikers in. And that was a good bit of fielding. And put the pressure on the batsman. The run out coming in very early. That's what they really wanted. Dot ball to end the over. 4 completed and Australia Over-50s 21 for 1.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්.
Dylan Ferdinand's will continue. Sri Lanka have got that breakthrough courtesy the run out. Again left alone. This is good bowling. He needs to be there and thereabout. Invite the right-hander to go for that expensive drive and try and find the outside edge. Dylan Ferdinand's has been on the expensive side for his 2 overs. Conceded 14 runs. That's whacked with a lot of power, but protection in the deep, but slight misfield from Dumind Somavira. But batsman crossover for a couple of runs. Sri Lanka will have to be sharp in the field. Straight onto the pads, flicked away straight to the mid-on region.
See, one thing we noticed from these Australian over-50 batsmen is the moment they play the shot, they are through with the single. The Sri Lankan over-50s could not do that, but the Australian over-50s certainly doing that. And don't forget that the Australian over-50s, they have been in training for a long time. They've toured England, New Zealand, played domestic tournaments, and brought out the best of their players.
Good fielding from Saman Jayanta in this occasion. The point region is the one who created that run out as well. Cartsman yet to get off the mark after facing 4 deliveries. Really look to take on Dylan Ferdinand's. It's good bowling. Ferdinand's has come out on top in this 3rd over of his. Just the ball remaining, considered just the 3 runs. This has been his best over thus far in this game. Inside his 3 over spell. He's been wicket to wicket, attacking the right hander Ferdinand's. Once again, slow up delivery straight to mid-off fielder of Indika Deserum as a dot ball to end the 5th over. Australia in reply, 24 for 1, chasing 299.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්.
So welcome back to the MCA Grounds. In the Australian Over-50s innings, 5 overs have been completed. They got to 24 for the loss of 1 wicket and chasing 298 to win And in this semi-final between Sri Lanka Over-50s and the Australian Over-50s, Australia won the toss in the morning and invited Sri Lanka to bat. They got to 297, setting a target of 298 before they were bowled out. And now Australia in their innings, the second half of the match, well in progress. They've got to 25 for the loss of 1 wicket, and we see the 26th. Or is it down to the boundary? Yes, it has been taken on the full. So Suwanji on that occasion, erring on his length, taken on the full. Beautiful drive down the ground. 4 runs as we watch the replays. There we are on the front foot. Full face of the bat, timed it well and got it into the gap. Past the ball, the safest place in the field to hit. And down the boundary it goes. And we also say a very good afternoon to Anthony.
Good afternoon, Ashley, and it's good to be back here after the lunch break. I've filled the belly up with fantastic Sri Lankan food once again, and I can speak highly of the food here at the Mercantile Cricket Association venue. As we see the ball left outside the off stump, and a steady start here by the Australians, obviously losing the key wicket of Mace early on with that tragic run out. But we now see Andrew Kratzmann settling into his innings now with that lovely on drive for 4 earlier in the over.
So Suwanji Madanaka bowling his third over now, and certainly keeping things tight. Has given a 4 in the second delivery, a single in the first. 3 dot balls following up. Here he is now. Once again taken on the full, drives it but can't get it past the bowler. Fields it well on his follow through. 6 overs have been completed in the Sri Lankan innings. 29 for 1 Australia, chasing 298 to win.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So yes, as we come back to these picturesque grounds at the Mercantile Cricket Association in Maitland Place, in Maitland Crescent. To the left of us we have the DSL Lanka grounds, and beyond that we have this SSC, a brilliant test venue, very popular around the world. And then of course we have the NCC, non-script cricket grounds, and then the CCC, the Colombo cricket grounds. And then also we have the Torrington Square, where the national athletes practice, with the athletic tracks being laid out there as well, just adjacent to the Independence Square. So lots of sports infrastructure as we see.
And that's gone through to the boundary for 4 runs. A fantastic shot there by Ash Hardy, very attacking batsman, and we've seen that throughout the World Cup. It's going to be critical that Ash keeps going today, and hopefully can bat the full 40 overs out, and who knows what he could score, because as you can see he's a very attacking batsman and likes to keep the ball moving. And bad bounce there, but a great attempt there to get his body on the line. The grounds here in Sri Lanka are extremely hard, so dive at your own risk.
So Dylan Fernandez, good comeback by him. The previous delivery dropped it short and got the treatment, and the fielder there, well, perhaps he overran the ball and tried to come back and falling, but simply couldn't cover the line of the ball as it went past him. And now Fernandez coming back very strongly on mid-line, off on that occasion. Brings the batsman tentatively forward, taken on the pad, and this time turns it off, and off his pads, a single.
Yes, and it's a good way to start the over with a boundary off the first ball, and then look to push the balls into the gap. Obviously the run rate that is required by the Aussies is 6 runs and over, so they need to keep that scoreboard pressure in control. And I think the plan was that they need to be about 90 off the first 15 overs. Anything less than that and it will be a big ask for them to chase down the 299. And a play and a miss outside the off stump by Andrew Kratzmann, who's just come to the crease. Had a quiet World Cup series at this point, Andrew Kratzmann, and he's probably one of the gun bats within the Australian team, and holds down number 3 or 4 So we're expecting big things from Andrew today.
So perhaps held himself back, kept his best for this all-important game. Well, we will see as Dylan Fernandez comes and bowls, and this time fuller length and virtually half volley driven back, but lovely fielding of his follow-through. Doesn't allow the ball to get past him. No runs scored. Couple of dots. Went for a 4 in the very first delivery. Dot, then a single. Now 2 dots following. He's keeping it tight. Good length, good line.
And another quick single there. Well run by Ash. Great backing up. And to all of those Australians that are watching the telecast here from the Mercantile Cricket Association ground, as we see, we'll come back to that after the over.
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
So welcome back. And as I was saying before we went to the break, it's a big shout out to everyone back in Australia watching. It's somewhere between 7 and 8 o'clock on the east coast of Australia as we speak. So settle back in your lounge chair and enjoy the telecast that's coming here from the second semi-final here of the International Masters Cricket Over-50s World Cup, live from Colombo.
So change of bowling for the Sri Lankan Over-50s. It's Upul Chandana. Ball in hand now, setting his wheel, a slip in place, a point, a sweeper cover on the boundary line, a short extra cover, and a long off. And on the onside, now we have the slip wicket been dropped back to the short third man position. There's a short square leg, a mid wicket, standing about 15 yards from the bat. And then we also have a mid on in the 30-yard circle.
As Andrew Kratzmann hits the ball out to deep cover for 1 run, which takes the score to 1 for 36 with Stephen Mace, the batsman, out with a direct hit run out. So Andrew Kratzmann now 6 from 15 as we see Ash Hardy going along well with a forward defensive shot there, 18 from just 16 deliveries. So critical that Ash keeps going here and bats for as long as he can for the betterment for the Australian team.
Chandana. Just 2 steps and perfect loop there as he bowls his leg spinners. Very much a finger spinner and certainly has that stock delivery as well. The ball going through, and then also he bowls the googly as well. And he certainly will be bringing all these variations into play. You can see the wicket is taking a little bit of spin as well. But usually leg spinners do get spin.
And another well-run single. Great backing up there from Kratzy. Here's a question for you, Ash. Local knowledge with this pitch, and obviously it's dried out and it's quite dusty now. How will that play as the game goes through 20, 30 overs?
We'll talk about your next delivery in this time. Fuller on the onside. Beats a batsman, beats a wicketkeeper, runs down to the boundary. Fine leg, will he be pulled in? Yes.
And it's trickled across the line for 4.
Across, yes. Well, Anthony, just to talk about the playing conditions. The conditions look absolutely brilliant as we watch a replays. Tossed up delivery. And that's the ball going through. There was no spin on that occasion. And perhaps brushed the pads that it went past. The wicketkeeper had no chance of covering it up. 4 more, so Australia will take it. Australia Over-50s. Well, we're talking about the conditions. It has eased up. You can see there's hardly any movement off the wicket, but certainly this is the spinners because there's a little bit of bite off the wicket as well. But
and that's been smashed away in front of cover for 4 runs. It misfielded there at short cover by the fielder.
Yeah, there we watch a replays. That one a long hop, and the batsman on the back foot punching it well, gleefully down towards the sweeper coverage, and no cover there. To the boundary it goes to 2. Boundaries in 2 deliveries help the Australian score as we see the 8th over coming to an end. 45 for 1, Australia Over-50s chasing 299 to win. So Anthony, just to answer your question, yes, the conditions are absolutely brilliant for batting. So usually, more often than not, the side batting second comes victorious. But providing that they pick up the singles, they keep the scoreboard ticking and rotate strike and then take the attack to the bowlers as well.
And there's a fantastic shot. There is a man out on the boundary. He dives and well fielded. He's done a brilliant job out there, restricting the score to just 2 runs to Ash Hardy. Fantastic piece of fielding out there.
Well, certainly good
by
cricket
Dominda.
all around. Yeah, Dominda somewhere. Good cricket all around. That was a good looking delivery. Nothing much wrong with it. Taken on the half, volley driven and connected it well, timed it well, got it into the gap. But then came that brilliant bit of fielding as well. The fielder running about 10 yards to his right, then diving and saving easily 2 runs there.
So a little bit about the Sri Lankan players that are out here representing Sri Lanka today. Are most of them based here in Sri Lanka and playing cricket, or are they coming from various parts of the world?
Well, majority of them are here in Sri Lanka. There are a few who have come from overseas as well. We know some of them work in various countries. And there we see the next one, drops short and perhaps not been able to make maximum of it. But punching it on the back foot, but straight to the fielder, Dominda. Well, the ball is chasing him now. Wherever he is, the ball is coming straight at him. Well, so you find some of these players who are based here, employed, professionals, keeping the still involved with the game. But there are some who have come from overseas as well. Just a handful, though.
One of the things that we noticed in the first innings that the Australians were a little bit tardy with their ground fielding. And we've already seen some great saves already by the Sri Lankan team, and potentially that's going to make a big difference at the end of the day in those last probably 5 to 10 overs where Australia will be pushing for the victory. And that's a drop chance there, I believe. And they'll scamper through for a single. So a chance to Ash Hardy on 23.
Well, it certainly was a very difficult chance. Full-blooded shot. Rovin Pires dive into his right, tumbling. Got his hands to it, but couldn't hold on to it. As you watch the replays, there we are. Hit uppishly. And he was falling to his right as he got his hands behind it, but couldn't hold on to it. Perhaps hit his elbows on the ground as it toppled, and the ball popping out. Whichever the case, 50 runs now for the Australian Over-50s as they chase down 299. 9 overs have been completed. 50 for the loss of 1 wicket.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So as you come back to the Mercata Cricket Association grounds, the Australian Over-50s chasing 299 to win have got to 50 for the loss of 1 wicket in 9 overs. They have been picking runs quite easily. The conditions are very much suitable for batting. And Ash Hardy, he certainly is looking absolutely brilliant. Very compact player, good in defence, good in attack. So mixing aggression with defence as well. He has got to 24 of 24 deliveries. Craftsman, well, you said he was not... he has not contributed much in this tournament so far, so perhaps today is his day.
Let's hope so. And Andrew Kratzman's normally, I'm not going to say slow to get going, but he likes to work into his innings, and his back half of his innings when he goes big, he's definitely in control and can hit the ball to all places in the boundary. As we see a full toss there, worked down to mid-on by Ash Hardy for a single, taking the score to 51. And Ash Hardy is 25 now from just 25 balls. So the current partnership is 31 off 36. So a good recovery here by the Australians as they're setting up a foundation to charge towards that 299.
So this match is happening here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. 115-year-old cricket ground here. And very much the focal point of promoting cricket. With the working... crowd, so to say. Cricketers who have sort of moved out from school, who have not made it to the top, but still we have from A division, which is the premier most tournament happening here, and then going down to GH. More than 15 tournaments being played throughout the year, and cricketers who leave school, who can't get into the national side, or if not play premier cricket, but most of the premier cricketers are either most of them are employed as professionals. They represent the organizations as well, and more than 600 companies, organizations are members here, and then on an average the Mercantile Cricket Association is responsible to find more than 500 employment opportunities for cricketers when they leave school, join organization, play cricket, and be a part of the passion that they are. As we see the 10th coming to an end, Australia Over-50s chasing 299 to win, 52 for the loss of 1 wicket.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है? पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है? तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान, हिलेगी जमीन, मचेगा घमासान। तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान, कहेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान। पीठ पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम, लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा।
Tight over from Upul Chandana. His first over was expensive. He came back with a good second over. Yeah, you can see the scorers there, Fasal Mohammed and Chintaka Munasinghe, two very experienced scorers at the scoreboard. Talking about scorers, Tushar Akure had completed 100 test matches. That's a great achievement for him.
Tushar Akure, the debut that I made in first class cricket all the way back in 2008, I represented Saracens Sports Club. So he was a scorer for Saracens back in the day as well.
Yeah. He's now scoring for St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia. Suwanji Madanayaka needs to be a little bit more proactive. Duminda Somavira, couple of lapses, couple of good efforts on the outfield in particular. But Ashley Hardy has got a good start.
He looks to be a very busy player. A player that most captains from the opposition would want to be sent to the shed as soon as possible, because the funny thing about him is when he occupies any certain period of time, the runs always keep rolling without the captain's knowledge, the opposition captain's knowledge. So those are certain key features, especially when you chase a target around 300. You need those players who are always preoccupied, who are always looking to, push those singles, doubles, and keep rotating. So Hardy will be a very vital player if Australia has to get anywhere near this score.
Yeah, and he's a very consistent player too. He's been in form and has contributed to the team cause in a big way. Coming into this game, Australia were unbeaten. They've been a good batting, bowling and fielding side. Great preparations too.
And they look relatively pretty fit compared to the counterparts. And that's a key feature about Team Australia, even at the international level, as we see the next ball just crunched through the offside field, piercing that gap. No chance for anyone to even move. The ball racing down towards a deep extra cup boundary. Suwanji Madanayaka bowling it wide this time around.
He was leaning into it and didn't hit in the air. Just take a look at that. He was playing well away from his body, but still hand-eye coordination was excellent. Placement, timing, 4. Yeah, he's raced to 29. How well he will manage his fitness levels. His rehydration is a key aspect. I'm sure the medical staff for Australia Over-50s will look into that aspect too.
Once again, hit towards the deep point region. Hardy moves on to 30 of 29 balls now. as 11 overs are done, 58 for 1 Australia.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Yes, welcome back. The drinks break done and dusted. The Australian batting cuts so far. Steve run out unfortunately for 9 runs, but Hardy on the other hand has been absolutely amazing. 30 of 29 balls, and Kratzmann, who's on 16 of 25, 3 extras thus far, 11 overs completed, 58 runs for 1 wicket Australia. See the bowling card for Sri Lanka. Dylan, 5 overs, 28 runs. Suwanji Madanayaka, who's always been very economical right throughout the tournament, at 4.5, and Upul Chandana with 2 overs for 12 runs. So Sri Lanka, they need to bounce back, get the spinners on.
Travel quickly to Shane Fernando. Good fielding. Upul Chandana is the operator. He's coming ahead of Saman Jayanta today. Yeah, the 4 senior pros, if you would like it, in that Sri Lanka outfit. Done well with the bat. Ruin Piris 100. Pujita Uduvana. He's not the fastest mover. And Saman Jayanta, Upul Chandana, Dikaseram, all contributing with the bat towards that Sri Lanka Over-50s total.
They are accumulating the runs at a canter. You don't see many dot deliveries. Now that is very important, especially when you score 300 runs. You're bound to find the odd boundary, but if you keep the dot ball percentage at a minimal, that means the scoreboard's always ticking.
Yeah, the partnership now is 40 for the second wicket. That's a great start. They lost Steve Mays, who has been a prolific contributor at the top of the order. Some slow was getting it almost at 6.5 runs and over. It's not going to be that easy. But the efficiency of picking up the singles and the odd boundary. Yeah, once it beat Pujita Uduvana at short third, it was never going to be picked up. Another brilliant shot using his feet, Ashley Hardy.
There we go. Ashley Hardy always finding that odd boundary once in every couple of overs, or at least for the last 3 overs, he's found one every over. So which means the scoreboard's always sticking at 6, 6.5 and over. And if the more that they could prolong this, would mean that, as we see a very close call, would mean that Australia will get closer to their target. But anyway, it's 12 done, 64 for 1 Australia.
Mama Gajaman.
Venkateshan, that is Saravana Kumar Venkateshan and Shanti Kumar Kanakaratnam are the 2 umpires, both from India. 13 umpires from overseas, 5 from Sri Lanka, 18 umpires in all. 7 matches, full card of matches today.
Yes, now this will be the game as far as I'm concerned. Vijay Sekara, who's been the pick of the spinners for Sri Lanka right throughout this tournament, will have 9 crucial overs to bowl, and he could safely bet if Australia managed to block him out or not give him too many wickets, you would find them very close to the target at the end of 45.
Yeah, between Vijay Sekara, Madanayaka, Chandana, Jayantha, they'll have to manage and hope that Uduvana will also get through most of his overs without much fuss. This guy is committed. He plays in Sydney. His domicile there.
His guile, the way he's bowled right throughout the tournament. I mean, the spring on his steps, the natural flow of his arm. Such a beautiful sight to see for a left-arm spinner.
Yeah, he was carted around in that game against England. Everybody got hit in that match. Trifle short of length to Kratzmann.
He will look to vary his pace. He saw the first 2 deliveries. He just looped them up. And the third ball just fired it in. So he'll definitely try to do his variations in terms of pace. The wicket doesn't seem to be offering a lot of spin. So he'll look to vary his pace and trouble the batters.
These Australians bat quite deep, coming in very late. People like Glenn Giddings, he can not only score runs, score them fast. The last game, skipper Tony Clark made 98. That's well struck. Beautifully played past Somavira. Only a couple, but see the way they are accumulating those runs. The moment he saw the ball given a little bit of air, Dominda Somavira doing a lot of running on the cover boundary area.
Now this is the vital delivery. We've seen over the last 3 overs, there's been 1 ball that's been hit to the boundary. Last ball of the over. Yeah, he manages to escape and concludes his first over, the 13th of the inning. 67 for 1 Australia.
He moved swiftly. Shane Fernando. It's nice of him. Yeah, Shane Fernando, captain of Sri Lanka Over-50s. Harsha De Silva, the coach. Shanta Gunasekara is manager. Sanjeev Kadavatarachi is the last an officer.
The Sri Lankan captain would be a bit reluctant to bring the... There we go. There we go. That's the breakthrough that Sri Lanka wanted. Cleaned him up. Straight through the gate. The slider beating the defense of the informed batsman Hardy.
He was tiring himself. Hardy off the bat, inside edge, onto the pad, and then deflected onto the wicket. Good bowling.
So there we go. Ashley Hardy bowled by Chandana for 37 runs. 68 for 2, Australia.
Mama Gajaman.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So Upul Chandana picks his first wicket. He's bowled 3.2 overs, 1 for 19. Now there'll be a spring in his step. He had a slight niggle while he was batting.
So Andrew Sharp is the new batter. Is also one of those consistent contributors with the bat for Australia Over-50s on this tour, in this tournament. Get back to that manager of the Sri Lanka Over-50s team, Shanta Gunasekara, product of Prince of Wales College Moratuwa, played for Maharaja Group, Bloomfield and BRC in the inter-club tournaments. He has also played in England in lower division cricket, part of the organising committee of Lanka Masters Cricket Association, domiciled in Sydney. Oh, animated now. He knows how important it is. That's nice to see. Top flight players getting involved in a big way. The one who missed out was Kaman Mapatuna because of his involvement with the Sri Lanka ladies team. They are New Zealand bound, so he's handling the fielding part.
Kaman Mapatuna, another very, very good first-class cricketer he was. Played for about 15 to 20 years of first-class cricket, so he would have been very useful for the Sri Lankan team.
Mind you, for Masters cricket, he's always in the wickets column in contribution with the bat and brilliant field. He's very fit himself.
Kaman Mapatuna, his brother Roshan Mapatuna, who played for St. Thomas's in 96-97.
This is Ashley Hardy looking to defend. He would have been played the wrong line. He would have been devastated with that. He was tired.
Would have loved to see a slip for the new batter, especially with Upul Chandana, the ever so reliable and experienced player that he was. It'll be very important that Sri Lanka capture another couple of wickets so that they could really bottle down the Australian lineup.
What happened? Did the keeper miss or what?
Leg by is called by the umpire. So extras adding up to the tally. 70 for 2 now. The ball remaining.
Just about 5 runs and over. So that means basically Australia about 20 runs behind what they should be at this stage. Not of much concern. They can always hit the big shots later on if they have wickets in hand. And that's what Shane Fernando wants. Pick wickets. People like Lal Ransinger of Ambalangoda Masters and Atul Vikramatilaka of Mercantile Cricket Association Masters watching the cricket. End of 14. In reply, Australia Over-50s 70 for 2 at the MCA.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝ රිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
This Daminda Vijayasekara.
That's nicely tossed up. The umpire signals no ball. Now, will it be a free hit? In normal rules, it will be a free hit.
Yeah, the leg umpire had called a no ball initially. Fielders inside the 30-yard circle. That's a big miss. Free hit.
There we go. The strappy lad in Kratzmann might look to open up. Yes, does not make good enough connection. He definitely tries to. Ball trickles down towards the short mid-wicket fieldsman. They cross through for a single. One would assume with his long levers, if he makes any sort of connection, the ball is bound to be out of this park.
As far as the Australians are concerned, Tony Clark is captain. Michael van Zuiden is their manager. Graham de Silva, the liaison officer for the team from down under. Tough ask. They've had a previous tight run chase against South Africa Over-50s at the BRC. This is even bigger than that.
Next ball just glided down towards short square leg area. They cross through for a single. Sharp on 2, Kratzmann on 20. Now partnerships will be Australia's best friend in this chase. They'll need a couple of 70 to 80 run partnerships if they are to reach that mark of 299. As you see the next ball, cut late towards a deep point region, a vacant area. Ball just hurrying up to the line and brings about another boundary. As you see, he hits it late, very late in fact, of that fieldsman at deep point.
That was Dominda Somir. I don't think he would have got into that position to stop it from running into the boundary. Vijayasekara gave room, dropped it a little bit short. But the difference with Andrew Kratzmann is that he's now seeing the ball well. He's a powerful striker. And he's playing the shots that he's capable of doing at the early stage.
He's probably reluctant to get the line a bit straight, purely because the mid-on fieldsman is up on the circle.
Trying to stifle his. They've got the boundary. Now they play safe for the rest of the over. They're going at more than 5.5. Australia Over-50s. Another good run. Good return to Rory Ingram from Russell Ingram, but they were able to beat the throw and complete the run. 15 completed. Australia Over-50s in reply, 78 for 2.
catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Over number 16 starts up with Australia Over-50s 78 for 2. Kratzmann is on 25-38. Sharp is on 2 of 4. Upul Chandana picked up a wicket in his last over. 1 for 20 of 4.1. And this one dribbles down towards third man into the boundary. It goes by his call, so it beats the wicket keeper as well. So 4 more runs the total. And Australia Over-50s 82 for 2 in the 16th over.
So Kraft Chandra mixing it up, and Ratukisham beating the bat, beating the wicket keeper, and running down towards the third man region for 4. Extra 4 runs to the Australian Over-50s. They'll take it as it comes. They're chasing a big score, 299. They've got to 82. 16th over in progress. The run rate is quite pleasing, so they still have a chance, providing they maintain the wickets and then also keep the scoreboard ticking as well. And rotating strike.
Turned around the corner towards backward square leg for a single. So Sri Lanka have to keep an eye on the singles being taken, because they try to rotate the strike every single ball. We've got a left hand, right hand combination in the middle at the moment. Sharp is on strikes on 2 of 4 balls. Kratzmann is on 26 of 40. The telecast coming to you live from the MCA Grounds in Colombo.
So the Australian Over-50s very much on the game, as you said rightly, Eric, picking up singles. Even if the ball is hit to the 30-yard circle, within the 30-yard circle, they have been challenging the fielders and challenging their arm and their throwing capability as well. Good running between the wickets, clear, sharp, concise calling between the wickets as well. And both batsmen. There we are, once again. This time, of course, the long off-fielder having to run about 20 yards to his front. Easy single. So Kratzmann, he has not done much in this tournament so far. So perhaps today is his day. 40 deliveries he has faced yet. And he has got to 26. Sharp, looking pretty sharp out there. And certainly will have to bat deep and long for this Australian Over-50s side to get close to the target of 299 set by the Sri Lankan Over-50s.
Right, so Upul Chandana brought in the slip as well, the third man, along with the backward point, extra cover and a long off, with the sweeper cover on the offside. Plenty of gaps on the onside, in fact. He's got the deep backward square leg on the boundary. So 6 men on the offside. The man at deep backward square leg being brought in now to a backward square leg position. NC over-16 completed. Australia Over-50s 84 for 2.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So you're watching this live coverage on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. The IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka. The semi-final match between the Sri Lanka Over-50s and the Australian Over-50s. Quite a crowd here in the main pavilion. And everybody enjoying the cricket here. Competitive cricket. And lovely sportsmanship displayed by both teams. thoroughly enjoying their cricket and the game and giving it all they have. And certainly we have been privileged to watch some great cricket by some of these yesteryear cricketers.
I'm pretty sure that they'll be offended you call them yesteryear cricketers.
Over-50s, Eric. Over-50s.
Yeah, but some of those fielding displays you've seen so far, absolutely outstanding. You'll put even the youngsters to shame.
You're certainly right. Splendid fielding. Ball in hand, bat in hand, and then in the field. Goodness me, they have been throwing themselves all over and making sure that they give it all what they got. It's excellent cricket. So this augurs well for this tournament. And this all began with the Over-50s game between Australia and Wales, played way back in 2009. And then we saw in 2017 the Over-50s first game. And that time it was Australia who featured against England. And then subsequently in 2018 the first Over-50s World Cup taking place. And then in 2020 the tournament was scrapped because of COVID, and again 2021 it was staged, and that time in South Africa it was Australia who beat them, or rather it was England who won against South Africa. And now here we see the fourth edition, 14 teams playing each other, 56 matches played back to back. As you say, the first delivery turned off the pad and picked up for a single.
Defensive stroke. And for all our viewers, where in the world you're watching us, wondering what all these noises are around this ground. There's construction work going on in the main pavilion as well.
Yes, I'd just like to repeat that background of this tournament. The first IMC Over-50s World Cup happened in Cape Town, South Africa. And then in 2018 it was Australia defeating Pakistan by 3 runs. In 2020 it was abandoned due to COVID. In 2023, once again in Cape Town, England defeating South Africa.
So cut off just inside the boundary by England. Long chase for him down to the boundary.
So the two individuals who are responsible for staging this tournament, Sterling Hammond and then Jim Morrison, setting the stage for this Over-50s World Cup to happen every 2 years. Once again opening the face of the bat and running that ball down towards the point region. One more single.
Yes, that's right. In fact, 14 teams in the fray for this Over-50s World Cup. And today too, there's 7 matches being played. All the teams are playing today, even though we're coming down to the fag end of this tournament. The final to be played on Sunday at the Pisara Stadium, that is formerly called the Oval. That's where Sri Lanka played their very first test match.
Dhamin Vijayasekara coming in to bowl his final delivery of the 17th over and played down towards the sweeper cover region, extra cover region, picking up a single. So 17 overs have been completed in the Australian chase, Australian Over-50s. There are 90 for the loss of 2 wickets. So the playing surface have slowed down considerably. You could see the slower bowlers certainly making things difficult for stroke play. The ball not coming through as it did in the morning and the early afternoon session. And most of the slower bowlers giving the ball air and getting a little bit of drift, and then also purchase of the wicket as well. Spin on offer. So all what the bowlers will have to do is concentrate on line and length, and you bowl the deliveries in the correct areas, you certainly will have the batsman struggling.
Right, there we are. That's the MCA scoreboard. You can see the total being 92 wickets have fallen. Batsman number 3 is on 30. Batsman number 4 is on 5. And there's the first innings total that Sri Lanka Over-50s made 298 all out in 44.4 overs. And 17 overs completed so far in this inning of 45 overs. Each side allowed 45 overs. Impressive scoreboard, even though it's small, it gives you all the details, the necessary details.
Certainly right. Digital clock to the left of the scoreboard. And then, like the good old days, couple of men operating the scoreboard, turning those giant wheels behind with the numbers. And the scorers housed there in the enclosure as well. They're spot on, hands on. And everything happening clockwise here at Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. Slight hold of a play, and
yes, the umpire is having a word as well with perhaps one of the backup staff who are on the ground with some water, I think. Kratzman and Sharp ordered some water. It's a hot, humid afternoon here in Colombo, no doubt about that. And sometimes the water breaks in between. Right, so things seem to have settled down, and we're going to have another over starting up. We just take 3 overs, run for 17 is figures. And look around the field itself, we got the third man in place, the backward point, extra cover, sweeper cover, and a long off on the offside.
So 2 Andrews in the middle, Andrew Kratzman and Andrew Sharp. And Kratzman has got to 30 of 45. And Sharp, who came in at the fall of the second wicket, has got to 5. And shaping to run that ball down towards a wake and slip area, not making contact. So it's Uduvana who's operating from the pavilion end.
Yes, replacing Upul Chandan, who bowled from this end. Now another change in the field. The man who's fielding a mid-wicket is going across to the offside, and a slip coming in. So we're seeing that backward point, a point, extra cover, thumped on the offside.
No stopping that. A full-blooded shot, a short delivery, given the treatment on that occasion by Kratzman, moving across the stumps there and slashing at it, and got plenty of bat, timing perfect, and beating that point fielder. The ball going like a tracer bullet to the boundary line.
Attempted cut shot, doesn't make contact, wicketkeeper juggles with it, but there was no edge, so no damage done. Bit of extra bounce that time.
Perhaps hit one of those cracks, and the ball just ballooning, but no damage done. Way out to the off stump. The difficulty was for the wicketkeeper to collect it cleanly. So Uduvana, having considered the boundary in the second delivery, has kept things tight. 4 dots. And here he comes with the final delivery.
Again, nicely cut away down towards backward point, into the boundary for 4. 2 boundaries in the over, 8 of the over, 18 completed. Australia Over-50s, 98 for 2.
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy Encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So Uduvana conceding 2 boundaries in the previous over. Made the mistake of dropping the ball short and giving width to the batsman. And 2 boundaries. Craftsman kept capitalizing on it. Loose deliveries. And then swelling the score to 98. As we watch the replays. There we are. Tossed up and pitching short. And allowing the batsman plenty of time to get out of the back foot. And hammering that ball past the point fielder. No chance of cutting it off. So Daminda Wijesekara now with the ball in hand. 299 is a target. And Australia Over-50s have got to 99 with this single. So they are still 200 runs away. And they have, well, this is the 19th over being bowled. So you can do your calculations. The total number of overs available to them is 45. And Daminda Wijesekara keeping things tight. Making a few changes in the field now. 4 on the onside. And 5 on the offside.
That was flighted, in fact, and of course, Craftsman driving that very handsomely on the offside outwards sweeper cover.
Good cricket all around. Tossed up delivery, nothing wrong with it. Brought the batsman on the front foot. Pleasing looking drive, bat and pad very close together. Top hand totally in control as he leaned into it. And well fielded there as well. This time straying into the pads. The batsman missing out on that occasion. And a leg by. As they cross over. The ball hitting the pad. And popping close to the short square leg region. The wicket keeper Ingram going across and doing the fielding. This time drops his shot and given the treatment. But there's a sweeper cover on the boundary line. Duminda covering it up well. Sensor return. 1 more to the score. 102 for 2 now. Final delivery of the 19th over coming up. So once again a change in the field. The deep mid wicket being brought into the 30-yard circle now. 3 men on the onside inside the circle. Long on the boundary line. This time gives it air, coming on the front foot. Gets to the pitch of the delivery. Drives it handsomely. Down towards the long off region. Picks up a single. 19 overs have been completed. Australia Over-50s chasing 299 to win. 103 for 2 at the end of 19 overs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 74 21 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So the 20th over coming up. Lovely conditions here at Maitland Crescent at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds, with the two teams battling, a hard battle going on in the middle there. The Sri Lankans batting first, making 298, the Sri Lanka Over-50s, setting a target of 299. And now the Australia Over-50s chasing it well, pacing their innings well. 19 overs completed, the 20th over just coming up. They got to 103 for the loss of 2 wickets. Craftsman on 40, batting beautifully. Lovely innings by him, perfect hand, what is required by the Australian Over-50s. And then also, now Sharp out there, Andrew Sharp, he has got to 7 of 12. So they have to certainly put up a good partnership here, and Craftsman will have to bat through these innings, Eric. He'll have to certainly bat deep into this if Australia Over-50s get closer and then have a chance of having a go at the Sri Lankan total.
Right, so here we are. The new over starts up, the 20th.
So that ball went with the arm, quicker delivery, the faster ball, length delivery on the back foot, forcing the batsman on the back foot, bring the bat down quickly there, hurried shot.
Uduvana starts in the second over, none for 9 at the moment after 1.2 overs. He went for 8 runs in the first over, 2 boundaries.
The first over delivery is flatter trajectory, quicker through the air. He's certainly bowling it quite quicker than the previous over, hurrying the batsman on both occasions. So trying to get some purchase from the wicket here as well. He's bowling into the wicket, realizing that he might be able to get something out of it. This time gives the ball air and a little bit more slowly, and certainly getting a little shape as well as it goes through the wicketkeeper. Shoulders, arms on that occasion. So Craftsman, very watchful, bidding his time, wait for that loose delivery. He's got to 40 or 55. Realizes the responsibility is on his shoulders. Settles for the next one, and that had been played. And he misses it. That ball perhaps pitched slightly outside the leg stump. That's what the umpire says. But wrapped him right in front there. Let's watch the replays. Uh-oh, that looks quite close. Perhaps it was sliding down the leg side. I'm not too sure. It wrapped him on the pads though. Maybe leg stump. Very close call, but we don't have DRS here, Eric. A wry smile from Eric Gowda. Well, he thought that was far too close for the umpire not to give that out. Whichever the case, Australia survives over Australia Over-50s, and the 20th over has come to an end. And the Australia Over-50s chasing 299 to win, 104 for 2 at the end of 20 overs.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
Welcome back. 20 overs done here at the MCA. The semi-finals between Australia and Sri Lanka. Game evenly poised. 104 for 2. I've got with me Big Ant from
Big
Australia.
Ant. Shush, it's great to be here, mate. And I tell you what, I love your voice. You've got a great voice for commentary.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was watching and listening to you work earlier this morning, and it was very impressive.
So Saman Janta, who's been very successful as a batter in this tournament. He's also not to be underestimated as a bowler. He gets the odd wicket or two with his off spin.
It's a critical time in the game right now, with Australia delicately poised now at 20 overs at the score of 105, still needing just under 200 off the remaining overs. So 25 overs, they need another 200. So that run rate's going to start to go a lot higher as they push on. But as we know, Australia have the batting depth to chase this large score down by the Sri Lankans here at the Mercantile Cricket Association ground.
Yes, it crossed through for another quick single. Ball played down towards the short, fine region. Now the key for Australia would be, and is how many good solid partnerships that they could have in this middle phase. As you mentioned, they've got the batting depth. This ground is relatively small as well. They can push the ante towards the latter part of the inning if needed. But the key phase would be this middle phase. As long as they don't lose wickets, I'm pretty sure it'll be a very close game.
I think so. And obviously to the left of our commentary that we're seeing now is a short boundary which they will look to target in those later overs. And as we know, Sharpie's quite capable of clearing those boundaries.
Even the straight boundary is not the biggest, probably about 55 yards at most. The MCA, there's plenty of mercantile cricket that's been played here. There's plenty of balls been lost here as well. So
And that's stopped there, no run again. But there is protection out on the deep cover boundary. We nearly lost the ball today when the ball was hit onto the roof. And we could see where it was. It was sitting under the wire netting as we see the completion of the 21st over.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Pujitha Uduana to continue. Ball clipped towards the short fine region. They cross through for a couple. Fernandez in chase. They managed to get 2 more runs, 2 more important runs. And Pujitha Uduana slightly down leg. We saw the previous over, he was more towards the offside. Now just drifting down towards the leg side. So he needs to find his radar. He needs to support the captain, especially to get through these middle phase overs.
Yeah, we saw last over, he obviously was wide of the off stump and a couple of boundaries that were hit. So now he's probably trying to straighten it up a little bit more, and you can see he's really attacking those stumps now, as we see a quick single there to Andrew Kratzmann, and that takes the score on to 108 for 2, or 109 for 2.
Partnership on 41 of 50 deliveries. So it's been pretty good in terms of run rate, in terms of strike rates. They've not been too far behind the required rate. They know for sure with wickets in hand, they can accelerate even at 8 and 9s towards the last 6 to 7 overs. So that's precisely their the vision for this inning, for this chase. Next ball played down towards long off.
Just for a single there. And yes, we saw in the game against South Africa where we needed 10 and over off the last 10 overs. And with wickets in hand, that enabled the Australians to defeat South Africa in that game. As we see another single hit down the ground. And I think that's going to be... Oh, and he's misfielded that, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Now, it'll be a very interesting replay. To be very honest, a very easy, straightforward fielding, I would say, formality for that fielder at long on. If you see this replay, how did he miss that?
I think it's called being over 50. Shash, it's can't get down low enough.
But to be fair by all these players, the standard of fielding has been pretty good throughout the tournament, actually, not only today. And it's a very rare sight, I would say.
Yeah, and look, that was a bonus boundary there as we see the completion of that 22nd over. Did they have one short in that over? I think they may have. But anyway, we'll take a break.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝ රිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Welcome back. Match summary here at the semi-finals between Australia and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka batting first, piling up 298 all out. Ruim Pir is the key contributor with bat. Australia's main bowler in Morris with 3 for 34. Australian reply 114 for 2. Very interestingly poised after 22 overs. Kratzmann on 48 and Upul Chandana with that solitary wicket of 1 for 22. We had the one single run out as well, if I'm not mistaken, the first wicket that fell. So Australia need another 185 of 168 deliveries.
As we see Andrew Sharp taking the first ball after drinks, and he's pushed that down to long on for a single. So the guys obviously had a good drinks break there, freshened up with towels and everything to cool themselves down as they prepare for the next 10 over period. And they probably need to maintain that 6, 7, 8 runs and over now for the next 10 overs while keeping wickets in hand.
Saman Janta to continue. There we go! Massive oik across the line. Misses it and the bowler says, buddy, you miss a hit. So that's it. That's done and dusted for Kratzmann. He departs 48. And that's the all-important third wicket for Sri Lanka.
And, very disappointing shot there. Just clipped the top of the off stump there as it came back in. Obviously, Andrew, as he throws his bat, with disappointment, was obviously expecting it to miss the stumps, but it just spun back in ever so slightly, clipped the top of the off stump. And we see quite a significant change here in the batting order for the Australians. With an indication now that they're playing their cards. We see Damien Meek coming in at the fall of the wicket, and Damien normally bats down at 7 or 8, so he'll be sent out here to, I would say, push on for the Australians. He's known for his big hitting straight down the ground and out to deep mid-wicket, so it'll be interesting to see how Meeky goes, but a good solid knock there from Andrew Kratzmann. Unfortunately lost his wicket there, so that's now 3 wickets, and the score is now 114 for the Australians.
Yes, and thank you for that information, giving him some insight about what's happening in the thinking tank of Australia. Tactical move, as they would call it. The pinch hitter been sent up the order straight away off the pads this time. They cross through for a leg bye. Damien Meek, who can for sure hit that long ball, something that Australia would need. So let's hope from an Australian perspective that it does work out for them.
I just noticed Damien flexing his right knee there, and he's had problems with that knee previously. As we see the ball worked out square of the wicket, they'll get 2 runs here, and let's hope that Damien's knee is okay. Yes, he severely dislocated it in a tournament back home in Mildura in Australia, and
you see the replay. Saman Jayantha bowling wicket to wicket. Kratzmann going for that massive hoik over the deep mid-wicket region, tosses his bat up in frustration.
I've never seen that happen before, where you throw the ball in the air and it lands on your helmet.
Once again, Saman Jayantha ever so accurate, tying things up. He's into his second over, only conceding 5 runs, got that wicket as well.
And off drive down to long off for 1 run there to Sharpie, and Andrew Sharp will obviously be there to hold up the innings, and that leaves the score now 3 for 119 at the completion of the 23rd over.
Sharp, who's on 14, is playing the anchor role, looking to bat out the overs. Plays down the ground once again. Once again, it's Ingram who's at the long off boundary this time around. Ever so safe. Now Damien, let's see his strategy, let's see his ploy. I'm pretty sure the instructions given are pretty clear. Get your eye in and go for it.
Very well fielded there at forward point by Desarum. So that sees Damien off the mark. Damien Meek, 1. And that's a lovely shot down to the boundary again, picked up by Russell Ingram, restricting the score to 2. But I can see that Andrew Sharp will definitely become the anchor role, but we know that Sharpie can go big in those last 10 overs, which he did against South Africa and was instrumental during that game.
Yes, flighter delivery this time around. Uduana gets his man, Sharp, charging down the track, misses it completely, and the wicketkeeper Ingram does the rest.
There's a disappointing end to what was promising to be an anchor roll innings, and obviously the ball was thrown up brilliantly outside the off stump, as we see the replay here, and he danced down the wicket but unfortunately missed the ball, and a great piece of work by the keeper there, had him stumped clearly, and that sees the fall now of the 5th wicket for Australia. The score is now 123, so that sees the departure of Andrew Sharp, stumped. And we now see the Australian captain making his way to the middle of the wicket with a lot of responsibility now on the shoulders of Captain Tony Clark. And he has been a batsman in form, so a very cool head in these circumstances, joining Damien Meek in the middle.
So 123 for Australia. Pujitha Udwana, the wicket taker, very smart there. Bowled it ever so slowly outside off stump. Tempted the batsman to come down the track. But the pace variation, I felt, that's what got the batsman.
Yeah, definitely did him in flight and pace. As we see Tony Clark now facing his first delivery. And a pad back down the wicket there with no run. So the score is 4 for 123 as we come to see the last delivery of the 24th over. And a sweep shot there and another loud appeal there from the bowler. Not out. So that's the completion of the 24th over. Australia are 4 for 123 with Clark on 2 and Clark on 0 and Damien Meek on 1.
Australia 123 for the loss of 4 wickets. It'll be very interesting to see Damien's strategy now since they've lost a couple. Yes, goes across the line. Very close call. Umpire says no. It'll be a very interesting replay.
I don't think that umpire has given an LB all day.
Wicket to wicket it seems.
Oh dear, oh dear.
What's that missing? Probably off and leg.
Oh, it missed the bat.
It missed the bat to start off with.
Yeah.
Missed off stump. Missed leg too.
I would say that Damien's very lucky to still be there.
Indeed, very, very fortunate to hang around. Now let's hope that he'll make use of that opportunity.
As he advances down the pitch and Tony Clark collides with the bowler in the follow-through. High five and apologies from both. So definitely the game's being played in great spirit between the two teams. And you can see the intent here from Damien. He's looking to get down the wicket, get the ball on the full and look to hit that ball out over mid-wicket, taking and targeting that short boundary out here on the left.
How good has Saman Jayantha been? 2.4 was 1 wicket, 6 runs. It's really tied one end up as well. As they cross through for a single this time. Damien moves on to 2. Clark has just arrived at the wicket. Phase 2 deliveries. Not yet off the mark.
Looking to take centre there by the looks of it. I actually went out and had a look at the pitch during the innings break, and it's a very dusty, dry wicket. Not much grass out there at all, and it's going to be tough. Although they tell me that the team batting second wins most games here, as you see Clark get off the mark, takes his score to 2 as he hits the ball to mid-wicket, and that's the completion of another 5-over stint from us here in the commentary box with Australia 4 for 125.
Mama Gajaman.
So 25 overs in the Australian Over-50s innings have been completed. 125 for 4, needing another 174 runs. And the current run rate is 6.96. The run rate is quite good. Only they have lost perhaps about 2 wickets than they would have liked to. And Clark, the captain, is out there in the middle, and along with him Damien. 2 fresh batters, and they got to rebuild this innings back again.
Indeed, Australia have their work cut out now. They need to get a move on as well. Runs have been not coming as fluent as they like. Udwana has kept it tight as well. Just a panic between the two batsmen. So Sri Lanka as well showing some sloppiness in the field.
So Sri Lankans will have to keep their head here. they have got a little bit of an advantage now because the scoreboard pressure is now on the Australian Over-50s, no doubt about it. They're chasing 299. They require another 173 in just 148 deliveries. But of course, they do bat quite deep. Uduana drops his shot and on the back foot there, but can't get it past the 30-yard circle there. At point, the Sri Lankan captain. And Shane Fernando cleans it up. No runs.
That's a brilliant hit. A welcome boundary for Australia. Just too full on this occasion, Uduana. And Damien was first to pounce on that bad delivery. Welcome runs and a welcome boundary.
Absolutely. Very smart hit indeed. Inside out. Just moved a trifle to his onside and allowing to open his broad shoulders as he hit that. And the next one he has hit in the air. And yes, so Damien, oh goodness me, he has lost his head there. Short pitch delivery and trying to get it over the 30-yard circle. And the ball up in the air for the point fielder, Uduana, to take a comfortable catch. And, well, the Australian Over-50s, 5 wickets down for 130.
In deep trouble now, Australia Over-50s. A tad bit short. And Suwanjit Madanayaka making no mistake with the catch as well. Cleanly taken. Comfortable take as Australia lose their 5th wicket. Damien Meek goes off for a 6 in just 10 deliveries. Australia, half of the batting lineup in the dugout.
So Suwanjit the catcher, Uduana the bowler. Good combination and picking up that 5th wicket. And Australia Over-50s chasing 299. Now the pressure is fairly and squarely on them now. 5 wickets gone, 130 on the board. They require another 170 runs.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So Damien Meek, the last man out for 6. Hit a beautiful boundary in the previous delivery. Inside out as he moved on to the onside, made a little room for himself, freed his arms and had a good swing inside out. And the next delivery, tossed up and plenty of width for him and trying to go for a big shot. And the ball was in the air for the point field to take a comfortable catch.
Indeed, Gleddings have joined Skipper Clark in the middle as 26 overs come to an end. Australia in a spot above the 130 for 5.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
And just across us at the MCA Grounds, England taking on Pakistan in that other semi-final. Pakistan posting 231 for 9 at the end of 45 overs. England currently in reply, 97 for 3 in 26.3 overs. So another exciting clash happening right across us as well. Saman Jayant to continue. Lots of responsibility in these two batsmen in the middle as the final wicket replay. Just bounced on him actually.
Bounced on him and he tried to hit that ball a little bit too hard and didn't get his timing right at all. Getting a top pitch and the ball just ballooned into the point field. A comfortable catch to Uduana. Or is it to Suwanjit and Uduana being the bowler. Yes. So 27th over in progress now. 131 for 5. Chasing 299 to win. And Captain Clark, Tony Clark will have to play a captain's innings here. if the Australia Over-50s to get closer to this innings of 299. Samanjayat.
Indeed, a very needed innings from the captain for Australia Over-50s. If they are to book a place in that all-important final on Sunday. Host Sri Lanka currently have 1 foot in it once again. Keeping that delivery a tad bit low. Saman Jayant kept things tight. He's getting through his overs quickly as well. 3.5 was just conceded the 10 runs and got a prize wicket of as well. So he's done his work well with the ball. As Australia tick over the runs as another over comes to an end. 27 completed. Australia in reply 133 for 5, needing the target of 299.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So if you're just tuning in, welcome to the MCA Grounds. 2 semi-final matches of this IMC Over-50s World Cup happening today. And here we are at MCA Grounds, the match between the Sri Lanka Over-50s and the Australian Over-50s. Sri Lanka invited to bat by the Australians who won the toss, made 298 on the back of a brilliant, sparkling innings by Ruin Piris. Got a century and now setting a target of 299. Australia chasing it, 133 for 5. As we see the captain Clark perishing here. Tony Clark, tossed up delivery by Udwana, came down the track, got under it and heaved at it. It was in there for a long time for Upul Chandana, the Sri Lanka national fielding coach, getting under it, tumbling catch by him, and Australia Over-50s losing their 6th wicket.
Indeed, a brilliant catch in the long off region, and the likes of Upul Chandana won't let go of those. Comfortably taken, and Australia, another one bites the dust. There's Sri Lanka dominating proceedings as skipper Tony Clark walks back after 4. Australia in deep trouble, 133 for 6.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestone. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So the Australian captain Tony Clark falling. His intentions was very clear. And if he had hit that ball a little bit more straight, maybe about a yard or two, to the left or to right of that long off fielder, he would have got to the boundary. But it was not to be. Hit it straight down the throat of the long off fielder, and also one of the safest fielders here in the Sri Lanka Over-50s, Upul Chandana, a brilliant fielder. The time he played for Sri Lanka, one of the best, and now also the national fielding coach as well.
Indeed, leading by example is Upul Chandana. Easily one of the best fielders in this Sri Lanka Over-50s side and in the country as well. As Udwana has struck thrice. He struck in quick time as well. Australia have been put a right pin to the ball now. They need to get out of jail. They need a big innings. They need a miracle here. Anthony cuts that. But good fielding from Sri Lanka Over-50s. As you see, another replay of that wicket of skipper Tony Clark. Tried to break the shackles. Came down the wicket, but straight under the throat of Upul Chandana. So he takes a good catch as Sri Lanka Over-50s gets the 6th wicket. Anthony raising some questions at the umpire for that wide delivery. There's just the one run in that over and a wicket. A brilliant over from Pujitha Uduwana. 28 completed. Australia in reply 134 for 6.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Saman Jayanta will continue from the scoreboard end. He's been keeping it tight from that end, not letting the batsmen break the shackles. Both the batsmen relatively new to the crease. If Australia to win this game, they need a big innings, they need a quick fire innings.
So Pujitha Uduwana bowled the previous over. 6 overs he has completed, 3 for 27. A brilliant spell by him. And Saman Jayanta now 1 for 12 to him and bowling his 5th over. A mighty spell by him, keeping the ball very much on track. Bowling wicket to wicket. His gentle off spinners. This time drops his short wicket through the flatter trajectory. On the back foot, Anthony, and this time played down towards the long off region. And taking off with the shot, picking up a single. But current required run rate has now climbed up to 9.78. So the Australia Over-50s, well, work cut out for them. They'll have to go for big shots. Somebody will have to chance his arm now. Otherwise, they're not going to get closer to this huge Sri Lankan score.
Indeed, one up in the air. But just falls short in front of Dylan Ferdinandez. Indeed, as you mentioned, Ashley, Australians need to go for the big strokes, and they need to get at least a boundary every over and rotate that single. Required run rate of 9 runs per over from here on is quite an uphill task for the batting side. Miscued on that occasion, just falling short. The long on fielder.
The Sri Lankan fielders quite sharp out there. Good catch earlier taken on by Upul Chandana. And they're giving it all what they got. But they got to be very careful here. If they win in a couple of days' time, they will have the finals coming up as well. And this over has been pretty good so far from Saman Jayanta. 5 runs from 5 deliveries, or rather 6 runs. 5 runs from 5 deliveries. The final delivery coming through now.
And trying to go for that expensive stroke. Saman Jayanta gets his second, and Australia loses their 7th wicket. And Australia just losing the way now. Sri Lanka bossing proceedings here at the MCA. Castled on that occasion, misses that delivery. And the furniture dismantled as Australia now have themselves to blame. Glenn Giddings walks back for 2. Australia 137 for 7.
Australian Over-50s batting crumbling here. A spate of wickets falling through. And they have lost 7 now for 139. 29 overs have been completed. The 30th over coming up. And the
last 5 wickets, Ashley, has been fallen out for 22 runs. Absolutely tumbling down Australia. And brilliant from Sri Lanka as well to get back into the game with quick wickets. And just putting Australia out of this equation. They need 10 runs per over now. If they are to get to this 299, it will be an absolute miracle here in Colombo for Australia Over-50s. Pujitha Udavana will continue from the commentary box end as Simon Waddington walks to the middle. They need of a very big innings, a very special innings if Australia are to get through. And if they are to get through, Sri Lanka will have to bowl really, really badly. They need 160 runs in 95 deliveries. Every dot ball, that required run rate just increases. That's the previous wicket. Saman Jayant castling the batsman.
This is a game of glorious uncertainties though. Nothing is over till the final delivery is bowled or the last wicket falls. And this time playing it down towards the short square leg region. No chance of beating the fielder there. So everything happening out here in the middle. The Australian Over-50s chasing 299 to win. They have lost 7 wickets. And Sri Lanka right now sitting absolutely pretty here. And they're fancying their chances and maybe a replay of that last match between England and the Sri Lanka Over-50s. And both, of course, England is battling it out there with Pakistan.
Indeed, an opportunity for host Sri Lanka to make amends. But England, on the other hand, as well, will have to book their place. They currently they were cruising away. They lost some wickets. So we'll get back to you with that score as soon as possible. As against the run of play, Australia have got a boundary, a welcome boundary for them.
Good shot from Anthony on that occasion. Just came down the track, got to the pitch of the delivery, and playing it purposely in the air, cleared the 30-yard circle and the set of fielders in the 30-yard circle, and the ball running down towards extra cover region. Good shot, timed it well, connected it well. They'll need plenty of such shots as well. Actually very straight to the fielder.
Indeed, they'll need a couple of boundaries every over. There's just the last delivery coming up. England need just another 123 runs in 102 deliveries. They'll have to bat well the next 17 overs or so. This comes down the wicket, trying to take the attack on. There's 30 completed here. Australia in reply in deep trouble. 143 for 7, chasing 299.
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy Encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Welcome back. Saman Jayant to continue from the far end. He's been very successful ever since he's come on. Got a couple of wickets into his 6th over. Waddington just pushing that down towards short third. They cross through for a single. Saman Jayant 5.1 overs, 2 for 17. Making a remarkable impact to this Australian middle order, along with Pujitha Udavana, who's captured 3. That's a very close call. Did he get any bet, or is it just buys? Yes, runs. Oh no, buys.
Buys, yeah.
Buys. Signal by the umpire.
the Australia Over-50s have lost momentum in this innings. They started well, but they lost wickets at regular intervals, and then the 3 wickets that came that last 5 overs, I think, put paid to the chances of making that 299.
Waddington is known for that big hit that he's provided right throughout the World Cup. So it'll be interesting to see his strategy. About 15 overs remaining to bat. Another 158 runs to get. So it's a long, tall, 53 runs in fact to get. Long, tall, hard ask for this pair with 7 wickets down.
Hence the over 31 completed. Australia Over-50s 147 for 7.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 being played in Sri Lanka. We're now at the tail end of things. This is the semi-final game here between Sri Lanka Over-50s and Australia Over-50s. The final will be played on Sunday at the Papare Stadium. The winner of this game will go to the finals, and the other game at the MCA Grounds between England and Pakistan, that's on at the moment. Lofted. Upul Chandala makes no mistake about that at long on. And Australia Over-50s lose their 8th wicket. And Upul Chandala second, 2 catches that position. Well judged.
So Pujitha Udona once again tossing it way outside off stump, enticing the batter to go for it. And the batsman obliges, hits it straight down to the best fielder in the Sri Lankan Over-50s team, in Upul Chandana, who is also the fielding coach for Sri Lanka. Now he can't drop that catch, because if he does, he won't be able to go back to the training camp. Anyways, Anthony Barranca gone for 10 of 17. Australia 147 for 8.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Bhusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Yes, 152 runs remaining for the Aussies. Looks all but done and dusted for them. Very high expectations from number 9, 10 and 11 to get 152. Doesn't seem like it. Anyway, the man at the moment, Pujitha Udwana. You see the new batter Grant Dewin to bat. We expect a change in field as well, as we see a slip coming in for Udwana. The mid-off fieldsman or the long-off fieldsman might just come in a bit as well. You never know. For the moment, he's still at long-off. I'm pretty sure Udwana would entice this batsman to go down the ground as well. The key to his success has been his pace variation. He's been able to slide that ball in a bit quicker and also hold that ball in the air and entice the batters to go for the shots. Batsman slightly quicker. Batsman straight away off the mark. He crossed through for a couple. On 2 of the very first ball. Now let's see. You might see that glory ball, the one that's tossed up.
Yes, you might see that as well. So Udwana 4 for 33 from his 7.2 was bowled well to get those wickets. Entice the batsman all the time to play shots. sweeper into that.
See the replay. Yes, once again, way outside off stump, asking the batsman to fetch it. And fetch it he does. Unfortunately, straight to the fieldsman at long on.
He puts a boot out. Well, that would have been very painful had it struck his boot. But the batsman will pick up a single. The ball runs out towards long on. We're in the 32nd over. 45 overs per side. Long way to go for the Australians. 151 for 8. They need 299 to win. And just 2 wickets in hand. Offish. Just over the head of Uduwana. Coming back for 2.
Close score once again. Pujita Uduwana trying his very best to capture that elusive 5th wicket. One that he'll cherish for the rest of his life. However, evading him this time, he deserves it. Most importantly, he's bowled very well.
Right, so 32 completed and Australia Over-50s 153 for 8.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
So 2 more wickets to wrap things up for Sri Lanka to qualify for the final on Sunday at Papare Oval. A historic venue indeed. First test match ever to be played at that venue, Papare Oval. And I've been told the only venue in Asia that Donald Bradman has played.
That's right, quite right. I mean, that's the only venue he has played in. In fact, the only time that he played there was when those ships passed through from Australia to England and they stopped over the whistle stops in Colombo. They came in the morning, I think 6 o'clock in the morning, and sailed at 12 midnight. And either England or Australia, when the ships were in the port, they came and played like those one-day matches. There were no one-day matches then, but they just came and played exhibition cricket, I would think.
Good stop there by Shane, the skipper. Is it Shane Fernando? Yes, it is. The skipper, unusually fielding at deep square leg. We don't associate captains fielding in that region, usually in the 30-yard circle. However, very well done there. Waddington will look for the biggies. Got long levers. I'm pretty sure if he makes any decent connection, the ball will be definitely out of the park.
Half stopped. They'll come back for 2. The ball runs out towards deep mid-wicket. But the Sri Lankans won't mind the singles and 2s coming in. What they'll want to stop is the boundaries. They don't want the boundaries to come in because Australia Over-50s no way going to get the 299. Another single being taken. So long way to go.
The required rate almost at 12 runs per over. So it's
that's right, 11.59.
11.59 to be precise. Saman Jayantha, 6.5 overs, 2 for 24. He's done what his keepers asked for. Once again clipped towards mid-wicket. No run there. That's the end of the 33rd. 158 for 8 Australia.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
.33 overs done, end of the drinks break. The match summary thus far: Sri Lanka amassing 298 runs, being bundled out. Ruben Pires 107, the key contributor with the ball for Australia. Morris with 3 for 34, and Australia in reply 158 for 8. In tatters, Kratzmann the highest scorer thus far, 48. Uduvana, the key contributor, 4 for 37 of his 8 overs. Australia, another 141 runs required of 12 overs.
Yes, they'll be disappointed with this performance. The Australians have done well, in fact, this tournament. And there is the wickets as well. Look at that. The return, underarm from Saman Chayantha. Then this one eclipsed the off stump. Another one between bat and pad. Pushed on the onside again. We're back to live play. Takes the total up to 159 for 8. Waddington moves on to 8, and Uduvana 4 for 38 into his 9th over. The last over that he can bowl, 8.1 overs.
Pujit Uduvana will definitely be looking to get that 5-wicket haul. It's a World Cup semi-final. How often does that come along? And he will surely try all his tricks in the book that he has for the next 4 deliveries. He'll look to flight it up, he'll look to dart it in, and if he gets there, it'll be a very memorable milestone for him.
So he's got 4 balls left in his spell of 9 overs. Another single, the ball played out towards long on. So 137 runs required from 69 balls, only 2 wickets in hand. If Australia can get there, that will be a miracle.
It's paddled down towards the vacant fine leg region. The first slip fieldsman chases it down. Indika Diseram, they cross through for a couple. Waddington moves on to 10. Grant on 9 of 8. It's encouraging to see even the lower order batters of Australia managing to bat at a decent strike rate. It's cut away.
So Uduan has got one ball left in his spell of 9 overs. 4 for 44 his figures at the moment. Bowled really well to pick up those 4 wickets. And he was dreaming of getting a 5-wicket haul. Can he achieve that with this one ball left?
Either way, a very, very good spell for Sri Lanka by Pujitha Udwana. Irrespective of what happens in this delivery, he's done his job for the country. How unlucky is that for Pujitha Udwana? Ball just looping up into no man's land, and that's it for him for the day. He's done 9 overs, 45 for 4, and Australia 34 done, 166 for 8.
So 133 required from 66 balls with 2 wickets in hand. Tough ask for the Australians. Perhaps they have resigned themselves to concede its match to Sri Lanka Over-50s. And Saman Jayanta to continue. He's got a couple of overs left up his sleeve. He's bowled really well, making sure the field is well set. There we are, setting the field, as they say.
$133 needed of 11 overs. Saman Jayanta, a bowler that the Aussies could potentially target bowling off spin. Slightly easier in terms of dispatching over mid-wicket for the batter. Oh, smart bit of work by Saman. Misses it. Already got a run out in this inning. The first wicket to fall was off his brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah, look at that. Batsman out of the crease. Almost hit the wickets actually. And had it hit, he'd have been out. And there we are. The 9th wicket is gone as well. Waddington the man out, and Saman Jayanta picks up that wicket.
Yeah, flighting the ball. Batsman coming down the track, hitting it straight towards Saman. Has done a very good job in the field. Safe as houses, and he captures his 3rd wicket. Simon Waddington out for 11 of 13. Australia 167 for 9.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
Final wicket for Australia. The tall fast bowler in Trindle. Don't think he'll look to hang around too much. He'll probably try to enjoy himself, get a couple of lusty blows off his off spinner. See the Sri Lankan cheerleader would remember the great Percy, who passed away a couple of years ago.
Australia will be very disappointed with this performance at the bat, for sure. They expected much better things from the batsmen. And there we go. That's the caught and bowl that Saman Jayant picked up, the last wicket.
Trindle off the mark. Grant on 11. All but over here for the Australians. The final nail in the coffin awaits them.
Right ends the over 35 completed. Australia Over-50s 168 for 9.
Mama Gajaman.
So the 36th over coming up, and Australia 168 for 9 in reply to the Sri Lankans Over-50s total of 298, setting a target of 299 to win. It's Upul Chandra with the ball now, and Sri Lanka will want to finish this as soon as possible and take a well-earned rest, as they need to recuperate, and then also
an opportunity gone begging Ashley.
Well, it was hit very hard, straight to the skipper, dropped it like a hot cake, and next delivery has been pulled down towards the deep mid-wicket region.
Indeed, and a very interesting game happening in the other semi-final, Ashley. England 130 for 5. They require another 102 runs in 73 deliveries. A closely contested affair happening at the MCA Grounds. This game is heading towards Sri Lanka, as they will book their players in that all-important final on Sunday. Just one wicket away.
Australia also needs another 130 runs, but they have only 57 deliveries and only one wicket as well.
Indeed, this is against the run of play. Good fielding, good footwork rather from Somavira to deny a certain boundary for Australia Over-50s. Sri Lanka not putting the foot out of the pedal. They want that big breakthrough. They want that final wicket soon. As the sun sets in Colombo, Sri Lanka on the berth of Over-50s World Cup final.
So good hand by the Sri Lanka Over-50s, and where they certainly have batted well, and they have fielded well and bowled well as well. They are complemented in each of the disciplines extremely well, and will be worthy contenders in the final. So there we see the 36th over coming to an end. Australia Over-50s 172 for 9, chasing 299 to win.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Saman Jayanta will continue. He's been brilliant with the ball in hand. Had a brief stay with the bat as well earlier today. Couldn't capitalize on that quick fire start, but he's done well with the ball in hand. He's maintained that wicket to wicket line. He's got 3 scalps, and 3 important scalps as well. 3 for 26 as he enters his final over. Can he wrap things up for Sri Lanka? Australia showing no urgency as well. It's like they are here to frustrate the Sri Lankans. Try and keep them in the field for the next 9 overs or so.
So the Australians content to take this game as deep as possible. Of course, they lost 9 wickets, chasing 299. The final pair out there in the middle, Grant on 15 and Trindle on 2. Well. It's a close call there. Trindle shaping to pull that ball. Got his front foot across and playing across the line. Perhaps the impact was outside the line of the off stump. Yes, maybe slightly outside the off stump. Maybe just inches. Lucky survival.
Indeed, once again goes Trindle. This time he connects. But good footwork coming in from skipper Shane Fernando. Saves 3 runs for his team. Sri Lanka have been excellent in the field as well, Ashley.
Well, yes, there's no third umpire. As one looks at it, he certainly pushed that ball well inside the boundary line. And one thought he had his foot on the rope, but it was not to be. Final delivery, once again playing across, and this time he'll be wrapped right in front. Saman Jayanta, goodness me, what a bowling performance by him. 4 for 28. And well. Australia Over-50s have been bowled out, chasing 299 to win, 174 all out.
Indeed, what a fitting end. Saman Jayanta gets his 4th wicket as Australia bundled out for 174 here at the MCA in the semi-final against host Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka Over-50s register themselves in the final for the very first time in the Over-50s World Cup 2025. And a brilliant achievement from Shane Fernando and his lads as they will play on Sunday in that all-important final as the last batsman to dismiss, Grant Dew. 15 of 19 deliveries, trapped LBW as shake of his head continues as he walks back to the pavilion.
So the Australian Over-50s, well, handshakes all around as they walk back despondently. Sri Lanka winning by 124 runs. And this one semi-final coming to a conclusion here at the MCA Grounds. Of course, Sri Lanka will not know who the opponents will be yet, because England is battling Pakistan in the joining NCC Grounds. And we will have the scores of that match very soon as well. So there we see the 2 Australian Over-50s batsmen walking back, Trindle and Dew. And Sri Lanka have winning by 124 runs here at the MCA Grounds.
Indeed, and just across us at the NCC, as Ashley mentioned, England 136 for 5 in 33.2 overs. England still require 96 runs in 70 deliveries. So very interesting matchup happening right across us as well, as you can watch the live action on the Papare TV. There's handshakes all around. Elated Sri Lankan outfit as they register themselves in the final for the very first time in the Over-50s World Cup 2025 as the man of the moment, man of the day rather, Rubin Peiris. His splendid 100 steers Sri Lanka to victory against the run of play. He got that 100, came on early as Russell Ingram was caught in the slip cord, and he took all the authority in the middle. A beautiful evening here at the MCA, Ashley.
Well, most certainly, yes. A picturesque ground. Well, the 2018 Over-50s champions Australia knocked down, and they have been taken off the tournament by the Sri Lankans high riding, led by Shane Fernando. What a wonderful performance it has been. The Australia scorecard, well, nothing much to look at. Hardy, well, he batted well, got 37. Craftsman, I thought he batted extremely well, made 48. 17 from Sharp, And then there were a few double-figure scores. Anthony making 10, Waddington making 11, and Grant making 15. And that score of 174 in 37 overs, with 12 extras contributing to the score as well.
And interestingly, Ashley, the last 8 wickets falling off for just 59 runs. That's a big concern. They just bundle out like a pack of cards. And kudos to the bowling, especially Saman Jayant and Pujitha Uduvana, who were the main contributors with the ball in hand for Sri Lanka. As we await for the bowling card for Sri Lanka Over-50s. There you go. Dylan Ferdinand started off well, none for 28 in his 4 overs. Suwanji Madanayak as well, none for 18 in 4. Upul Chandra, 1 for 26 in 6 overs. Daminda Wijayasekara, none for 21 in 4 overs. And then it was the main 2 records for Sri Lanka Over-50s. The spin bowling duo, Pujitha Uduvana and Saman Jayant, both 4 wickets apiece, as they have contributed in a vast way to register Sri Lanka Over-50s in that all-important final on Sunday.
Thanks, team.
So as we await the highlights of the semi-final between Australia and the Sri Lanka Over-50s, the Australian got off to a fairly good start. There we see some shots played square of the wicket, and then there was a hesitation, fits and starts, and a good direct throw to the non-strikers then, and Sri Lanka picking up their first wicket. And on the back foot and on the front foot, the Australians were pretty strong down the ground, particularly until Upul Chandra came with that arm delivery, and then that was Hardy who was bowled by Upul Chandra. And then from that point onwards, the Sri Lankans kept pegging at the Australian batters, picking up wickets at regular intervals.
Indeed, since that third wicket, Hardy, Cardsman, Sharp, Meek, Clark, Giddings, they've all just went in regular intervals, putting Australia just out of reach of that mammoth total of 298. And good work in the field as well for Sri Lanka. They had a brilliant day in the field, held on to their catches, and run out as well in that for that very first wicket. That was as well another brilliant catch by Upul Chandra, Sri Lanka national team fielding coach, and that was the cotton ball. Once again, sharp in the field, Sri Lanka. Saman Jayant, that was the final wicket. Trapped in front, LBW. Sri Lanka registered a big win in this semi-final against a very big opponent.
So there we see the match summary. Sri Lanka making 298. Ruvin Piri is a brilliant 107 by him. Rory making 43. Upul Chandra making 40. And the bowling for Australia Over-50s, Morris picking up 3 for 34. Trindle picking up 2 for 58. And Damien 1 for 22. And in the Australian innings, nothing much as far as the batting was concerned. Craftsman making 48 of 64 deliveries. Hardy, well, he certainly chanced his arm, got 37 of 38. Sharp falling for 17 of 27. Bowling for Sri Lanka, the 2 principal spinners, Saman
Jayant and Pujitha Uduvana. They wrecked and ran over this Australian batting lineup. 4 wickets apiece for them. Uduvana slightly on the expensive side, but got those important breakthroughs. Upul Chandra, the other lone wicket taker of just a 1 wicket for 26 runs in 6 overs. A mammoth win for Sri Lanka here at the MCA Grounds to register themselves in that all-important final, as they will await to see who their opponents will be on a Sunday. A 124 run win for Sri Lanka Over-50s against Australia Over-50s. A mammoth win nevertheless in this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 semi-final, which Sri Lanka have had major inroads and a dominating win here at the MCA Grounds. And that's it from us here at the MCA Grounds, together with my commentator crew and the production and the technical team of ThePapare TV. It's goodbye, and stay tuned for more updates with ThePapare from the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Good night and stay safe.